Dreamscape presents The Pool by Sarah Edghill, narrated by Esther Wayne. Chapter 1. The Fiat jerked and spluttered its way out of the city, shuddering to a halt as lights turned red, and taking corners so fast their bodies were thrust to one side, as if they were riding a roller coaster. "I feel sick," moaned Alice. Staring through the side window, Hannah watched the strange, sun-kissed world flash past. Bleached grass verges, concrete barriers separating the road from whitewashed buildings, everything fuzzy through clouds of dust. After a while, there were no more houses, just fields rippling with sunflower heads, a sea of yellow sweeping into the distance. The backs of Hannah's legs were sticking to the hot leather seat, and with the heavy suitcase balanced on her lap, she couldn't move to get more comfortable. She was also starting to feel sick when, after what seemed like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, they turned off the main road. The taxi bumped along a track, veering from side to side as the driver presumably tried, unsuccessfully, to avoid potholes. Then they were flung sideways as the car did a sharp left turn through a metal gate. A crush of shrubbery scratched at the window, and they came to a halt, gravel crunching beneath the car's wheels, and clouds of dust swirling up on either side. For a few seconds, none of them spoke. Hannah could hear herself breathing heavily into the silence. "You are here," announced the taxi driver, turning and grinning, his teeth startlingly white against his tanned skin. Nick was the first to find his voice. He leaned forward in the front seat, peering up at the house. "Wow, look at this. Worth the effort." "I was so nearly sick," muttered Alice. "Beautiful, lovely place." The taxi driver beamed. He got out of the car and opened the boot, dragging out the two small suitcases and dumping them onto the ground. "You have good holiday, monsieur. Will be 80 euros today." 80? said Nick. "At the airport you said 50. "Special cheap price for lovely English family." "But we agreed 50 when we set off." "Very good deal. Speedy ride for 80 euros. "But you definitely— For God's sake, Nick, just pay him." Hannah was clambering out of the back seat, her neck sticky with sweat and her shoulder aching where it had thumped against the car door as they swung into the drive. She could also feel her head starting to throb, but they were here now, which was all that mattered. "Alice," she called, "take the other case, please. Jimmy, where are you going? Come and pick up your backpack." But the boy had gone, his shoes churning up the stones on the drive, his shorts a flash of blue as he disappeared around the corner of the house. "Why don't you ever make him help?" said Alice. "He's old enough to carry bags too." "I know, but he's excited. Let's just get inside." Alice kicked the backpack to one side and dragged one of the smaller suitcases towards the front door, carving an ill-tempered scar in the earth beneath the gravel. The taxi driver counted the notes Nick had handed him, then got back into the Fiat and waved energetically as he reversed at top speed out of the drive. "Daylight robbery," muttered Nick. Hannah stood looking up at the house. "Isn't this beautiful?" The pale blue window frames had black grills running along their ledges, and behind the glass they could see faded markings on the closed wooden shutters. The walls were a soft honey colour, the outlines of the stones sharper in places where the pointing was crumbling. A woody stem of wisteria must have spent years working its way up one corner of the building before meandering along the front, its tendrils burrowing into the dusty gaps in the stonework. Alice had found a heavy black key under a stone, and she fitted it into the lock and opened the front door. Inside, their eyes took a few seconds to adjust to the darkness as skeletal fingers of sunlight wormed through gaps in the closed shutters and extended across the floor. Hannah found a switch on the wall, and the shadows leapt back to the edges of the room as an overhead bulb cast a milky glow over a wooden table. "Let's get some daylight in here," she said, lifting a metal latch and flinging back the nearest set of shutters. "Nice big dining room. Plenty of space for all of us around that table." "What time are the others getting here?" asked Alice, moving towards the staircase at the edge of the room. "I want to choose a bedroom for me and Susie." "You can pick one now," said Hannah, "but we may turn you out if we decide to go in there, or if Auntie Lizzie wants it." "That's bloody unfair!" Alice stomped up the stairs, dragging her case. "Don't swear, Alice," said Nick, peering through a doorway on the far wall. "This one's the sitting room." A second door opened onto a large kitchen at the back of the house, and they exclaimed at each new find. "Look at that dresser," said Hannah, running her hand along the uneven grain of the wood. "I love the stone floor." "Nice old butler's sink," said Nick. "Glad there's a dishwasher, though. I don't fancy spending my holiday washing up." Upstairs they could hear Alice moving from one room to another, unfastening shutters and throwing them back against the walls. Hannah pushed open the French doors that led to the garden and breathed in deeply. Green tresses trailed down from the bougainvillea overhead, stroking her hair and tickling her cheek. The scent of lavender and pine was immediately familiar from their previous holidays abroad, confirming they were somewhere exotic and colourful, far removed from the unseasonal chill and drizzle they'd left behind in England. "We ought to keep the shutters closed," said Nick. "It's so hot, the place will be like an oven." Hannah knew he was right, but it was wonderful to see sunshine. There had been flooding again at home this summer. Relentless weeks of rain that had filled up reservoirs and rivers, washed the tarmac from roads, swept away bridges and cascaded into people's homes. Just last night they'd watched news footage of farmers rescuing stranded sheep and shop owners using buckets to bail out storerooms. She was weary after hours of travelling, but so happy to have got away from the miseries of August in England. She turned her face towards the sky and felt the heat soak into her skin. "Hey, look at this." Nick had opened the fridge. "There's a bottle of wine. Local vineyard by the looks of it. And some cheese. Plus a bowl of olives. Isn't that good of them? Very welcoming. I might have a bit now. I'm starving. That's the trouble with getting up in the middle of the night for an early flight." "We ought to wait until Lizzie and Marcus get here," said Hannah, coming back inside. "That might be the only food we have until we get to a supermarket." "Yes, good point," said Nick, his mouth full of olives. He sat down at the table and pulled the bowl towards him. "I'll just have a couple more, to keep me going." Alice came thundering down the stairs and walked into the kitchen. "I like the bedroom with the red carpet. There's a cute dressing table, which you wouldn't use, but Susie and I could put our stuff there." "I'll go up and take a look in a minute," said Hannah. "Yes, but I really want that one." "Well, let's see. Auntie Lizzie needs to be able to choose too." Although, actually, thought Hannah, since her family was here first, it was only fair they got to pick the bedrooms they liked. She should go up and stake her claim before the others arrived. If she'd already started unpacking, Lizzie couldn't make a fuss. Jimmy wandered in through the French doors. "What's it like out there?" said Nick, finishing the olives. The boy put his head to one side. "It's okay. There's a big lawn and lots of bushes around the outside. There's a pool, too, but with something in it." "What do you mean, something in it?" asked Hannah. "Water, possibly?" asked Alice, picking at the cheese Nick had taken out of the fridge. "Don't be sarcastic," said Hannah, "and leave some of that for the others." Jimmy stuck his hands in the pockets of his shorts. "No, something in the water. A body." They stared at him. "A body?" repeated Nick. "Yes, floating in the water." Jimmy stood on one leg, lifting the other to scratch the back of his calf. "Are you sure?" asked Nick, getting up from the bench. "Do you mean some kind of animal?" "He's being stupid," said Alice. "Of course there isn't a body in the pool." Jimmy frowned at his sister. "Go and look, then," he said. "It's got hair and everything." "Idiot," she muttered, hopping off the table and marching into the garden. "It's just floating in there," said Jimmy. He walked to the table and picked up a lump of cheese. Hannah caught Nick's eye and raised her eyebrows. It would be a dead mouse, possibly even a rat. Not pleasant, but something Nick could deal with. She smiled and ruffled Jimmy's hair. She loved the way his mind worked. A host of stories were constantly being created inside this 7-year-old head, a fantastical world of adventure and drama that had little to do with real life. Alice had never been like this. She was literal and down to earth, refusing, even as a small girl, to let her imagination run riot. "But it's not true," Hannah remembered her yelling after they'd taken her to see Peter Pan. "There aren't any fairies." Jimmy picked at a corner of the cheese, working free another lump with his filthy fingernails. "I like this," he said. "It's better than the one we have at home." "Good, isn't it?" said Nick. "I might have—" The scream sliced through the room, making them jump. Hannah dropped the knife onto the table and turned towards the French doors. "Alice?" The pool was to the left, hidden behind a hedge threaded with a rambling vine. They could see sparkling water through an arched opening. By the time they got to the pool, Alice's scream had turned into a whimper. The four of them stood, lined up along the edge. Hannah put one arm around Alice, her other hand reaching out to grab Nick's shoulder. "Bloody hell. Do you think it's dead?" "Of course it's dead. It's floating." "Oh, God. What do we do?" "It's disgusting," sobbed Alice. "Why is it in there?" The body was suspended in the centre of the pool, spread-eagled face down, as if it had done a belly flop into the water. All four limbs were sticking out to the sides. It was wearing jeans and a long-sleeved top, which could have been grey or blue, the exact colour hard to determine now the material was stained dark by the water. The back of the head was covered in short brown hair, wisps splayed on either side. Jimmy walked along the side of the pool, his hands pushed into the pockets of his shorts. "Shall we turn it over to see if it's a man or a lady?" he asked. "No!" Alice wailed. "We mustn't touch anything," said Nick. "Come away. We need to call the police. God, this is dreadful. Hannah, you'd better do the talking. Your French is better than mine." But she couldn't move. Her heart was pounding so viciously it seemed to shake her entire body, palpitations thrusting their way into her throat, making it hard to swallow. She wanted to turn away. It was obscene to be staring at this shape floating in the water, yet she couldn't drag her eyes from it. Maybe it wasn't real? But it had to be. The body was big and clearly heavy, the clothing waterlogged, although the whole thing was strangely buoyant. "Hannah?" She nodded, tried to lick her lips, which were so dry they felt stuck together. "Yes, you're right. We need to call someone. Let's do it now." She took a deep breath and turned to face Nick. He was staring back at her, his eyes wide, his cheeks pale. He grabbed her hand and they turned and went back through the arch towards the house, Alice running to catch up. "Don't leave me there on my own!" Even with the shutters open, the kitchen now felt dark and gloomy when they walked back into it. Hannah's bag was on the table, her phone at the bottom, hidden amongst magazines, bags of sweets, passports, and the sachets of salt, pepper and tomato ketchup that Jimmy had insisted on taking from their meal trays on the plane. She hadn't bothered to switch on the phone since they landed, so it took a few seconds before the home screen came up. Then the handset pinged as texts flooded in from the network provider, letting her know that she was abroad, in case she hadn't realised, that she could use her phone as normal, and that it was going to cost her a small fortune to do so. "For fuck's sake, I just want to make a call," she muttered. Her fingers were trembling as she swiped to get rid of the messages. "What do I dial? It can't be 999. 112, said Alice. "There was something on Insta. It's an emergency number you can call anywhere in Europe." "Good girl," said Nick. "Thank God for social media." "Never thought I'd say that." When the call was answered, Hannah's rusty A-level French deserted her. She tried to remember the word for body. It began with a G, or maybe a C? Piscine, she said instead, hearing the squeak in her voice, the underlying note of hysteria. Il y a quelque chose dans la piscine. Eventually, she was passed to an operator who spoke English with no trace of an accent, and she launched into a garbled explanation. The address. Nick, where are we? She held out her hand impatiently as he fished around in his pocket for the folded piece of paper giving directions from the airport. After she'd ended the call, they sat around the kitchen table, staring at each other. Nick kept shaking his head in disbelief. I just don't get it, he said. Hannah looked at the lines stretching across his forehead. He suddenly looked so old. Why had she never noticed those deep furrows before? I feel properly sick this time, said Alice, slumping across the table. Her face was streaked with tears and her lower lip was still wobbling. This is so awful. Do you think it's someone who lived nearby? God knows, said Nick, running his hand through his hair. I'm not even sure if it's a man or a woman. It's a man, said Jimmy from the doorway. He was holding the long-handled leaf skimmer that had been lying beside the pool, a couple of small twigs trapped in its white netting. He's got really big feet. Jimmy, what are you doing with that? Said Hannah. I used it to move him around a bit. He goes quite fast in the water when you give him a push. For goodness sake, Jimmy, you mustn't. Hannah and Nick moved forward at the same time. It's okay, he said, backing out of the doors. He always ends up in the middle, whichever way I push him. I'll show you. He walked back out into the garden and Nick followed, Alice clinging onto his arm. Hannah didn't want to go back out, but she didn't want to stay on her own in the kitchen either. Jimmy led the way through the gap in the hedge, and the four of them stood looking into the pool again. The body hadn't moved far, its outspread limbs resembling a giant letter X. The water was still, unruffled by the breeze, and seemed to lap up to the body and flow over it, suspending it in the centre of the pool. Hannah couldn't help noticing the trainers on the extended feet. They looked huge, the soles shiny, as if they'd been washed clean by the sparkling water. Jimmy plunged the leaf skimmer below the surface and nudged the shoes. They're Adidas, like mine, he said solemnly. They're meant to be waterproof, but I think that man's a bit stupid to have gone swimming in them. Chapter 2. They turned at the sound of a car pulling up on the gravel at the front of the house. A door slammed, then another. Hello? Anyone there? For a moment, Hannah didn't understand how the police could have arrived so quickly. By the time she realised they couldn't, and that they wouldn't speak such good English anyway, the Alexanders were making their way round the side of the house and filing through the gap in the hedge. There you are, called Lizzie. The front door was open, so we knew you must have arrived. She was walking towards Hannah, wearing a white sundress and silver sandals. Marcus was just behind her, rubbing his hands together and grinning, his belly bulging through an outsized orange t-shirt and rolling over the waistband of bright green shorts that went down to his knees. Great to see you, he boomed. Isn't this place amazing? Hannah knew she must say something, explain the situation, prepare them for what they were about to see. A jumble of words rushed into her mind. Their arrival, Jimmy's discovery, her call to the police, reassurance that help was on its way. But articulously escaped her. Body, she said, pointing towards the pool. There was silence. Lizzie and Marcus stood staring into the water, their open mouths almost exactly the same shape, gaping black holes with glimmers of white teeth at the edges. Lizzie put her hands up to her face. Bloody hell, she whispered. What happened? Don't know, Hannah replied, still grasping for words that refused to string themselves into coherent sentences. Who Who is it?
How did it get there?
Susie pushed past her parents and peered into the water, before looking at Alice, who was now sobbing again.
Shit, she said. How exciting is this?
Hannah's mouth fell open as she stared at her niece. Maybe Susie hadn't heard what they'd said. Either that, or she'd totally misunderstood what was going on. Nick began to herd them away from the edge of the pool.
Come on, let's get back into the house, he said. We have no idea what happened. We've only just got here ourselves. But the police are on their way, so it's probably best if we wait inside. But do you know who it is? Asked Marcus, straining to see over Nick's shoulder. Are you sure it's dead? Maybe we should try to pull it out.
Jimmy held up the leaf skimmer.
It's a man, Uncle Marcus. I don't think he's breathing because there aren't any bubbles.
Alice sniffed loudly and tried to put her arm through Susie's.
Why are you crying?
Hissed Susie, shrugging herself free and pulling a phone from her pocket.
This is wild. Can you believe it? A dead person in our pool.
She held up the phone and took a photograph of the body, then moved in for a close-up.
For God's sake, Susie, stop, said Hannah, appalled. Someone has died here. What on earth are you doing?
Research, muttered Susie. GCSE drama. We're doing Macbeth. Do you know how hard it is to act dead? There are people who have written books about it. You have to keep your breathing really shallow, and when you do the actual dying bit, you need to make sure you're in a comfortable position, because you might be lying there for some time. There's this scene in...
Susie, enough, said Lizzie. Come away. She marched forward and grabbed her daughter by the arm, pulling her back from the edge of the pool.
She has got a point, though. It's great research, said Marcus. Glad you're thinking ahead, Susie. Good for you.
Hannah glared at him in disgust. Back inside the house, none of them were sure what to do.
This is nice, said Lizzie. Rustic.
They pulled out the benches and sat around the kitchen table, watching Jimmy. He was standing under the French doors, using the leaf skimmer to reach up to the tangle of bougainvillea, carefully hooking individual flowers in the netting before yanking them off the plant.
So, what did the police say? Asked Marcus. Has anyone been reported missing?
No idea, said Nick. They didn't say much, said Hannah. I thought I could speak decent French, but I couldn't even remember the word for body, so I whittled on about the pool.
Quelqu'un est mort ici, said Marcus.
Hannah glared at her brother-in-law. Well, that's fine after the event, she said. But when you're on the phone abroad, and you've just found a dead body, and there's a voice jabbering away at you in French at the other end...
Il y a un cadavre dans notre piscine, he continued. There are a number of ways of explaining it.
Thank you. What a shame you weren't here, Marcus, snapped Hannah. Anyway, they found someone who spoke English, and the police are on their way.
I wonder how long it's been in there, said Lizzie. It can't be more than a couple of hours, because someone must have been in to clean this whole place before we got here.
There's probably a separate company which looks after the pool as well, said Nick. He got up and went to the dresser. That's a point. I saw this earlier, but didn't think about it. It's a piece of paper with useful numbers for guests. This must be the housekeeper. Madame Gérard. Should we call her? The police will want to speak to whoever owns the place. We should let them do it, said Hannah. But Marcus was holding out his hand for the paper.
Okay, folks, I'll deal with this.
He shifted his weight to one side as he pulled an outsized mobile from his pocket.
Number,
he barked at Nick, who read it out.
This is all horrid,
said Alice from the end of the table. Although she'd stopped crying, her eyes were still puffy, and having wept away the excessive makeup she'd applied on the plane, she looked very young. Are you okay, sweetheart? Asked Hannah. Alice shrugged.
I just wish the police would hurry up.
Marcus was having no luck getting through to Madame Gérard.
It's not connecting. You must have read the number wrong, he said to Nick.
Susie had gone upstairs when they came into the house, noisily dragging a huge suitcase behind her. Now she reappeared in a yellow bikini, its straps no thicker than string, clopping down the steps in high-heeled sandals, carrying a towel and sunglasses in one hand, her phone in the other.
"I'm guessing we're in that room with the red carpet," she said to Alice. "Saw all your stuff was there. I'm going to start on my tan. Anyone know the Wi-Fi code?"
She clipped out into the garden and the adults looked at each other. "Well, she doesn't seem overly worried by the fact that we've got a dead body in the pool," said Nick. "Do you think she ought to be out there sunbathing at a time like this?" "Nothing flummoxes our Susie," said Marcus, not raising his eyes from his phone. "She's quite a girl, stoical and confident. That's the way we've raised her." "That wasn't what I meant," Nick said. "Aha! Bonjour, madame," Marcus boomed into his handset. "Comment allez-vous? How are you? Moi, je m'appelle Marcus Alexander." Unable to bear it, Hannah got up and walked over to the French doors, where Jimmy's efforts with the leaf skimmer had created a carpet of purple petals on the ground.
"I'm flower fishing,"
he announced. She couldn't be bothered to tell him off. Susie was outside on the grass, already lying on her front on a towel, propped up on her elbows with the book and phone side by side in front of her. "How are you, Susie?" asked Hannah, slumping down beside her.
"Great, thanks, Auntie Hannah. All good."
She didn't look up. "Sorry about this. I'm sure the police will be here soon, and we can forget about this awful start and get on with our holiday. It's a lovely place, isn't it?"
Cool."
Alice came out to join them and sat down on the other side of Susie. Hannah saw her glancing sideways at the backs of her cousin's slender legs, evenly bronzed, and the triangle of bright yellow material that was barely large enough to cover her buttocks. "Have you been away already this summer, Susie?" Hannah asked. "You're very brown."
"Spray tan," Susie said. "Mum bought it for me as a present for doing well in my exams."
"How lovely," said Hannah, though she thought spray tans were a waste of money. She looked across at Alice, raising one eyebrow and grinning. Her daughter glared back at her. "The police are here," called Nick, and Hannah pushed herself up from the grass and went back into the house. A car was pulling into the drive, followed by another. 2 of the men who got out were dressed in suits and trench coats. The rest wore uniforms. Marcus had opened the door and was greeting them like long-lost friends. "Why does he have to act like the lord of the bloody manor?" Hannah muttered in Nick's ear. "Par ici! This way!" bellowed Marcus, marching through the house towards the French doors at the back. "Excuse-moi, mes enfants," he trilled as he walked past the girls on the grass. "Dad, we do speak English," said Susie. She had rolled over onto her back on the towel and tucked one hand behind her head. The policeman stared down at her appraisingly as they walked past. Alice glowered and looked away, pulling up handfuls of dry, spiky grass from the ground beside her. Hannah followed Nick back to the pool. One of the officers produced a roll of red and white tape and began to wind it around the trees at the far end. Another knelt beside the water and studied the floating body, while a third produced a notepad and flipped through the pages. Despite the heat, they all wore cylindrical blue caps, like cake boxes, with small peaks at the front and gold braid around the top and bottom. They looked uncomfortable, and Hannah doubted they'd stay put for long if the officers needed to give chase to a suspect. The men in trench coats were clearly detectives, and one spoke into a mobile phone while the other walked across to where they were standing. "My friends, we must now do the examining of the area," he said. "So I must ask that you return to the house where we will come and speak with you." They turned away, apart from Marcus, who began an animated conversation with the detective. "Est-il possible qu'il ait été assassiné?" Hannah turned to Nick. "Jesus, remind me why we said we'd come on holiday with this man?" she said, not quite quietly enough. Lizzie glared at her. "Well, at least he can speak French, which is turning out to be rather useful in the circumstances." She turned and stomped ahead to the house. "That wasn't very subtle," said Nick. "Well, he's a pompous arse." "I know, Han.
But let's not start anything. We've only just got here.
They followed Lizzie into the kitchen. She had grabbed the bottle of wine from the table and was rooting around in a drawer. "I know it's early, but I could do with a drink," she said, pulling out a corkscrew. Nick went over and put his arm around her shoulders, drawing her towards him for a hug.
"Nice to see you, Lizzie. God, we haven't even had a chance to say hello properly."
She hugged him back and gave him a peck on the cheek. "Good to see you too. This is all so weird, isn't it?" "Sorry, Lizzie, that was rude of me," said Hannah, going up and hugging her sister. "I guess I'm just a bit stressed by all this." "I know, me too. Not what we were expecting to find at the start of our holiday, is it? Sorry if Marcus is taking over, but you know what he's like. And it is quite useful that he can speak the language." "Of course it is," said Hannah. "I'm just embarrassed I can't." They grinned at each other, and Nick pulled 3 glasses off the dresser and put them on the table. "So, how long ago did you get here?" Lizzie asked as she opened the wine. "Did you see the bodies straight away?" "We were only here about 10 minutes before you," Hannah replied. "We hadn't even been outside. We brought the cases in and were looking to see where everything was. Alice was the only one who'd been upstairs. It was Jimmy who went into the garden and told us the body was there. It's surreal." Nick picked up a glass and drained it, reading the label on the bottle before pouring out more wine. "Not bad, this, and bloody necessary right now. They say alcohol is good for shock." Lizzie held out her glass for a refill. "I wonder how long it's been in there. I would have thought a body would sink to the bottom of the pool, so why is this one floating? It's like a really bad practical joke." Having been sent away from the scene of the crime, Alice and Susie had gone upstairs. Leaving Nick and Lizzie to the wine, Hannah went up to join them. The window in the back bedroom provided an ideal viewing platform. The pool was now a hive of activity, the area securely cordoned off with red and white tape. More policemen had arrived, along with a man and a woman wearing white protective suits and plastic gloves. Cases of equipment were lying open on the side of the pool, and photographs of the body were being taken from every angle. Susie was leaning out of the window, using the camera on her phone. Her breasts, barely covered by the scraps of yellow bikini, were attracting the attention of one of the younger gendarmes below. Alice saw him looking up and glared at Susie. "You've taken loads of photos. You don't need any more. They're all the same anyway." "Yes, maybe you should stop now," said Hannah, irritated on her daughter's behalf. "It seems so voyeuristic." "That guy is hot," said Susie, moving the phone out of the way and staring brazenly down, pushing her breasts out further over the window ledge. "Let's go back downstairs," said Hannah. "I want to know what's going on as much as you, but it doesn't feel right to be watching like this." "Well, there's not much else to do," said Susie. "We can't exactly go for a swim." She backed away from the window and started running her finger across the screen of her phone, flicking through the dozens of pictures she'd taken. Alice took her place, leaning out over the windowsill. Although she tried to pretend she was looking at the activity around the pool area, Hannah saw her glancing down to see if the young gendarme was still watching. But with Susie's pert teenage breasts now out of sight, he wandered away to where the rest of his colleagues were standing. Alice's shoulders slumped. "We're in good company, having a dead body in our pool," Susie was saying. "There was a TV presenter who had a body in the pool at his house in Essex a few years ago. He'd had some drunken party, so it was all over the internet. We looked it up when we were reading The Great Gatsby, because Jay Gatsby died in the swimming pool too. Do you think this will get onto the news?" She stood back and adjusted the thin yellow strap of her bikini. "This guy in our pool might be famous. We'll be quoted in all the papers. English families on holiday discover body of French actor." "Or he might just be a local homeless person," said Hannah. "He could be visiting the area, down from Paris for the weekend, staying in his secret luxury villa nearby," Susie persisted.
"Why would a French film star end up dead in this swimming pool?" asked Hannah. And why, she thought, am I even having this ridiculous conversation? Unnoticed by the policeman, Jimmy and his leaf skimmer had taken up residence underneath the hedge on the far side of the pool. He sat cross-legged, holding the long candle out in front of him as if it were a fishing rod, watching the black shiny shoes marching up and down beside the water. Hannah knew he ought not to be there. They would be getting the body out soon, and he shouldn't see that. 7 was too young to get a first-hand insight into what happened at a crime scene. She knew she should go down and bring him back into the house, but the heat was exhausting. Her body felt heavy and lethargic, and she couldn't bring herself to move away from the window. Lizzie came into the bedroom, holding 2 full wine glasses, one of which she passed to Hannah. "So, what's happening now?" she asked. "Not much," Alice replied. She was leaning against the wall, her arms crossed, glaring at the bronze nape of Susie's neck, which was once again stretched out through the open window. "How was the flight?" Lizzie turned to Hannah. "You had a really early start, didn't you? I did think of you when I woke up, having that horrible trip. Such a shame you couldn't drive like us. We stopped at some nice places, including a village south of Lyon last night, at a sweet little hotel overlooking a square. The journey down was part of the holiday." Hannah tensed, immediately on the defensive. Why did Lizzie have to bring up the subject of driving? "The flight was good," she said. "Really comfortable." "Apart from the woman with the baby screaming right in front of us the entire way," interjected Alice. "All very quick and easy. Apart from the fact that the taxi we'd booked didn't show up, so we had to wait at the airport for ages to get another one," added Alice. "Well, anyway, we're here now, and it's all fine." "No, it's not," said Alice. "There's a dead body in the swimming pool. What exactly is fine about that?" "I meant the journey was fine." Hannah watched as the detective who'd spoken to them earlier walked towards the house. The female crime scene investigator in the white suit had been collecting samples of water from different parts of the pool. She was now labelling them before storing them in a plastic container beside her. Then she produced a tape measure and held it out across the water towards the body. "What's the point in measuring where it is?" asked Lizzie. "It's floating in water, so it keeps moving around. It seems silly to try and plot its position." "I'm sure there's a reason," said Hannah. She'd been wondering the same thing, but when Lizzie asked the question, it seemed irritatingly irrelevant. They're the experts, so they must know what they're doing. They turned their heads at raised voices from downstairs, and Hannah went to find out what was going on. As she peered around the top of the stone staircase, she could see toes protruding from a pair of brown sandals. As she started walking down, a pair of ankles came into view, followed by a thick black skirt. By the time she moved off the last step onto the floor of the front room, she could see all of the middle-aged woman standing before her, with her tanned, leathery cheeks and black hair scraped into an untidy bun. She reminded Hannah of someone, although she couldn't remember who. "Madame Gérard," announced Marcus with a wave of his arm, as if introducing a speaker at a corporate function. The woman glared and launched into a stream of French, so heavily overlaid with local accent and vitriol that Hannah could only understand a word here and there. She stared at the woman's lips as flecks of saliva flew into the air between them. She had absolutely no idea what this woman was talking about. What on earth had made her think she had the linguistic ability to get them all through a holiday in the south of France? For once she didn't mind when Marcus weighed in. "Calmez-vous, madame, calmez-vous. The police can explain everything. La police peut expliquer." He waved his arm towards the officer in the trench coat, as if introducing the next act, and the policeman began to speak at similar speed to Madame Gérard, his voice lower than hers in tone, but not decibels. As he turned and walked through into the kitchen, the woman stomped after him. "Apparently she's extremely upset," Nick explained. She told Marcus that she was only here a couple of hours ago, and there was no body outside then. I bet she didn't even check the pool, said Marcus. She was probably in the house with all the shutters closed. Well, it could have happened in the meantime, I suppose, said Nick. I mean, if he fell in and drowned, it would have been over in a matter of seconds. That's not what the police think, said Marcus, puffing out his chest. They reckon he's been in there for a few hours, which means that, although Madame Gérard insists she was here cleaning, she didn't even go out into the pool area, let alone sweep the patio or wipe down the table and chairs. Rather shoddy housekeeping, if you ask me. Come on, let's go and see what they're doing.
Hannah's head was hurting. The dull ache that had been niggling above her left temple for a while had turned into an intense throb. I need a paracetamol, she said. As they went into the kitchen, she reached past Nick for her bag. Madame Gérard was now gesticulating wildly as she spoke, prodding the chest of the officer in the trench coat to illustrate her point.
God, this is all getting quite exciting,
Marcus beamed, crossing his arms and leaning back against the table.
She's just told him he's an inbred idiot.
A young gendarme standing in the doorway called to his superior, who turned on his heel and left, followed by Madame Gérard, who clearly had a great deal more she still wished to say to him.
I'll just pop out and keep an eye on what's going on, said Marcus,
winking at Hannah as he strode past. She slumped onto the nearest bench and rubbed her forehead with the back of her hand, which came away glistening with a sheen of sweat. Bloody hell! I just want to start being on holiday, she said. Why did this have to happen to us? It's so unfair. We've been waiting for this trip for such a long time. I want to jump into that pool and cool off, but I can't because there's a sodding body in there. Nick leant across and hugged her.
I know. Me too. But there's nothing we can do. We just have to wait for them to finish their investigations.
I don't want to wait. She heard the petulance in her own voice and knew she sounded like a child. But she didn't care. She was tired and hot, and everything felt wrong. Chapter 3. Hannah had booked the house online, and its remote location had been part of the appeal. A map of the area on the website showed no other properties nearby. The closest town was a 10-minute drive. The views were stunning, and now they were here they could see the photos hadn't done them justice. At the back of the house the lawn sloped down towards a wooden fence, marking the end of the garden, beyond which fields stretched away, rising into foothills, violet in the middle distance. Many miles further on, the peaks of the southern Alps were still covered in snow, glittering in the summer sunshine. Once the dates for the holiday had been agreed, Hannah had spent hours online, trawling through so many different property rental websites, she lost track of which houses she had or hadn't eliminated, dozens of bookmarks running along the top of the computer screen. She'd moaned to Nick about the fact that Lizzie hadn't offered to help. We all know she's busy and important, she said, the high-flying headmistress running the world. But secretly, she'd been relieved her sister wasn't involved. She was pleased to take charge of the booking process and knew this was a task she could do well. The control freak in her liked the idea of being the one to find a perfect property for their two families, tracking down a pretty little house in an undiscovered part of France. After days of research, she'd compiled a shortlist and sent the links to Lizzie. There was plenty of choice, but she had fallen in love with this particular place, and hinted in her email that it was the one she'd personally prefer them to pick. Not another soul for miles around, she'd written. Splendid isolation. She'd pictured them arriving, overwhelmed by the beauty of the scenery and impressed by the ideal layout of the house. She had imagined Marcus turning to her in admiration. "This is just amazing, Hannah," he would say. "You've done such a great job. No one except you could have found us such a special place." Except that she had found them the only holiday home in the south of France that came with 4 good-sized bedrooms, a private garden, beautiful views, and a dead body in the swimming pool. Splendid isolation didn't seem like such a plus now either. They sat on the lawn and watched as the search moved inside. Once his men had thoroughly scoured the pool area, the detective had gathered the two English families together.
"Mes amis, I will be leading this investigation," he explained. "I am Inspector Moreau from the Gendarmerie in Avignon, and my men will be working here with you. Now we must go into the house and look for any information that may help us."
Madame Gérard had been apoplectic. Even Marcus claimed he had never heard some of the words she screamed at the officers.
"Must be really dirty French," he mused. "I thought I knew most swear words, but that one starting with bal must be bad. They all flinched when she shouted it. Wish I knew what it meant. Can anyone remember the rest of it? I might Google it later."
At one stage it had looked as if Madame Gérard intended to physically stop the gendarmes from going inside the house. But eventually she had been persuaded to step away from the French doors and let them through. Now she was pacing backwards and forwards on the patio, muttering to herself, occasionally stopping to yell something threatening at the windows above, through which the shapes of the police officers could be seen opening cupboard doors and lifting up mattresses.
"I wonder what sort of informations they're hoping to find," asked Nick.
"Do they think the guy was staying here before we arrived?" Lizzie frowned. "I hope not. It's bad enough he died in the pool. I don't want to think about the fact that he might have slept in one of the beds or eaten at the kitchen table."
"What I want to know," said Marcus, "is when they're going to get that body out. Surely the longer they leave it in there, the more difficult it will be to pull it out."
"It has probably got rigor mortis now," said Susie. "They won't be able to put it in an ambulance with the arms and legs sticking out like that. They'll need to break them first." "Susie, that's terrible," said Lizzie. "Don't say such awful things."
"She has a point, though,"
said Marcus, who was lying on his back on the grass, eyes closed, hands folded neatly across his broad chest.
"Not easy to manhandle a dead body with rigor mortis."
Hannah noticed the tip of his nose and his cheeks were turning scarlet in the hot sun. She decided not to tell him. It was now 2 hours since the taxi had dropped them at the house, and they were hungry and thirsty. Lizzie had produced a packet of biscuits from her handbag. "I took them from the hotel buffet at breakfast. I would have pinched more if I'd known we'd need them." But the little squares of chocolate-coated digestive weren't the sort of thing anyone felt like eating in the heat of the day. They had discussed getting into the car and driving to find a supermarket, but when Marcus asked if the police cars could be moved to let them out, Inspector Moreau said he would prefer it if they didn't leave the house.
"It feels like we're suspects," grumbled Nick.
"We'll just have to use it as an excuse to lie in the sun and relax," said Lizzie. So they were doing just that. Or trying to. Hannah tugged the thick denim away from the top of her thighs, wishing she'd thought to get changed before the police cordoned off the house. She could take off her jeans and sunbathe in her knickers. She doubted the others would mind. Apart from Alice, who'd be mortified. But although she could have ignored the embarrassment of her own daughter, Susie was lying beside her, and Hannah couldn't bring herself to put her pale, flabby, middle-aged thighs on display next to the toned, tanned legs of her 15-year-old niece. But for once, Lizzie was right. It was a beautiful day, and, dead bodies aside, she wouldn't have wished herself anywhere else. When the police search moved into the house, Jimmy, deprived of his chance to spy on proceedings from beneath the hedge, had taken the leaf skimmer and gone into the field. Hannah caught flashes of blue as he wandered through the clumps of olive trees, which provided patches of shelter for the spindly goats as they pulled at grass that once must have been green and lush, but was now pale, dry, and unlikely to provide much sustenance. Hannah watched her son bend over something on the ground. She couldn't work out what he was doing, but when he stood up, the net of the leaf skimmer was bulging, and he had to carry it with both hands. His knees bowed under the weight. He had probably filled it with rocks, although, knowing Jimmy, it was just as likely to be goat poo. "I wonder how Ben is,"
said Lizzie to no one in particular.
It must feel odd for him, not being here with us all. I do miss him. I was thinking we might try to persuade him to fly out while we're here, spend a few days with us, but the flights would probably be extortionate.
Bound to be. They charge a fortune for last-minute bookings, said Hannah. She had been relieved when Ben turned down the chance to join them. She knew she ought to love her nephew, but often found it hard to even like him. As a little boy, he had been spoilt, obstinate, and bad-tempered, and things didn't improve as he got older. "Is this normal?" she'd said to Nick many years ago when Ben, only just walking, had done his best to ruin a family Christmas. Maybe all children are brats. When Susie was born, his behaviour got worse. He was the sort of brother who stroked his sister's hair and smiled at her while adults were looking. Then, when they turned away, he pinched, prodded, and smacked. Lizzie had once found him suffocating the baby with a tea towel. "They have a love-hate relationship," she used to say, as the two children screamed at each other. "Hate, more like," Hannah had said to Nick. "I'll be surprised if they make it to their teens in one piece." Now, on the verge of adulthood, Ben and Susie seemed to detest each other as much as ever. "He didn't want to come," said Marcus.
"Thank God," said Susie. "He's a moron."
"We did offer, months ago when we booked it," Marcus continued. "But you get to the age when the last thing you want to do is go away with your parents. He'll be having a much better time with his mates, probably trashing the house in our absence."
"Don't be mean," said Lizzie. "He's very responsible nowadays. But it feels strange not to have him here. This is the first time we've gone on a family holiday without him. Now he's at college, we never see him anymore. It would be so nice if he was with us."
Marcus snorted. "Nice for him, but not necessarily for us. Don't you remember last summer in Kos?"
"That was different. He was just a bit withdrawn."
"He spoke about 6 words to us in a fortnight," said Marcus, "and got so drunk on the last night that we had to—"
"All right, no need to share that with everybody," Lizzie leapt in.
"Do share," said Nick. "It would be good to know what to expect when Jimmy reaches 18. Lizzie ignored him. The police were no longer visible through the upstairs windows, but none of them had emerged from the house, and they could hear muffled voices through the open French doors. "They're not likely to find anything in there, are they?" asked Hannah. No one replied, and she looked around in exasperation at her family, sprawled beside her on the lawn, all with eyes closed and faces angled carefully to catch the most powerful of the sun's rays. "I mean, the house was locked when we arrived, so whoever he was, that man in the pool, he couldn't have been in there first. Or if he had been wandering around inside, then we'd have seen signs of him, wouldn't we?" Still no reply. She sighed deeply enough for them to hear. The wine was clearly having a soporific effect on the adults, who had polished off the rest of the bottle, and now she wished she'd drunk the glass Lizzie had brought upstairs for her. She rolled over on the grass and pulled up a wildflower that had twisted its way through the dry stalks. The petals were pale blue and perfectly symmetrical. It looked familiar, but she didn't know its name. It was strange to be here at last, after such a long build-up. For months, this holiday had seemed so far in the future that it felt it might never happen. She had been excited before they travelled, and relieved to finally arrive. But the pleasure had been short-lived. She thought back to Susie, taking pictures of the body from every angle. At the time, she'd been appalled, but now she realised she was glad one of them had some kind of a record of it all. Without photographic evidence, they might stop remembering how terrible and extraordinary this discovery had been. Once they got home, their time in the sun would quickly start to feel like just another holiday memory, flagged up by a few family selfies and the odd souvenir bought in a French market. After a few months, even the body might start to feel unreal. She would ask Susie to email some pictures to her when they got back, so she could show them to the other women at the catering company where she worked as an office manager. Marcus snorted in his sleep and almost woke himself up, his limbs twitching with the shock.
Hannah waited for him to open his eyes and see her watching, but his breathing immediately settled, becoming regular and deep again, his nostrils flaring as he snored. This was the first time she'd seen her brother-in-law since the funeral. She'd met up with Lizzie several times, but they had always been at their mother's house to do more clearing, sorting through cupboards, and packing boxes to be taken to the charity shop or the dump. Marcus hadn't offered to help with any of that, and she was relieved. She hadn't been ready to face him so soon. They didn't even need to speak once probate had been finalised and they began to plan the holiday. All the arrangements had been made by email. Now here he was, snuffling beside her on this patch of French grass, and it was as if none of it had happened. God, the man was an arrogant pig. She remembered him prattling away to the police an hour or so earlier, his chest puffing out with pride as he swung into action. It had been just the same at the funeral.
"Someone has to take charge," he had bellowed as he strode up the steps of the crematorium. "This is a complete shambles."
A muscle in her cheek twitched as she remembered running up the steps after him, seeing him stride down the aisle between the rows of seats, the tails of his jacket flapping out over his large backside. The same muscle had twitched in her cheek then, her face already exhausted from weeping, suddenly taut with tension. She must not think about this now. Look at the view, she willed herself. Smell the fragrant air. Listen to the harmonious sound of snoring. A few minutes later, Madame Gérard emerged from the house and walked down to the lawn, her sandals hitting the ground so hard Hannah could sense it vibrating beneath her. She planted her feet by Marcus's head and started talking at full volume. He sat up and tried to cover his confusion, shading his eyes with his hand as he looked at the voluble Frenchwoman looming over him.
Apparently they have spoken to her and they are a bunch of idiots," he said. "And now it's our turn. They want to speak to all of us."
Madame Gérard hoisted her heavy skirt in one hand and thumped back up the lawn, this time heading around the side of the house to the drive.
"Please, monsieur, if you can be coming now to discuss with us."
The inspector had walked up behind them without anyone noticing, probably because the sound of his approach had been masked by the thunderous exit of Madame Gérard.
"All of us, or one by one?" asked Nick.
"Maybe one by one."
The inspector turned back to the house. Marcus was getting to his feet, but Nick beat him to it.
"I'll go first, shall I? Then Hannah. After all, we were the ones to get here and discover it."
The questioning didn't take long. There wasn't much any of them could add to what the police had already discovered for themselves, other than confirming their personal details and the time they'd arrived at the house. Hannah didn't think the children would need to answer questions, but Inspector Moreau said he wanted to talk to them anyway. Lizzie volunteered to sit in on the interviews, and Alice went first, looking nervous, then came out and sat down on the grass, glaring, as Susie tossed back her hair and shimmied up to the French doors, tugging at the edge of her bikini bottoms with one hand, pushing her sunglasses onto the top of her head with the other. "What did he say?" asked Hannah. "Not much. He just wanted to know where we'd been when Jimmy saw the body, and whether we went round the side of the house to the pool when we first got here."
"That's pretty much what he asked me," said Nick. "I don't think they have a clue where to start with all this. We aren't being particularly useful, but what else can we tell them? We don't know anything."
Jimmy, called back from the fields when it was his turn, seemed remarkably uninterested in the process. Hannah followed him into the dark sitting room at the side of the house. Clearly understanding the purpose of window shutters better than the English visitors, the policeman had closed them again and sat around the corners of the room in the semi-darkness, the gold braid on their hats glinting every now and then under the harsh glare of the overhead bulb. Jimmy perched on the edge of the sofa, his legs not quite long enough to reach the ground, his head tilted to one side, considering each question as it was put to him. "I knew it was a man because a lady wouldn't have such big feet," he explained. "Apart from Mummy's friend Catherine, who has shoes nearly as big as that French lady outside." "Jimmy, that's rude," said Hannah. He looked confused. No, it's true. She has very big feet. Yes, but you don't need to mention that to people, or say that Madame Gérard has big feet, either. She does, though. Just answer the policeman's questions.
And you didn't see anything away from the pool?
Asked the inspector.
Nothing strange?
Jimmy shook his head.
Only his notebook.
Everyone stared at him.
What notebook?
The one that was floating beside him in the pool when we got here.
Hannah frowned and saw her confusion mirrored on the face of the detective. But there wasn't a notebook in the pool, Jimmy.
Yes, there was. I pulled it out and tried to read it, but the words were all runny from the water. So I threw it over the hedge.
Chapter 4. It didn't take long to find what was left of the notebook. It had landed half open in a tangle of weeds in the field behind the far hedge. The pages had dried quickly in the sun and wrinkled themselves into strange, curling tendrils, making the book look like a piece of exotic sculpture. A young gendarme handed it to Inspector Moreau, who turned it over and peered at the deformed pages. From the way he tutted and shook his head in irritation, they guessed there was no writing still visible, or none that made any sense. He clicked his fingers at the female crime scene officer, who glared at him before taking a closer look.
"He's a bit like Clouseau, isn't he?"
noted Marcus.
"Especially in that coat."
Who's that?
Asked Jimmy. It's from an old film called The Pink Panther, said Nick. He's a French detective. That's a stupid name for a film, said Alice. Yes, I suppose it is. They were sitting back on the lawn, where the inspector had shepherded them once more after the hunt for the notebook. He was clearly becoming exasperated by the English families who had not stayed put, and this time had sent one of his men to keep an eye on them. The young gendarme was standing a few feet away, his hands behind his back, his legs slightly apart, gazing out over their heads towards the field. "What do you think he'll do if we try to make a run for it?" whispered Lizzie. "I don't like being kept here against my will," said Hannah. "This is our holiday home, and we've got a right to be here. It's not as if any of what's happened is our fault." "No, but it's still a crime scene," said Nick.
"Where exactly was the notebook?"
Marcus asked Jimmy.
"Just in the water, near his head."
"Do you think he was holding it when he fell in?"
"It must have floated out of his hand after he hit the water," said Nick. "He wouldn't have thrown it in there himself." "Unless he was pushed," said Susie. "If it was murder." She was lying on her back with her arms supporting her head, the bronzed edges of her breasts leaking out of the sides of her bikini top, her nipples pointing proudly to the sky. The young gendarme had a magnificent view of her cleavage. Hannah couldn't decide whether he was blushing or had just spent too much time in the sun. "Yes, but if the notebook was important, whoever pushed him in would have taken it," said Nick, "unless they pushed him in for a different reason." "Or maybe it didn't belong to him," suggested Susie. "It might have belonged to the person who pushed him in, but then they couldn't get it back. It floated out of reach. In fact, the murderer could still have been there when Auntie Hannah and Uncle Nick got to the house. He was by the pool trying to get his notebook back, but when he heard someone arrive, he made a run for it." "I think that's a bit ridiculous," said Hannah. "This isn't some Netflix drama. Why do you keep saying it was murder? He could have just fallen in."
"It's not that ridiculous," said Marcus. "Why would someone wander up to the swimming pool of an empty holiday home and fall in and drown? I think Suze may have a point."
"Oh, well, we'll probably never know," said Lizzie brightly. "And it doesn't matter anyway. We aren't going to let this spoil our holiday, are we?" Lizzie's ceaseless cheerfulness was getting on Hannah's nerves, as it always did. When they were growing up, their mother had frequently referred to Lizzie as my little ray of sunshine, which had made Hannah seethe. "She's such a positive child," Jean would tell friends, "always looking on the bright side. She's a joy to have around, that girl of mine." "It's not sunshine, it's blind optimism," teenage Hannah had once retorted, proud of her use of language, smug that she had put Lizzie in her place. But her mother had sighed and turned away, leaving Hannah feeling unkind. To this day, she remembered reaching out towards her mother's back as she left the room, desperate for Jean to turn around and smile at her, give her a sign that she knew how hard it was to be the older sister of naive, unsophisticated Lizzie, that she understood Hannah was the sensible one, the realist who had the measure of the world, the sister no one warmed to quite as quickly. Hannah had no idea whether Lizzie had been aware of any of that tension, but she'd never stopped seeing the good in people. All these years later, despite the fact that her job as the head at an inner-city state school brought her into contact with people from across the social spectrum, some of whom weren't honourable, decent, or even pleasant, she'd retained her ability to see the positive in everything, from dead-end career prospects to dead bodies. But every now and then, the upbeat positivity of it all was too much for Hannah. Sometimes she managed to keep her mouth shut and not react when Lizzie played Little Miss Sunshine. Today wasn't one of those times. "Can you stop being so bloody upbeat about everything, Lizzie? This holiday is costing a fortune and we've been planning it for months. But now it's ruined and we can't just carry on and pretend nothing has happened, because something very big has happened." Lizzie looked like she'd been slapped in the face. "I'm only trying to keep everyone happy." "Well, don't. There's no point. Happy isn't the right thing for us to be at the moment." "Come on, Han. You're being a bit harsh," said Nick. "The holiday isn't ruined. It just hasn't got off to a very good start." "That's right. Take her side." "It's not a question of taking sides." Hannah knew she was being unreasonable, and wasn't expecting Nick to be anything other than fair-minded either. Soon after they met, they'd sat across from each other in a pub and exchanged snippets of information, taking part in the traditional mating ritual performed by two individuals who are hoping they may shortly become one couple. Twisting the stem of her wineglass between her finger and thumb, she had told him about her family, her parents' divorce, her mother's job, the house they'd lived in for years, and Lizzie. All the things about Lizzie that infuriated her. "I mean, honestly, little ray of sunshine," she had said, raising her eyebrows in derision. "How ridiculous! As if being happy and positive all the time was a good thing." "Well, it isn't such a bad thing either," pointed out Nick, running his fingers reassuringly across the top of her hand. She'd raised her eyebrows and changed the subject. But she knew it was true. There wasn't a nasty bone in Lizzie's body. She was kind, thoughtful, and devoted, which made Hannah resent her even more. But sitting opposite that potential new boyfriend, she'd been staking out her territory, preparing the way for whatever lay ahead. "Like me better," her subconscious begged. "Don't be taken in by that cheerful person who's related to me, but so unlike me in every way." What she hadn't realised all those years ago, as she and Nick flirted with each other on their first date, was that he and Lizzie were very alike. Nick was an optimist, and like Lizzie, tended to look on the bright side, keeping the tone cheerful and dampening down arguments. He and Lizzie soon took on a shared diplomatic role in their extended family, while she and Marcus were the ones who clashed and lost their cool. Now she glared at Nick, despite knowing it wasn't his fault. All that was missing at this moment was a pompous opinion from Marcus. "You don't have to feel guilty, Hannah," he said right on cue. "Just because you booked the place doesn't mean any of this is your fault." "I never thought it was," she retorted. "And I only booked it because no one else had done anything. We wouldn't have got round to sorting out this bloody holiday at all if I'd left it up to any of you to organise." "All right, let's not argue about it," said Nick. There was a shout from the far side of the house. There were policemen all over the garden now, peering at the fence, scuffing the grass with their feet, and on hearing the shout they turned and hurried towards the side path. "Shall we see what's going on?" asked Nick. "Better not," said Lizzie. "They're fed up with us getting in the way." "Jimmy, you go," suggested Nick. "It won't be as obvious if you wander round to have a look." The boy leapt up and trotted off obediently.
It's wrong to use children to run errands, said Susie.
Hannah glared at her.
So, how was Jimmy's birthday?
Lizzie asked, changing the subject too brightly.
Fine. Thanks for the present,
said Hannah. Sorry he hasn't written you a thank you letter yet. We've not been very good with those. Lizzie laughed.
Making kids write to people afterwards is the worst thing about birthdays. Don't bother going to all that effort for me.
Jimmy appeared again, running at full pelt, his little elbows pumping by his sides.
The policemen have found something, but they won't let me near to see what it is.
Excellent. Some excitement, said Marcus, lumbering to his feet. Come on, let's go. The others remained seated on the grass, watching him uncertainly. Shall we just look round the corner? Said Nick. They needn't even know we're there.
Well, we ought to stay here, said Lizzie.
I'm going, said Susie, leaping up.
Me too,
said Alice, running after her. Sod this. I'm not going to be the only one missing out, said Nick, pushing himself up. The two women followed, and they crowded along the overgrown path leading down the side of the house, spilling onto the gravel drive, peering past each other to see what was happening. The gendarmes had gathered a few feet away and were animatedly discussing something on the ground, half hidden under a bush on the far side. Two of the men had snapped thin plastic gloves onto their hands and were kneeling down. It looked as if they were pulling objects out of a bag. Sounds like there are kids involved, said Marcus. They think the dead man might be a father. Oh no, maybe not. Hey, that's interesting.
What?
Asked Hannah, her impatience overcoming her irritation that, although she hadn't a clue what the men were saying, yet again Marcus seemed to understand every word. Something about young boys, he said. This doesn't sound good. Maybe he's a paedophile. They think he's stolen stuff from some boys. Perhaps he nicked their possessions after he attacked them. There are things belonging to a child in that bag they found. God, the bastard! Maybe he's done something awful to a defenseless little kid. He leaned forward, straining to hear the threads of conversation. This could be a revenge killing. He might have been running away from someone who caught up with him and pushed him into the pool. Maybe the father of a boy he tried to attack. This is all getting very messy. I wouldn't be surprised if they call in Special Branch, or whatever the equivalent is in France. Hannah was staring at him, her brow furrowed, her mind trying to process what he was saying, when Nick nudged her arm. Isn't that Jimmy's backpack? He asked. She looked at the object on the ground in front of the group of gendarmes. From this distance, all she could see was that it was a black bag with straps. The top had been opened, and the contents pulled out and spread across the gravel. There was a pair of grey sandals with the same Velcro straps as Jimmy's, an old mobile just like the one Nick had passed on to him when he got an upgrade, and a flash of bright red material, the same colour as her son's new swimming trunks. Oh, shit, she said. Chapter 5. Jean had been addicted to TV detective programs. When Hannah and Lizzie were growing up, their mother watched an endless stream of them on the little colour television in the front room. From Columbo to Kojak via Magnum and Jim Rockford, Jean loved the lot. She wasn't worried that the plots were hackneyed and overplayed, or that the acting was appalling and the outcome predictable. These larger-than-life policemen, with their bouffant hair and fast cars, neatly filled the gaps in her evenings. Later, with the telly switched off and the girls upstairs in bed, she would wash up at the sink in the kitchen, and through the floorboards Hannah would hear her swilling out mugs and clattering cutlery onto the draining board, while humming the theme tune of Starsky and Hutch or Hawaii 5-0. As she got older, Jean's tastes didn't change. A few years ago, they'd signed her up for Freeview so she could watch reruns of her old favourites. "There's a Midsummer Murders on every night," she'd exclaimed in delight. Mastering the new technology with surprising swiftness, she spent her twilight years in the company of Eddie Shoestring and Bergerac. She was so immersed in the worlds of these clever, handsome detectives
that they were as much a part of her life as her own friends. "I watched a good Wycliffe last night," she would say. "It was one I hadn't seen before. This girl gets murdered in her office late at night, and by the time the police get there, the building's on fire. So they arrest the girl's boyfriend, but it turns out she was having an affair with the security guard." As she went into an increasingly detailed outline of the plot, Hannah used to tune out, bored by the banality of it all. But now she was no longer able to share anything with her mother. She missed those long, rambling explanations, and wished she'd forced a proper smile onto her face as she listened to Jean retelling predictable plots. She would have given anything to sit next to her on the sofa and sip one last cup of tea, while she heard how Morse and Lewis had worked out who murdered yet another Oxford University lecturer. As she lay on the lawn in the sunshine now, Hannah wondered what her mother's favourite detectives would have made of all this. Would D.I. Jack Frost have missed the waterlogged notebook in the bushes? Would Jane Tennyson have mistaken a little boy's holiday backpack for a vital piece of evidence? Something bleeped behind her, making her jump. The young gendarme pulled a phone from his pocket, studied it intently, then turned and walked back towards the pool area. Hannah closed her eyes again and listened to the distant sound of bells clanking around the necks of the goats in the field, interrupted every now and then by voices from the pool area. How long was this going to last? The police hadn't let them back into the house, even though they'd finished searching it. Lizzie was lying beside her on the grass, her eyes closed, humming something softly. Hannah couldn't make out what it was, but the longer it went on, the more annoyed she became. "Do you have to do that?" she asked. Lizzie turned her head and opened her eyes, squinting in the sunlight. "What?" "That humming thing you're doing. It's really irritating." "It's that new song by Adele. I can't get it out of my head." Hannah was opening her mouth to reply that she didn't particularly want it in her head either, when Jimmy came belting around the corner of the house. She hadn't noticed him slip away again. How did this sturdy son of hers, who never seems to go anywhere quietly, nevertheless manage to disappear into the background with such ease? "They're taking the body out!" he yelled. As if someone had fired a starting pistol, they sat up and staggered to their feet, moving across the lawn to the hedge. Squashed in behind the red and white tape again, only Marcus and Lizzie had an unrestricted view. "Come on, let's go upstairs," said Susie to Alice. "We need to see this properly." The four adults stood awkwardly, Nick and Hannah straining to see past the others and watch what was going on. Yet again, Hannah was embarrassed at her own voyeurism, but not enough to walk away. The pool area was a humming mass of activity. A man in a wetsuit had appeared from somewhere and lowered himself into the shallow end, wading to where the body was floating, then pushing it gently towards the edge, where his colleagues were kneeling and waiting. When the body was close enough, they reached down and grabbed onto it, but getting it out proved more awkward than they were anticipating. The man in the pool tried to push it upwards from his side. The two at the edge leant over and pulled, but the extended arm and leg on the left repeatedly got caught beneath the lip of the paving stones around the pool, and it took the three of them a while to work out what to do. Eventually, by pulling the body away from the edge and tilting it upwards in the water, the officers above were able to each take a limb and lift. The body was as rigid as if it had been carved from stone. It was also clearly very heavy, even after streams of water had poured off it, back into the pool. The two officers on the edge staggered under the weight, as the man in the wetsuit pushed it upwards. "That's not easy to do while you're treading water," noted Marcus. Eventually it was out, and they laid it on the paving slabs. They were obviously trying to be gentle, but there was still a wet thwack as it landed. "God, this is awful," whispered Lizzie. "Poor man." "Yes, his arms must be killing him," Marcus nodded. "Not the diver, the body," she said.
Honestly, Marcus, I'm talking about the man who has died in that pool and now has to suffer the indignity of being pulled from it like a piece of meat. The whole thing is hideous.
Don't suppose he's bothered, Marcus retorted. He's dead. It doesn't matter if they swing him from a crane or drag him out on a piece of rope.
You have no soul, said Lizzie.
Hannah hated agreeing with Marcus about anything, but Lizzie was being ridiculously melodramatic. We don't even know who he is, she said. How can we be expected to feel sorry for a stranger? He might be a drug dealer or a murderer.
He was still a human being,
said Lizzie, her voice breaking. With the body laid out beside the pool, the forensics team sprang into action again, carrying out checks that hadn't been possible when it was submerged in the water. After a few minutes, they beckoned to the two officers and asked them to turn it over.
I don't want to watch this,
said Lizzie, shielding her eyes with her hand, leaving wide gaps between her fingers. Turning the body was even harder than pulling it out of the water. With the rigid limbs extended starfish-like on either side, it was nearly as wide as it was tall, and the original two officers had to summon their colleagues to help. With one of them on each limb, they eventually managed to twist it over and put it back down on the ground, this time face upwards. Hannah wasn't sure what she'd been expecting. Distortion of some sort? Possibly scarring, bruising, or even, she knew her mind was working overtime, gaping sockets where the eyes had been. But from this distance, the face looked almost normal. It was slightly bloated, and the skin was ruddy, a dark red that verged on crimson. But all the features were intact and in the right place. The sight had a sobering effect on the policeman as well. While the body was lying spread-eagled on its front, those without a specific role had been chatting and laughing at the far edges of the pool area. Now they were silent, standing with their arms crossed or their hands in their pockets, watching proceedings solemnly and with as much interest as the English visitors. Now it had a face. This was no longer just a body. It was a man. A man in his 30s or 40s, of average height with short brown hair, dressed in jeans, a long-sleeved top, and a pair of smart trainers. A man who had been floating in a swimming pool for quite a while, but at some stage, just a few hours earlier, had been alive and kicking.
Why is he all puffy?
They turned around. Jimmy, what are you doing here? Hannah started to push him back behind the hedge. You shouldn't be watching this. Nick, for God's sake, why didn't you take him into the house? Why didn't you? Come on, let's go inside. Jimmy refused to move.
He's all puffy around his cheeks, and his fingers are like sausages.
Yes, I know, darling. It looks strange, but it's because he's been in the water.
But I don't go puffy when I go swimming.
No, you don't. You're right.
Although my fingers go wrinkly sometimes.
She put her hands on Jimmy's shoulders and turned him around, pushing him back up the lawn to the house. In the kitchen, she sat him on one of the benches and looked for something to give him. She knew there was no food, they'd already checked, but aimlessly opening and closing all the cupboard doors meant she didn't have to sit and face him while answering his string of questions.
Is he puffed up because he drank water when he died?
Not really sure. Possibly.
He must have had a lot of it then. It must all be sloshing around in his arms and legs.
Well, I don't think that's really what happens.
Or is he puffy because he's going to explode? There was a dead body on Doctor Who that exploded. There was a massive bang and bits went everywhere.
This one won't explode.
But you don't know that. Can't we go back out again? Because if it does explode, I want to see it.
Jimmy, for heaven's sake, be quiet. It won't explode. She hadn't meant to shout, but her headache was back, hammering at the side of her skull and sending small waves of nausea through her body. What a way to start a holiday. Nick came through the French doors. They're taking the body away now, he said. Let's hope we can finally get ourselves unpacked and settle in. This has been a real ordeal.
Can I go and watch? asked Jimmy. "Please, Daddy, I won't get in the way."
"Well,
thanks."
He jumped off the bench so quickly that it fell backwards and landed on the tiled floor with a clatter. Before Hannah could say anything, he had shot out of the doors and into the garden. "Why did you let him go back out there?" she said angrily. "None of this is suitable for a small boy to witness. He'll probably have nightmares for weeks about bodies rotting in swimming pools."
"I didn't let him," said Nick. "He just went. Honestly, Hannah, calm down, will you? This isn't my fault. It's just bad luck and really lousy timing." He was right, but Hannah hated being told to calm down. It was almost as bad as being told she was overreacting. It made her livid every time Nick came out with that phrase. Strangely, even after 20 years together, he didn't seem to realise this. "I know this whole situation is awful," he continued, "but you're overreacting." She glared at him and stormed back into the garden. The pool area was finally empty, apart from one young gendarme who was unwinding the tape from the shrubbery. He was rolling it up as he went along, and there was already so much of it that it looked as if he was carrying a red and white football. She wondered if they'd recycle it to use at the next crime scene. Following the path around the side of the house, she heard car engines starting up and got to the drive just in time to see the first of the police vehicles reversing out. A large blue van had arrived at some stage, and the rear doors were now being secured.
"That's where they've put him,"
Jimmy told her, appearing at her elbow and pointing towards the van.
"It was wide enough for them to slide him in, so they didn't have to break his arms and legs. That's good, isn't it?"
He beamed up at her with such satisfaction that she couldn't help smiling back. "Yes, that's good." Chapter 6. As the last police car reversed out of the drive, Jimmy waved frantically at the gendarme in the passenger seat, who raised his hand enigmatically in return.
"Thank God that's over," said Nick.
"I'm glad they've gone," said Alice. "It's been horrible." "Yes, but it's a bit of an anticlimax now, isn't it?" said Lizzie. Hannah turned to stare at her. "I just mean, we've had all this excitement and now it feels flat. Although, excitement isn't the right word, because I don't for one moment mean that someone dying is exciting." "Actually, it is," said Susie. "I've never had such a brilliant start to a holiday." They drifted back into the house, discussing what to do with what was left of the afternoon. The first priority was food.
"We need something to drink, too," said Marcus. "I can't believe you buggers finished all that wine. I'll go to the supermarket. There's one in the village we passed when we came off the motorway. The one with the memorial in the square. Anyone else want to come?"
Hannah did. She wanted to wander down the aisles of a French supermarket and inhale the smell of freshly baked bread and ripe fruit, pick up exotic-looking packets of fresh pasta that would soften the second it was plunged into boiling water. She wanted to choose between great slabs of pale yellow cheese and stand in front of a delicatessen counter and use her barely adequate French to order slices of fresh ham that would be wrapped in greaseproof paper. But she didn't want to sit in the car with Marcus, even for a journey that would last less than 10 minutes. She couldn't bear to see his smug expression as he negotiated the foreign traffic with ease and watch the gold wedding band glitter on his hand as it rested casually on the gear stick. "Why don't you go?" she said to Nick. "Lizzie and I can get everything unpacked and sort out where we'll all be sleeping." They made a list of essentials and the two men went through the front door.
"New car, Marcus?"
Hannah heard Nick ask.
"Had it a while," he replied. "Lovely ride, plus all the gadgets, parking camera, 8 gears for low carbon emissions, 15.5-inch infotainment screen, 4D sound system, massaging seats. Great to drive, but too big for us, really."
As he opened the passenger door, Nick said something that Hannah didn't catch, and Marcus barked with laughter. With the drama of the afternoon over, the girls were back outside on the lawn. Alice had changed into a swimsuit and was reading a book, while Susie had plugged herself into some AirPods. Hannah hoped they hadn't run out of conversation already. Born within a year of each other, the girls had got on well as small children, but the dynamics of their relationship had changed recently. Susie had hurtled into her teens with wild abandon, keen to try every illicit activity she came across, and getting away with most of it, since she was following in the messy footsteps of an older brother who'd kicked down all the boundaries his parents tried to establish along the way. Alice clearly longed to do the same, but couldn't bring herself to be so reckless, and as a result resented not just her adventurous cousin, but also her parents. Hannah understood how she felt, but nowadays she could never seem to say or do the right thing. "I'm sure a lot of what Susie tells you is just for show," she'd said, when they were driving home after Jean's funeral. Having spent an afternoon hearing about Susie's social life, Alice was sitting in the back of the car, arms folded across her chest, anger radiating from every pore. "She says she has all these boys buzzing around her and goes out all the time, but I'm sure she doesn't really." Alice just glared at her.
"You have no idea," she said. "She has a much better life than I do. She has had 2 boyfriends and she goes to parties every weekend. Auntie Lizzie buys her new clothes all the time and lets her wear as much makeup as she wants when she goes out."
"Well, bully for Auntie Lizzie. I'm sorry you have such a horrible mother who holds you back. I just want you to make the right choices in life and—" But Alice had picked up her mobile and was scrolling through something. The conversation was over. Now, watching the 2 of them lying on the grass, physically close, but in every other way so far apart, Hannah's heart ached for her pale, stocky daughter, whose black all-in-one costume looked ridiculously childish beside the diminutive yellow bikini. "Your shoulders are burning, Alice," she called out. "Do you want some suntan lotion?"
"No," came the reply. "I don't care."
Lizzie had heaved 3 large suitcases up the stairs. They were all bright purple, with hard outer shells and wheels. It was just as well they hadn't needed to take a taxi from the airport. They couldn't have fitted even one of them into the boot of the Fiat.
"So, which room do you want?" she was asking. "I think it's only fair that you have the first choice, since you did all the hard work and found the house. This one at the front has an ensuite, but the double at the back has views over the fields. I think the girls are already settled in the one with the red carpet, and there's a little room at the end for Jimmy."
"I'm not worried either," said Hannah, hauling her own shabby black case up onto the landing.
"I think Marcus might prefer the one with the ensuite," Lizzie continued, "just because he likes his privacy, and it's not much fun sharing a bathroom with teenage girls. But I really don't mind either way, and those views from the back window are lovely."
Hannah pushed her case into the front room. "I guess we'll take the ensuite," she said.
"Okay,"
said Lizzie, hemmed in by hard shell purple.
"Whatever you want."
As soon as she threw the case onto the bed, Hannah knew she'd made the wrong choice. This room had seen better days. A strip of wallpaper was peeling down from the ceiling at the far end, and the carpet was worn bare in places. The windows overlooked the drive, and a handful of tall trees on the other side of the lane blocked out any view that may have been panning out behind them. The ensuite was dark and smelt vaguely of sewage, and there was a huge spider's web between the basin and the back wall. Madame Gérard wasn't just unobservant, she was also an appalling cleaner. Hannah looked through the open door across the landing and saw the view over the fields from the back bedroom, where Lizzie's cases now stood. It was spectacular. She had packed in a rush, and as she started to pull out clothing, she could already see she hadn't brought the right things. There were plenty of knickers, pointless because she'd be spending most of the time in a swimsuit, and an extra pair of jeans together with 2 long-sleeved jumpers. Why had she thought she'd need those during August in the south of France? She threw everything into a drawer in the old wardrobe leaning against one wall. It was so grand it wouldn't have looked out of place in the cavernous bedchamber of a chateau, but in this modest room it took up nearly as much space as the bed. Hannah wandered down the hall into the room with the red carpet, where the girls had unpacked their things. Her children had shared one suitcase, jamming their clothes into it in a last-minute frenzy. As Alice unpacked, she had pulled Jimmy's clothes out as well, leaving them strewn across the floor. Hannah knelt down and extracted his T-shirts and shorts from amongst the bras and sundresses that had fallen onto the bed and the carpet. Susie had unpacked her toiletries, and the dressing table Alice had coveted was now covered in bottles, tubs, tubes, and canisters, many of them designer brands that cost more than Hannah would ever consider spending on herself. She squeezed some expensive cream onto her palm and rubbed it in, smelling it as she did so. Nice. She picked up a bottle of tinted moisturiser and dabbed a little onto her arm, watching as it turned her skin a subtle shade of bronze. "Everything okay in here?" She jumped guiltily, put down the moisturiser and grabbed the pile of Jimmy's clothes from the stool in front of the dressing table. "Yes, fine. How on earth does your daughter find time to use all that stuff? There are more bottles there than on the beauty counter in Boots." Lizzie laughed. "I know. It's crazy, isn't it?" In the small bedroom at the far end of the house, Hannah folded Jimmy's clothes and put them away in a drawer, opening the window and letting the warm air flood into the room. As she turned away, she heard a splash. For a second, she couldn't work out what it was, then realised it must have come from the pool. "Jimmy? What the—" She raced down the stairs as Lizzie emerged from her bedroom. "What's the matter?" "I think Jimmy has fallen into the water." Running out from the kitchen, she realised the girls were no longer on the lawn, and as she came through the gap in the hedge, she ran straight into Susie, who was standing looking into the pool. "Where is he? Jimmy, are you okay?" She wasn't sure what she'd expected to find. The image of the body was still fresh in her head, the outstretched limbs with water lapping over them. Except that this time, instead of a fully clothed man, she'd been picturing a 7-year-old boy floating face down, his bright blue shorts darkened by the weight of the water, his blonde hair drifting out from his head. "Hello, Mummy! Look, I can do a tumble turn!" He dived down, his feet launched towards the sky, legs kicking frenetically as he swam underwater to the side of the pool, where he rolled wildly from side to side for several seconds, before his head emerged again, mouth wide, gasping for breath. "That wasn't right. It was better last time. But I can nearly do it. Watch again." Hannah was suddenly weak with relief, her legs like jelly as she moved across to a plastic chair and collapsed onto it. She thought she might cry, and took deep breaths, aware the others would think she was mad. "Jimmy, what on earth are you doing?" "Tumble turns." "No, I mean, what are you doing in the pool?" He looked confused. "Tumble turns." "Sweetheart, an hour ago there was a dead body in this pool. Get out immediately. We don't know how long that man was floating in there. At the very least, it's going to be filthy because he had all his clothes on." "He could have had some awful disease as well," said Susie. Lizzie nodded. "She's right. We haven't been told a cause of death yet. There might have been something wrong with him, something that was killing him, even before he fell into the pool." "So the water could be poisonous," continued Susie. "His body was riddled with disease, and as he lay in the pool, all the microorganisms would have been leaching out and spreading. We did something in biology about contamination from disease." Hannah glared at her. "I'm sure it's not that bad." "Well, you can never tell with microorganisms," she continued. "There would have been pus and phlegm and bile. Probably bits of skin as well," added Alice. Hannah noticed that she was smiling, for the first time since they'd arrived at the house. "Yes, definitely skin cells," Susie nodded. "And saliva for sure. Lots of sweat. Maybe even some blood if he had any cuts or bruises." "And poo!" yelled Jimmy from the shallow end, where he'd been doggy paddling in circles while they were talking. "This pool is probably full of poo." Chapter 7. Marcus and Nick returned, unloading several brown paper bags full of food.
"Not a plastic bag in sight," moaned Marcus. "We even had to pay for these, which aren't strong enough to hold anything."
You're so out of touch, Dad. No one should be using plastic bags anymore, said Susie, wandering in to pick through the results of the shopping expedition.
It has nothing to do with being out of touch. I was just worried they'd break under the weight of the wine.
They unpacked baguettes, croissants, cheese, fruit juice, jam, olives, sugar, freshly ground coffee, butter and milk. There was a stack of ready-made pizzas together with several packs of sausages and burgers.
We thought we could barbecue at some stage, said Nick, moving on to another bag and pulling out crisps, beer and several bottles of wine.
There's enough to feed an army, said Lizzie.
When there was hardly a space left on the kitchen table, Marcus went back out to the car and returned with even more. Huge containers of drinking water, charcoal for the barbecue, bulky packets of toilet roll.
You did a good job, said Hannah.
We even got washing up liquid,
said Nick, producing it with a flourish.
We hadn't checked the cupboards, but thought we shouldn't rely on Madame Gerard to provide any basics.
How much was all this?
Asked Lizzie.
No idea, said Marcus. I put it on a card. We can sort it out later. It was several trillion euros, but we can halve the pain.
He and Nick laughed. Clearly they'd shared a joke about this while they were out, and irritation prickled at the back of Hannah's scalp again. Why was Nick acting like Marcus's best friend all of a sudden, laughing at his jokes, humouring him? He wasn't funny, or not as funny as he thought he was. This was going to be a long week. She put the water into one of the cupboards and slammed the door shut. Lizzie didn't look happy either, and raised her eyebrows at Marcus.
I hope it wasn't too expensive.
Speaking of Madame Gerard, where do you think she disappeared to? Asked Nick. 1 minute she was here, the next she'd stormed off. Did anyone see where she went? I don't think she arrived in a car. She must live within walking distance. Maybe in one of those houses back down by the main road, said Marcus. There were several, just before the turning to come up here. Drink, anyone?
He fished around for the corkscrew in a drawer before finding it on top of the dresser.
We really deserve this. What a bloody awful way to start a holiday.
Jimmy went into the pool, Hannah said suddenly, turning to Nick. I didn't know he was down there, and suddenly we heard a splash and he was in the water, trying to do tumble turns.
Tumble turns? Hey, that's good.
No, Nick, it's dreadful. There was a dead body in that pool, possibly decomposing for ages, for all we know, so he might have been swallowing water that had God knows what in it.
Bile, said Susie solemnly.
Bits of skin,
Alice smirked. Well, is he feeling okay now? Nick asked. They all turned to look through the French doors. Jimmy was back out in the field with the leaf skimmer, squatting on the ground, throwing stones at a goat.
He looks in rude health to me, said Marcus. It will take more than a bit of stagnant water to upset that boy.
Hannah tried to catch Nick's eye, but he was deliberately not looking at her. I think the pool needs to be out of bounds for the time being, she said. No one should be going in there. Just the thought of it makes me feel sick. They poured wine into glasses, tipped crisps into bowls, and went to sit outside. It was late afternoon, but the sun was still blisteringly hot. Alice's shoulders were bright pink, and there was a livid stripe of colour down the back of each of her calves. You ought to go inside for a bit, Hannah called to her. If you get sunburned on the first day, you'll be in agony for the rest of the week. I'm fine, she snapped. Stop nagging. There was an old metal table with matching chairs standing on the far side of the house, and Lizzie and Nick dragged them over, brushed them down, and arranged them outside the French doors. The trails of bougainvillea overhead cast flickering shadows across their limbs as they sat back and took in the view. Finally, said Lizzie. Cheers, everyone. Happy holidays. Now that the day was coming to an end, there was a gentle breeze fanning their faces and spreading the scent of the flowers above their heads. Hannah closed her eyes and listened to the rustle of the leaves close by, along with the distant bleating of the goats in the field. It was good to be away from the humdrum concerns of home and work, hundreds of miles from the grey skies and sullen staleness of North London.
"So well done to Jean for doing this," said Marcus, "for getting us all here and throwing us together to make sure we had a good time."
Hannah froze in her seat, her face still tilted up towards the sky, her eyes closed. She willed herself not to say anything, to just ignore him. But he wasn't finished.
"We ought to drink a toast to her. Cheers, Jean, to her very good health."
Hannah didn't open her eyes, but heard him clink his wineglass against something.
"Actually, that's not the most appropriate toast," said Nick quietly.
Marcus guffawed.
"God, no, you're right. Sorry, folks, not really thinking. Well, here's to Jean, then. Absent friends."
Hannah bristled. The tactlessness of the man never ceased to amaze her. How had Lizzie put up with his pompous bumbling for all these years?
"Wonder when she came up with the idea," Marcus was saying now. "Quite a long time before the end, I suspect, because she wasn't really compos mentis for those last few months. Wish I could have been a fly on the wall when she made it official. She must have been pleased with herself at the thought that she was sending us all away somewhere together."
Hannah could feel a muscle twitching just below her left eye, and her teeth were pressed together. Not pressed so much as gritted. He still wasn't finished.
"Do you think she went to see someone to redraft the will? Or can you do these things over the phone?"
"Well, it doesn't much matter how she did it," said Lizzie.
No, you're quite right. Ours not to reason why. Wish I believed in an afterlife, though, because I quite like the idea of her sitting up there somewhere, looking down on us all, doing the proper family thing. I'm sure it would put a smile on her face."
Hannah realised her fingers were digging into the metal arms of the chair, her nails scraping against the flaking paint. She was so angry she couldn't trust herself to speak. She felt Nick's hand rest gently on her forearm.
"Let's just enjoy being here, rather than trying to analyse what was behind it," he said.
"Yes, exactly," added Lizzie quickly. "No need to go into everything too deeply. It's just lovely to be here."
"I'm not going into everything. I'm just saying that Jean was a wily old thing, and she wouldn't have set up all this."
Hannah sprang up from her chair. "More wine, anyone? Or crisps? I'll get some top-ups." She walked back into the house and leant both her hands on the kitchen counter beside the sink, taking deep breaths and willing her racing heart to calm down. Could anyone really be this insensitive? Or was he deliberately trying to wind her up? She heard someone step through the French doors behind her. Then Nick's arm was around her shoulders.
"Han, don't let him get to you," he said. "You know Marcus. It's just the way he is."
But it did get to her. Even her own mother had fallen under Marcus's spell, although Hannah couldn't understand why. He was the son-in-law who could do no wrong, the one who handed her a bunch of garage-bought carnations one Sunday that sent her into such paroxysms of delight that she rushed across to her favourite vase, carried it through to the kitchen, whipped out the extravagant white lilies that were in there, and replaced them with the carnations. Bringing the vase back into the dining room, she had put it ceremonially in the middle of the table, beamed at everyone, and stood on her tiptoes to give Marcus a peck on the cheek. Through the open door, Hannah could see the beautiful lilies, which she and Nick had given Jean 2 days earlier, dumped on the draining board.
"It doesn't matter," Nick had whispered in her ear as she glowered at the straggly carnations.
"It bloody well does," she'd whispered back. Now Marcus was doing it again, laying claim to her mother, talking about Jean as if he was the only one who had any idea what had been going on in her head. "I knew this would happen," she said, turning round to drop her head against Nick's shoulder. "He can't help himself, can he?"
"I don't think it's deliberate. He just doesn't think before he opens his mouth. But Lizzie manages to ignore it, so you have to as well."
"Well, it's easier for her. She's the favourite bloody daughter."
Nick hugged her. "Hannah, you are overreacting.
She pulled away and grabbed the wine bottle from the side, ripping open a new pack of crisps and throwing them into a bowl so forcefully that several flew back out again onto the dresser. "I am not overreacting!" There was a banging from the front of the house. "Who the hell is that?" Nick went through the passage to the dining room, and she heard the heavy clank as he pulled open the wooden door, then the sound of muffled voices. Without thinking, she'd thrust a handful of crisps into her mouth and was still working her way through them when Nick reappeared, followed by a short, skinny man whose head was completely bald, but who had clumps of wiry grey hair poking out of his ears. Madame Gérard brought up the rear. "I think this is the owner," said Nick. "I'm not sure what he's saying." The man beamed at her, revealing a mouthful of dark holes where teeth had once lived. He stuck a hand at her chest, and she shook it and smiled through the crisps, holding the other hand in front of her full mouth. "Sorry, pardon," she mumbled. "Madame, je suis désolé," he said, waves of beery breath puffing into her face. "Nous aurons la piscine vidée," interrupted Madame Gérard, sticking her face in beside the man's head. Right," said Hannah. "Marvellous. Thank you." "What did they say?" asked Nick. "Not sure. Something about the pool?" "Cela arrivera demain," continued Madame Gérard. The man turned to her and rattled off something incomprehensible, and she nodded, apparently impervious to his stagnant breath. Then the two of them turned and beamed at her in unison, before marching past Nick and through the French doors. They called out a greeting to Marcus and Lizzie, at the table on the patio, and headed towards the pool. "What's happening?" asked Lizzie, coming to the doors. "Not sure, but it's something to do with the pool, and we think he's the owner," said Nick. Marcus set off towards the hedge, nearly breaking into a trot in his eagerness to catch up with the French couple, stumbling over a stone at the edge of the lawn. "I'll see what's going on," he called back. "Leave it to me." They sat down at the table again, listening to the murmur of voices coming from behind the hedge. Hannah noticed Jimmy was no longer hurling stones at the goats, and she was just about to ask if anyone had seen him when she sensed a flash of blue at the corner of her eye, and he appeared beside them. "That big-footed lady and her friend with tufty ears are walking round the pool, and Uncle Marcus is following them," he announced. He looked at them all in turn, as if expecting them to be excited by his news. "What are they saying?" asked Nick. Jimmy looked at him in disgust. "Daddy, I'm 7. I can't do proper French, except for Maillard." They all looked at him, puzzled. "What does that mean?" asked Nick. "It means poo. Uncle Marcus taught it to me." "For fuck's sake," muttered Hannah, just as Marcus emerged back through the hedge. "OK, folks, they're going to get the pool emptied for us. Give it a good clean and then refill it," he said. "Which is probably the best thing, although it does mean we can't use it for a day or so. But better to have a clean pool with fresh water than what we've got now."
"Yes," said Jimmy solemnly. "That one is full of Maillard."
Chapter 8. Lizzie and Nick were in the kitchen, pulling plastic wrappers off pizzas and chopping salad. He was telling her about school, and Hannah stopped outside and rested her head against the doorframe, listening to their conversation. "It took a long time to sort out," Nick was saying. "Her parents didn't believe a word of it, naturally." Bella Carmichael. That girl had been a regular fixture in their lives for months. Hannah always knew when there had been another incident. Nick would wander in from school and collapse on a chair in the kitchen, kicking off his shoes and loosening his tie, running his hands through his hair. "What's for tea?" he'd ask. "God, what a bloody awful day." "Bella again?" "We had a bit of trouble before break." Hannah would stand at the worktop, preparing whatever they were having to eat, listening as Nick explained the latest crisis. How Bella had lashed out and yet another child had been sent home with an injury. How it hadn't taken the parents long to return to school and demand something be done.
The governors thought we were wasting our time trying to help her, Nick was saying to Lizzie now. The head said she'd never come across such a difficult child in 35 years of teaching.
It's fantastic you've been so supportive, said Lizzie. I know it's hard for the rest of the class, but you've done the right thing for that little girl.
I hope so, said Nick.
Hannah could hear the gratification in his voice, the relief at talking to someone who understood the intricacies of a problem that kept him awake at night.
What would you have done? Nick was asking. You must have had to deal with some difficult kids.
It's often not the children who cause the problems, said Lizzie. It's their parents. They laughed, and Lizzie carried on talking. Hannah was pleased to hear Nick asking her sister's advice. She had suggested he do so in the past, but he'd been reluctant.
She's got her own issues to deal with, he'd said. She doesn't need to hear about mine as well.
But she might give you another perspective on it, Hannah had said. It can't do any harm. He had never followed it up, and part of her wasn't surprised. There was professional pride at stake, an admission of failure inherent in the fact that he needed to ask advice. But here, hundreds of miles away from the respective schools where they worked, it was a subject that could be easily slipped into the conversation, over pizza preparation and the chopping of salad. She went on to leave a trail of destruction in her wake at secondary school, Lizzie was saying, but then did well in her A-levels and went to university. I think she's studying economics. Or is it politics? It goes to show you must never give up on them, even the ones you think won't achieve much with their lives. Hannah left her listening post and wandered into the kitchen. Can I do anything to help? Lizzie turned and smiled at her. I think we're fine. We've decided to have pizzas tonight. We're all too tired to bother with a barbecue. Hannah nodded and sat down at the table. Good idea. Through the open French doors, she could see Marcus sitting on the patio. He'd produced an iPad and was tapping something into it. Probably checking his bank balances, she thought, or seeing if he had any new followers on social media. Susie was also lost to technology, wandering around the garden holding a can of Diet Coke and staring at her phone. She's been texting her boyfriend all the time, Alice had said earlier. He's 17 and can drive. He even has a proper job. When the food was ready, they carried everything out onto the patio and dragged more chairs to the table. Nick started slicing pizzas, and Lizzie dribbled dressing over a bowl of salad. Hannah ripped a baguette into chunks and handed them out, watching Alice wince as she sat down. Oh, sweetheart, you're so burnt. Why didn't you put on more suntan stuff? Alice glared, her cheeks flaming with a combination of anger and sunburn.
Wonder what they've done with him, said Susie through a mouthful of pizza.
Who? The dead guy. They won't keep him in the back of that van.
They've probably taken it to a refrigerated unit somewhere, said Marcus. Local morgue in the nearest large town.
Do we have to discuss this now? Asked Lizzie. Will it be frozen? Asked Jimmy.
Yes, it goes into its own little cold store.
Frozen like fish fingers? Jimmy, you're so stupid, said Alice. Of course not like fish fingers.
Not really that cold, said Marcus. Just kept at a very low temperature.
Why?
Because it's hot here, and if the body isn't kept cold, it might decompose.
Marcus, that's enough, exclaimed Lizzie. What does decompose mean? Jimmy asked. It means it will start to rot, said Susie gleefully. All the skin will fall off and the hair will drop out and... Right, that's it. No more talk about bodies until we've finished eating, said Lizzie. What shall we do tomorrow? We can't swim, said Alice sulkily. What else is there to do? We could visit the local town, suggested Lizzie. We drove through it on the way here. It's called Saint-Julien-de-Vigny. There's bound to be a market. The French love their Sunday markets.
Sounds like a good idea,
Marcus nodded, reaching for another slice of pizza.
But it's several miles away, and we won't all be able to drive there. I can only get 2 extra people in the car.
There was silence for a few seconds while they ate.
Well, If there's a way across the fields, then maybe a couple of us could walk, suggested Nick. I don't mind doing that, if we leave early and it's not too hot. It would be great. It's so beautiful round here.
I'm not walking anywhere, said Susie. Nor me, said Alice. Why don't we take it in turns to go out in the car, said Lizzie. I don't mind staying at home tomorrow, and maybe Nick and Hannah could go to the market with you and the girls, Marcus. I don't suppose Jimmy cares about going shopping, do you, Jimmy? Stop being so nice about it all, thought Hannah. Stop trying to keep everyone happy, being the one to make sacrifices. I'll stay here with Jimmy, she said. I'll read my book and lie in the sun.
Such a shame we can't all go out together, though, Marcus blundered on. Maybe we can hire another car, and if you don't want to drive, Hannah, Lizzie could do it. Then at least we can go on day trips, especially if the pool is going to be out of action for a few days.
I don't mind doing that, said Lizzie. Nick smiled at her.
That's kind of you, but it wouldn't be fair. We can take a taxi every now and then.
Don't worry about it, Lizzie, said Hannah. Don't put yourself out. They were all staring at her. She knew she'd spoken too sharply again. I mean, there's no need for this to affect your holiday, she said, keeping her voice level and trying to smile. This is our problem, so we have to deal with it. Silence again.
You mean this is my problem, said Nick quietly.
Well, if we're being honest, yes, it is your problem. But not having a second car here affects all of us. She wanted to stop, to end this conversation before it went in a direction she would regret. She wasn't sure why she was being like this. Why couldn't she just be loyal and let it go?
It's not that far, said Marcus. If I do 2 trips, we can all go out together.
Good idea, said Lizzie quickly. There's no need for anyone to miss out. Nick was staring down at his plate, pulling bits of cheese off the top of a slice of pizza. He clearly wasn't going to say anything, so Hannah nodded. Thanks, that would be good.
Excellent. That's settled then. More pizza, anyone?
Chapter 9. Even in the height of summer, night fell earlier in the south of France. Hannah had forgotten the rapid transformation from light to dark. By 8:30 p.m. they could barely make out the shapes of the goats in the field, bundled on top of one another under a tree, like a pile of sandbags. There were some stumps of candles in the cupboard beneath the sink. The girls melted the wax at the ends to stick them onto saucers, and they watched mosquitoes flit in and out of the flames. The cicadas, whose croaking had been background noise all afternoon, had now ramped up the noise levels.
If this goes on all night, we'll never get any sleep, said Susie. She had pulled one of the pool loungers across the grass to the patio and was reclining on it, as if it were a daybed. Hannah studied her niece, taking in the slim limbs and pretty profile, her hair neatly trimmed to just below her shoulders, the flickering flames from the candles catching the blonde highlights. She looked so like her mother, Lizzie's mini-me in every way, but with her father's personality. It was probably the most effective combination, physical beauty with a hard-nosed attitude to life that would get her where she wanted to go. If she failed to win people over with her charm, she could trample them underfoot. Hannah knew she was being unfair, but couldn't help feeling resentment on behalf of Alice. Dumpy, plain Alice with her muddy brown hair and permanent scowl. She had begged to be allowed to have highlights at the start of the summer holidays, but Hannah had refused. Why not? Everyone else is having them done. Even Claire, and her mother never lets her do anything, her daughter had begged. It's no big deal. Please. Hannah wasn't now sure why she'd said no. Poor Alice. When they got back to England, she would take her to that fancy hairdresser along from the tube in Finsbury Park.
The funny thing was, he never asked for any change, Marcus was saying, so he didn't find out whether or not it was a stitch-up.
She'd missed the beginning of the conversation. Nick and Lizzie were laughing.
That's so funny, said Nick. "I can't believe you let him get away with it."
Hannah kept trying to catch his eye, but he hadn't looked in her direction since the conversation about the car. Was everyone else as aware of the frostiness between them, or was it only obvious to her? "You're too kind for your own good," said Lizzie, reaching out and patting her husband fondly on the knee. "You silly great bear." Marcus was laughing as well, leaning back in his chair with his hands clasped behind his head. It was true. He was a big bear of a man, tall and stocky, although not overly fat, aside from the roll of spare flesh around his middle. Nick had never put on extra weight, even as he headed into his 40s. Hannah wondered what it would feel like to put your arms around someone else's excessive waistline. Did Lizzie balk at having to grab handfuls of her husband's flab? She felt her cheeks flushing and looked away from Marcus, out into the shadowy garden. Why the hell was she thinking about her sister's sex life? Ben was the one who had taken after Marcus in looks. He'd always been a sturdy boy, and when they'd last seen him at Christmas, he had towered above Hannah, 6 foot tall and broad with it, although it was hard to tell if he was padded out with muscle or fat. But at the time it had occurred to Hannah that if Ben wasn't overweight now, genes dictated he would end up that way when he was older. "I must ring that boy of ours tonight," said Lizzie, as if she'd read Hannah's mind, "just to tell him we've arrived safely and check everything's fine at home." "He's not there," said Susie. "What do you mean?" "He's out at a party. He put up a story on Insta earlier." "Oh." Lizzie sounded disappointed. "Well, I may try to call anyway. I'd like to speak to him. I bet he's missing us." Hannah wondered whether Lizzie actually believed that, or whether she just needed to say the words out loud, to persuade everyone else they might be true. Jimmy was leaning against Hannah, his body propped under her arm, heat radiating from his sun-kissed skin. He yawned noisily, letting his head fall against her shoulder. "Come on," she said. "Let's get you upstairs." Despite insisting he wasn't tired, he collapsed onto the bed in the room at the end of the landing, letting Hannah help him into his pajamas, another yawn stretching his mouth so wide that he looked startled when it was over. "I won't go to sleep," he insisted. "That's fine. Just lie there." Hannah leant over to kiss his cheek and run her hand across his scruffy hair. By the time she stood up again, his eyes were closed. She went and looked out through the open window, a light breeze stroking her face. The pool wasn't visible from here, but she could hear the steady plip-plip of water lapping against the sides. She couldn't stop thinking about the body, floating face down in the pool. It was as if she was looking at it from a great height, seeing it like an aerial photograph, a saturated X that divided the pool, splitting it into 4 triangles of sparkling blue water. After the police hauled it from the water, it had no longer felt like a body. It was a man. A man who, just a day or so earlier, had been breathing, moving and thinking, taking in the fragrant smells of a French summer and sweating in the heat. He may have walked around the outside of the house, possibly looked up at this very window, wondering if there was a way in, despite the closed shutters. Whatever his reason for being here, he can't have known what lay ahead. That he'd end up face down in the dazzling blue water of the swimming pool, or leave the place in the back of a police van, his limbs frozen in starfish-like rigor mortis. An involuntary shudder ran across Hannah's shoulders, and she stepped back from the window. It unnerved her to think about the body as a human being, because then she would start to wonder about the life he'd led and the people he'd left behind. As she put her hands on the window ledge and peered out, she realized she'd only seen one dead body before today. That had been her mother, Jean. Back downstairs, Nick was rubbing his right eye with the heel of one hand, while accepting a cup of tea from Lizzie. "We've had such a strange day," she was saying. "It's not surprising we're all exhausted. It must be worse for you, having to be up so early to get to the airport. What time was your flight?"
"We were at Heathrow at 4, said Nick, "but it was the quickest taxi ride we've ever had across town."
"The taxi driver asked Jimmy if he wanted to see the sights," said Alice sleepily. "So he drove past Buckingham Palace and the Houses of Parliament. Harrods was all lit up. It looked amazing."
"It was beautiful," agreed Hannah, perching on the arm of the sofa beside her. "We never get to see London like that. So empty." As they'd driven past the palace all those hours ago, she had remembered standing outside it as a child, staring through the railings at the dozens of windows spaced out along the front of the building as consistently as the red-coated soldiers lined up outside the gates. She had held her father's hand, squeezing it with excitement, looking up at his face to make sure he was happy as well. He wasn't often happy. How old would she have been? 7 or 8? It must have been around then. He had left them by the time she turned 9. As they all made their way up to bed, they switched off lights, calling out good night, stifling yawns. Hannah shut the bedroom door behind her and began to pull off her t-shirt. Nick was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at her. "What's the matter?" she asked.
"You know damn well what's the matter."
Of course she did. They hadn't spoken directly to each other again after the subject of driving came up, after she had pointed out that their lack of a car was his fault. They'd carried on as if everything was fine, but hadn't looked at each other for the rest of the evening, smarting from an exchange that shouldn't have taken place, particularly in front of the Alexanders. She knew it was her fault, but was so exhausted she heard herself sounding defensive instead of apologetic. "Nick, we've had a long day. Let's not start this now."
"You were the one who started it," he said.
"I didn't start anything. We just had to deal with an awkward situation, which we should have thought about before, to be honest. It was always going to be an issue when we got here."
"Not if we didn't turn it into one."
"How were we going to avoid it?" she snapped. "Did you think we were just going to stay by the pool all week?"
He glowered up at her. "I had no idea. I hadn't planned a day-by-day agenda for this holiday."
"Well, nor had I. And keep your voice down. The others will hear."
"Oh, so bloody what if they hear?"
She walked across to the bathroom, snapping on the light and recoiling at the sight of herself in the mirror, the wrinkles at the edges of her eyes emphasized by the brightness from the bare bulb overhead. She scrabbled around in her washbag to find her toothbrush.
"Your comments were totally unnecessary."
He'd followed her and was standing in the doorway. He was right. She knew he was right. What she wanted to say was sorry. "Sorry, Nick, for bringing it up like that. It was unkind of me." But those weren't the words that came out of her mouth. "That's all very well, but it isn't just you who's affected by this. It's me and the kids as well. We can manage at home, with buses and taxis and everything we need nearby. But it's bloody awful out here. We're stuck, with no way of going anywhere else unless we ask nicely and throw ourselves on Marcus's good nature, and that will just make him act like even more of a fucking pompous moron. But we have no choice because this godforsaken place is so isolated that we'll go mad if we spend all week here."
"You were the one who booked the godforsaken place,"
he whispered angrily. "Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time," she hissed back. "And at that stage, we were intending to drive down. Remember?"
"Yes, I remember, Hannah. Don't bloody patronize me. But there's nothing we can do about this. We're stuck here, without a car, and we just have to deal with it."
"Which we will. But it's going to affect us all, and, however much we want to pretend otherwise, it's going to affect Lizzie and bloody Marcus too." Chapter 10. Hannah had been awake for a while, watching daylight creep through the small gap at the bottom of the window shutters, listening to the old house creak, staying as still as possible when Nick rolled over beside her. The bed frame squeaked every time one of them moved, and the mattress was thin and hard. It hadn't been a restful night. She sensed he was awake, and he probably knew she was too.
But she didn't move when he swung his legs over the edge of the bed and kept her eyes shut as she heard him walk across the room and go into the bathroom. When he came out again, he went to the bedroom door, which squeaked loudly as he opened it, and stepped out onto the landing. Relaxing as his footsteps padded towards the stairs, she realized she'd been holding her breath as she pretended to be asleep. "Never go to bed on an argument," her mother used to say. "It makes everything seem so much worse in the morning." She was right. Hannah felt awful now. Partly guilty. She knew she should have been more supportive, but she'd been shattered and had drunk too much wine, and partly resentful because nothing had been sorted out. She hoped their heated whispers hadn't carried across the passageway. At the time, she had longed to shout at him, but it was just as well they'd been forced to keep their voices down, because it had made them both more restrained than they might have been otherwise. Less damage had been done. It felt like unfinished business, though. An argument conducted in soft voices didn't give the same sense of release as one carried out at full volume. They'd gone to sleep with their backs turned to each other, separated by waves of antipathy and resentment. Downstairs, she could hear clanks coming from the kitchen, and imagined Nick clearing up the debris from the night before, stacking plates on the wooden draining board, putting away knives and forks, scraping bits of uneaten food into the bin. The kitchen was beneath Marcus and Lizzie's bedroom, so if she could hear the noise, it was bound to wake them up. Was he trying to make a point, or didn't he care? Sure enough, she heard the door open across the landing and someone went towards the stairs. Shortly afterwards, there was the sound of muffled voices from the kitchen, one low, the other slightly higher. It must be Lizzie who'd gone down. Hannah couldn't make out what they were saying, but the soundproofing was clearly dreadful in this place, which meant their argument last night would certainly have carried in the silence. Mortified, she felt her face colouring. She ought to apologise to Nick. She hadn't been behaving well. Her head felt heavy and her mouth was dry, another consequence of too much wine. She must lay off it tonight. The bedroom door creaked open and Jimmy wandered in, clumps of dirty blonde hair standing out at angles from his head, one side of his face lined with wrinkles where the pillow had imprinted itself on his skin. "Morning, sweetie. How did you sleep?" "Okay." He flung himself onto the bed beside her and curved himself into the shape of her body, pulling her arm across his shoulders. "What are we doing today?" "We thought we might go to Saint-Julien-de-Vigny. It's a town nearby where there's a market." "That's boring. Can't I go in the pool?" "Not yet. The man who owns this house is going to get the pool emptied and then put clean water in it for us. After that we can go swimming, but it may take a day or two." "I don't understand why we need new water." "It's because of all the germs in there. You know this, Jimmy. We talked about it yesterday." Jimmy turned to peer up at her. "But I was swimming in the old water, and I don't feel unwell. I did proper tumble turns, so water went up my nose too. Susie said there would be bits of skin in there, but I didn't see any, and I feel fine today." "Better safe than sorry," she said. "Come on, let's go down and make a cup of tea. It's a beautiful day out there." The kitchen was empty, and they followed the sound of voices out onto the terrace, where Nick and Lizzie were laughing. "Morning," said Hannah brightly, wondering what they'd been talking about. Nick didn't look up, but Lizzie turned and smiled at her. "How did you sleep?" "Fine, thanks. And you?" "Yes, really well. I think Marcus is still out for the count. That bed in our room was incredibly comfortable." Hannah made herself a tea and brought it back outside, pulling out the chair next to Nick and sitting down. His hands were cupped around a mug, and she reached out and put her own hand on his forearm, letting it rest there and feeling the warmth of the skin beneath her fingers. He looked at her and she smiled, trying to will an apology across to him,
push her regret into his mind using the power of thought. He smiled back, but it wasn't a proper smile. He still looked hurt. Irritation rose inside her again, and she looked away towards the distant goats, which were at the farthest edge of the field this morning. You obviously aren't going to forgive me easily, Nick, she thought. But that isn't fair because I had so much more to forgive. I could have made things really hard, but I didn't. I excused you. I absolved you. I let you off. You owe me for that. Jimmy had found a bag of croissants and wandered off across the lawn with one in his hand and the rest tucked under his arm. "Don't eat all those," called Hannah. He didn't reply, but turned and grinned at her, cheeks bulging. It wasn't even 9 a.m., but the sun was already searing. The skin on her arms had changed colour. When she squinted, it looked quite brown, although, if she was honest, there was a hint of pink. She wondered how Alice's toasted shoulders would feel this morning. "So, off to the market then," said Lizzie cheerily. They both nodded. "Yup, sounds good." The three of them sat in silence for a couple of minutes, sipping their tea and staring at the view. She heard us rowing last night, thought Hannah. She's trying to be cheerful because she knows we're bloody miserable. "I'm sorry about that conversation yesterday evening," said Lizzie suddenly. "You know, the business about the car and how we'll get out and about this week."
"Lizzie, don't worry," said Nick. "We should have thought about it before we arrived. But it needn't be a big deal. We'll work it out."
"I know, but it can't help to have everything brought up like that." He smiled at her.
"Well, to be honest, it's better than trying to talk around it and pretend nothing has happened. It's been the elephant in the room for the last few weeks, which has sometimes been worse."
Hannah looked at him in surprise. He'd never said that to her.
"No one feels they can mention it," he continued, "but I know they're thinking about it and wondering what's going to happen. I'd rather they came right out and asked me."
Lizzie looked embarrassed. "Well, I haven't liked to ask because I thought you'd talk to us about it if you needed to. But I don't want you to think that means we don't care." He leant across the table to pat her hand.
"I know. You're lovely, Lizzie. We appreciate it."
"And you, Hannah?" Her sister looked at her across the table. "I'm sure this has been as hard for you in a different way. I know we spoke just after it happened, that weekend when the tenants moved into Mum's house. But I haven't liked to mention it since. You seemed so calm and in control, but it can't have been easy." Hannah suddenly knew she was going to cry. She took a deep breath to try and stop the sob from rising in her throat, but it was too late. She saw a look of horror on Lizzie's face as her own chin began to wobble and tears welled up in her eyes. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have made you talk about it," said Lizzie, getting up and putting her arms across Hannah's shaking shoulders. "No, it's fine," she said, swiping at the tears that were already dripping down her cheeks. "I need to talk about it. We all do. Like Nick said, we can't keep avoiding the subject. He's right. Most people are embarrassed to mention it." She looked across at him, but he was staring down at his hands. "It's just a waiting game at the moment," she continued. "That's the hardest bit, waiting to find out if he'll have to go to court." "How much longer will it take?"
Nick shook his head. "No idea. We thought it was all over and done with when the CPS originally decided not to prosecute. But now there's an appeal. It feels like we're back where we started. My solicitor, Tina, said they should reach a decision quite quickly, but that was 3 weeks ago now. So it just hangs over me, and we wait."
"And," Lizzie hesitated, "how is she? I mean, the little girl?"
"She's doing well," Nick said. "She's been discharged from hospital, and the prognosis is good. I wanted to contact the family and go and see them, but I've been advised against it for now."
Hannah looked up and saw Alice standing in the doorway. Her face was bright red from its overexposure to the sun the day before. Even the tips of her ears looked shiny and sore. Hannah quickly rubbed away the traces of tears from her eyes and smiled.
"Morning, darling. Did you sleep all right? You said it was all going to be okay."
"Yes, it will. I promise. Everything will be fine."
"So, why are you crying?"
Hannah shrugged. "It helps to let off steam every now and then, that's all."
"Why are you even talking about it? Why can't we just not think about it?"
"We can't pretend it didn't happen, Alice," said Nick softly.
"You can't, but we can," she retorted. "It happened to you, not us. It's so unfair that we're having to suffer because of what you did. I hate it. I hate the fact that everyone knows about it. They talk about it at school behind my back, and people stare at me in the street because they know I'm your daughter."
Her voice rose as she was speaking, and she turned and stomped back inside the house. Hannah started to get up, but Nick put out his hand to stop her. "I'll go," he said. "It's better if I talk to her." After he'd gone, the two sisters sat in silence at the table. Looking across at Lizzie, Hannah was struck by how like their mother she looked. Not the mother who was at the forefront of her memory now, the one who had shrunk into herself over the last few months of her life as she fought cancer, becoming thin, pale, and needy. But the mother she remembered from photographs of their childhood, with soft light brown hair, always tied back in a ponytail, a heart-shaped face and flawless skin. Lizzie's face was that exact shape, her hair a little lighter, but her eyes the same shade of green. Maybe that was why she'd always been Jean's favourite. She had looked at her younger daughter and seen herself replicated, whereas she looked at her oldest child and saw in Hannah the high cheekbones, dark hair and brown eyes of the husband who had walked out on her. The blatant favouritism had always felt unfair, but it was only in the last few years that it had occurred to Hannah she might have ended up as a daddy's girl, if her father had stayed around long enough to let her. "I don't know how Nick is being so strong about it all," she said now to Lizzie. "Alice is right. We're social pariahs. I've had people who know me vaguely start whispering when they see me in the supermarket. It's obvious they're talking about what happened. There was one woman who came up to me outside the library and asked how I had the nerve to go out in public."
"Hannah, that's awful. I'm so sorry."
"It's horrendous. Really it is. Luckily, Jimmy's too young to understand what's going on, but a couple of the other mothers have been really frosty with me. He doesn't get asked over to play after school. It's not the kids who don't like him. Their parents won't have him in their house." Lizzie shook her head.
"I can't believe people judge you like that. It wasn't anything to do with you."
"It was Nick's fault, though," said Hannah. "You can't get away from that."
"But everyone makes mistakes."
"Not mistakes that nearly kill people. The newspaper prints the same photo of the little girl every time. She looks so young and innocent, such a pretty thing with lots of blonde curly hair. They give regular updates on her progress, and it was on the front page when she came out of hospital. Brave little fighter Katie goes home at last. Meanwhile, no one knows what actually happened because they can't print the details until it's been to court. But they can say that local teacher Nick Timpson has been suspended from his job and may face a trial, so the inference is that he's guilty and nearly killed her."
"Bloody hell," said Lizzie. "Is there no way he can go back to work in the meantime?"
"The governor's decided it wouldn't be wise," said Hannah bitterly. "He has been suspended on full pay, and they say it would be awkward for him to be in the classroom until there's some kind of resolution. I can understand it, but if the appeal is successful, we'll then have to wait for a court date, which could take months."
"What I don't understand," said Lizzie, "is why there's an appeal at all. If the CPS decided not to prosecute, they clearly thought there was no case."
"Yes, but legally the victim,
In this case, her parents have a right of appeal, said Hannah. So it feels like we're back where we started, and there's the possibility Nick will be charged. And if he's convicted of dangerous driving, he'll lose his license, and probably end up losing his job, too.
Is that likely to happen?
No idea. His solicitor says that even if the case goes to court, the charge may be downgraded to careless driving, but he could still get a ban. He was going too fast in a built-up area. He can't deny that.
But we've all done that at one time or another, said Lizzie. And it wasn't as if he'd been drinking or was on the phone or anything.
No, but we haven't all had a little girl run out into the road in front of us and nearly die. Marcus wandered through the French doors, yawning. Morning, lovely ladies. Another beautiful day in paradise, I see. Anyone thought about breakfast?
No. Why don't you do it? Lizzie smiled, reaching out to pat him on the stomach. Although you probably ought to steer clear of bacon. How about some porridge?
God, no. Disgusting stuff, he said, collapsing into a chair. Anyway, I'm on holiday. I shouldn't have to worry about my waistline. Slept like a log last night. That bed was so comfortable.
We might have seen the last of those croissants, said Hannah. I'll go and retrieve what's left. She could see Jimmy at the far side of the field. When she wandered down to the bottom of the garden, she noticed a broken section of fence at one end, which must be how he was getting through. She clambered over it and walked across to him, her flip-flops slipping on the uneven ground. "What are you up to?" she called as she got closer. He was squatting on his heels, poking at something in front of him with a stick. "It's my beetle."
A creature the size of a 10-pence piece was lying on its back, rocking on its shiny black shell, its jointed legs pumping furiously in the air. "Should you be prodding it like that?" Jimmy didn't answer, but jabbed at the ground again with the end of the stick, knocking the beetle a few inches to one side, where it continued to flail in a frenzy. "Can you turn it onto its front so it can walk away?" she suggested. He looked puzzled. "Why?" "Because that would be the kind thing to do. Then it could go back to its home."
"Beetles don't have homes,"
he said dismissively. "Well, not homes in the way we do, but he must live somewhere. In a bush, maybe, or in that dead tree. There's probably a whole colony of beetles in there."
"They don't live with other beetles because they're unfriendly," said Jimmy. "We did beetles in science. Mrs. Williams says that they live on their own and are angry social."
Hannah tried not to laugh. "I feel like that sometimes too."
"They also have bodies made from suits of armour, so you can't hurt them."
He jabbed at the beetle again, more forcefully this time.
"However hard you try."
Hannah sat down on the ground and watched him toy with the insect, aware she ought to do more to help it. But the guilt wasn't that intense. She hated beetles. There was a pile of breadcrumbs beside Jimmy. Looking more closely, she realized it was the start of a trail that led to a rotting tree trunk, lying on the ground several feet away. "Jimmy, where are the rest of the croissants?" He pointed at the trail.
"I used them for beetle bait, but it didn't work. He didn't eat them."
"Please tell me you haven't used all of them. There were at least 10 in the bag." He looked up at her scornfully.
"No, of course I haven't. I only used 5 for bait. I ate 3 and gave the rest to the goats."
Hannah sighed. "Great. Well, you'll have to explain to the others why there's nothing for breakfast." "Hannah?" She turned back towards the house and saw Lizzie waving at her. "We've got eggs and toast on the go. Come and eat."
"See," said Jimmy, "there is lots for breakfast."
As she walked back across the field, she stopped to look at the house. It was the first time she'd seen it properly from a distance. The walls were soft beige, with patches of different-coloured stone in places where repairs had been made over the years. The bougainvillea above the kitchen was trailing its way upwards, and knotted in with it was another plant with small red flowers, possibly a clematis. The terracotta roof tiles were long and cylindrical,
slotted next to each other like hundreds of tubes. She had never given any thought to tiles before, but these were so different to the flat, concrete ones that covered acres of rooftops back in North London. The shutters were drawn across the upstairs window on the far right, where Susie was presumably still sleeping. It made the house look as if it were winking at Hannah with one of its pale blue eyes. It was a lovely place. Far too lovely for someone to have died here yesterday. Chapter 11. The skin on Alice's shoulders was burnt to a crisp, red raw and shiny. She shrieked when Hannah dabbed on aftersun lotion with the tip of her finger. "That hurts!" she yelled, pulling away and grabbing the bottle. "I'll do it myself." Well, if you'd listened to me yesterday, it wouldn't have got this bad. Hannah hated the "I told you so" in her own voice, but how could Alice have been so stupid? The sun was blisteringly hot here, so much more powerful than at home. Not that they saw much sun at home. But she knew it was partly her fault, too. She'd seen her daughter was burning and tried to point it out, but should have insisted she cover up. How stupid to have let a 14-year-old take responsibility for herself like that. Hannah was in no position to criticize. She remembered being just as foolish as a pale teenager desperate for a tan. One afternoon, with A-levels looming and her life overshadowed by revision, she had lain in Regent's Park, books spread out in front of her on the grass. For a while she watched the people sitting nearby, listening to the distant sounds of animals in the zoo, as the wind cooled her skin nicely in the hot sun. So nicely she didn't notice the heat building up. By mid-afternoon she'd dozed off, and had only woken as the park started to empty, and the roar of rush-hour traffic encroached on the peace and quiet. As she rolled over and tried to stand up, she immediately realized how badly she was burnt. The backs of her calves and neck felt as if they were on fire, the skin unbearably tight, and every movement sent stabbing pains down her legs. Walking slowly home, it seemed like the seared skin was about to rip itself from her bones. By the time she got back, she was in tears, in too much pain to be embarrassed when her mother had to peel her shorts off her legs inch by inch before helping her into a bath of cool water. "You've given yourself first-degree burns," the GP said disapprovingly the next day, after Jean helped her hobble down the road to the surgery. Now Hannah could see the same agony on her own daughter's face, a combination of pain and humiliation at having done something stupid. It didn't help that Susie's tan had deepened during the course of yesterday afternoon. Her body was glowing and bronzed, and a smattering of freckles had appeared across the bridge of her nose, making her even prettier. "Leave me alone," hissed Alice, as Hannah watched her try to apply moisturizer. "Just go away." As they sat eating, there was a sudden clattering from the pool area, as if someone had thrown a sheet of metal onto the ground. "Is that the police back?" asked Hannah. "Surely they would have knocked on the door," said Lizzie, getting up to investigate. There was a clanking, then an engine roared into life behind the hedge, sounding like a motorbike at first, then settling into a thudding, like a pneumatic drill. Lizzie came back. "It's the pool man. He's opened that cupboard at the end and is doing something with the machinery. Turning it all off, I suppose." "I hope that's not going to last long," shouted Nick above the roar. It did. After a couple of minutes, they gave up on the idea of breakfast in the sun and moved everything indoors onto the kitchen table. Even there, the dull rattle was invasive. Susie came downstairs, sulky at having been brutally woken up, and threw herself onto a bench, ignoring all attempts to engage her in conversation. After a further 5 minutes, Marcus went to find out how long the noise would be going on. "He says he has to drain the pool using the pump, and there's some other strange vacuum thing," he explained. "It's going to take a while, because the level doesn't seem to have gone down very far yet." "Shall we get out of here, then?" said Lizzie. "We were going to the market anyway, so let's do it sooner rather than later." It was decided Marcus would take the girls and Lizzie first, drop them in town, then return for the others. Jimmy wasn't happy at being called back from the field, but with the roaring coming from the swimming pool, Hannah had no desire to stay there with him and sit in the sun with her book. "Let's start walking down the lane," suggested Nick as Marcus's huge black car glided out of the drive. The pool man's blue van had Piscine de Provence emblazoned on the side, and as they walked past it, Jimmy peered through the open rear doors.
"He's got lots of leaf-picking-up things in there," he said. "Do you think he'd give me another one that I could use with my beetles?"
They had only gone a couple of 100 yards when they saw Marcus driving back towards them. "It's not far at all," he said cheerfully, having struggled to turn the large car in the overgrown lane. "No idea where we'll park, though. The place is heaving." As she climbed into the back seat, Hannah wondered if Lizzie had told him about their conversation earlier. He didn't seem as abrasive this morning, nowhere near as full of his own importance. But perhaps he was just relaxed after a good night's sleep. He and Nick were talking about how they'd managed to find Lizzie and the girls when they got to the market, and Marcus barked with laughter when Nick suggested that, with any luck, they might only find Lizzie. "It would do Susie good to get lost in a French town for a couple of hours," he said. "She'd actually have to speak some of that GCSE French that we're paying so much to go in one ear and straight out of the other." He caught Hannah's eye in the rearview mirror and winked. She grinned back at him. He wasn't all that bad, really. She must try to be more tolerant. As they approached Saint-Julien-de-Vigny, it was obvious market day was a major local attraction. Cars were parked on the verges along both sides of the road, and people were walking towards the town carrying empty bags and baskets. Marcus pulled up onto a space at the side, and they started walking, along with everyone else. Market stalls stretched the length of the main street, and there was no need for signs explaining it was temporarily pedestrianised, because no vehicle could have made it through the throng. On all sides were traders shouting and locals bartering down the price of cheese, bread, and fresh vegetables. The tourists stood out a mile, with their brightly coloured clothes, impractical shoes, and pale skin, and all around them they heard other English voices as people discovered souvenirs they couldn't live without, from handmade jewellery and leather bags to tablecloths and chunky pottery. It was chaotic, but wonderful at the same time. Hannah grabbed Jimmy's hand and pulled him close as they threaded their way between the stalls, surrounded by smells that were almost as overwhelming as the sounds. To one side, an entire table was loaded with bulbous heads of garlic, the size of tennis balls, and further ahead they could see rows of chickens roasting on spits in an open oven. Alongside traders selling meat and olives, there were displays of fresh lavender, sprigs tied with purple ribbons, lined up in neat rows on tables. They eventually bumped into Lizzie halfway down the main street, but she hadn't seen the girls since they arrived. "They're probably eyeing up the local talent," she said. "There are a lot of gorgeous French boys wandering around." Marcus bought 2 roast chickens for lunch, and Nick handed over some coins in exchange for several crimson tomatoes the size of grapefruits, thrown carelessly into a paper bag by a man with a cigarette hanging off his lower lip. Jimmy, wide-eyed with amazement at everything they came across, dragged Hannah to look at a stall surrounded by metal cages. Dozens of tiny birds flapped and fluttered between the bars, their feathers a dazzling array of colour. Blue, red, yellow, green, flashes of purple. Other tourists standing nearby were clearly entranced by the birdsong, but to Hannah, the agitated cheeping sounded desperate. She longed to open the cages and let them soar above the market into the intense blue sky.
"Can we buy some?"
asked Jimmy, turning to look up at her, his face glowing with excitement.
"I could keep them in my bedroom, and when I'm at school they could fly around until I got home again."
Hannah shook her head, smiling. "You know we can't. How would we get them home?" His brow creased as he thought.
"We could put them in their those high cupboards on the plane. The ones where you put my backpack and the plastic bag with your drink in. It would be nice and dark, so they could have a sleep.
After nearly an hour, they headed to the main square and commandeered an area outside one of the many cafes, where inside space spilled effortlessly out onto the pavements in a jumble of tables and chairs. They ordered coffee, with an orange juice for Jimmy, and Lizzie tried again to text Susie. "No idea where they've got to," she said. "It's a bit irresponsible, really." Hannah turned to Nick and rested her fingers on his forearm. "How was Alice earlier?" she asked quietly. "She was okay." He nodded. "Just a bit raw, like we all are. I think she's been trying not to think about it, and she was shocked to see you crying." Hannah sighed. "I was shocked myself." "It's good we're here," he said. "We all need some distance." "Are you managing to put it out of your mind?" she asked. He smiled ruefully. "I'm only thinking about it a couple of times an hour, which is an improvement on constantly." "Oh, Nick." She ran the tips of her fingers across his warm arm, where the freckles were already blending in with the bronzing skin. "Here they are," bellowed Marcus. The girls were walking towards them across the square. Susie was wearing a white crop top and a pair of orange shorts, so tight they looked as if they were cutting into the tops of her thighs. Hannah noticed a silver stud protruding from her exposed belly button. "God, when did she get that done?" she asked Lizzie. "I know, I hate it. I said she couldn't, but she went ahead and did it anyway." Alice was wearing the new sundress she'd got in Primark. It was pretty, and she'd been delighted when they bought it. But it hung down to her knees, and the straps across the shoulders were wide. Beside her voluptuous, scantily clad cousin, she clearly felt overdressed and drab. She scowled at Hannah as they pulled out chairs and sat down. Her face and shoulders were scarlet, and she radiated anger as well as heat. "Where have you been?" asked Marcus. "Eyeing up the local talent? Tracking down les jeunes hommes?" Susie rolled her eyes. "Dad, you are so sad." He guffawed loudly and clicked his fingers to attract the attention of a waiter. "Don't do that," hissed Susie. "It's really condescending." "De Coca-Cola, mon ami, s'il vous plaît, pour ces belles jeunes dames." The waiter looked at him disparagingly and walked away without acknowledging whether or not he intended to fulfill the order. "Lighten up, ladies," Marcus said. "Don't take yourselves so seriously." He was beginning to get on Hannah's nerves again. His half-decent behaviour earlier must have been a temporary blip. Why on earth had their mother been so fond of this man? Lizzie had met him when she left university, and from the first time she brought him home it was obvious, to Hannah at least, that there was an element of hero worship involved. Lizzie was quiet, self-effacing. When she gazed at Marcus in those early days, she seemed transfixed, in awe of him. She laughed at his jokes, listened attentively to his explanations, asked his opinion when she doubted her own. "Everyone does that with a new boyfriend," her friend had insisted, when Hannah had a moan about it later. "You're reading too much into it." But it had still seemed excessive to Hannah. And even if she acknowledged her little sister was in love, that didn't explain why Jean accepted him so readily. She had been a bright woman, independent enough to have brought up 2 daughters on her own, and capable of much more than she'd ever had the chance of achieving. Surely she should have seen through a blustering, arrogant man like Marcus. "Susie, those shorts are far too tight," Lizzie was saying. "They don't leave anything to the imagination. Where did you get them? I don't remember seeing them before." With hindsight, Hannah realised the way Jean had reacted probably wasn't about Marcus, so much as about Lizzie. The favourite daughter had married a man who was a bit of a pompous ass, with a habit of saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, and unable to stop himself offering an opinion on everything and anything. But Lizzie was still the favourite daughter, and if she loved Marcus, then so would Jean.
She had welcomed him into the family with her habitual charm and warmth, and never given any indication that she was anything other than thrilled that this man had whisked her daughter off her feet. But then along came Nick, and as he quickly became a permanent fixture in Hannah's life, she felt the unfairness of it all even more keenly. Marcus was the one who made Jean laugh, the one whose infrequent visits were anticipated and enjoyed so much. He would sit back in the large crimson armchair in her front room, legs outstretched, a glass of scotch balanced on the arm beside him, while she fluttered around, fetching him a bowl of crisps, showing him the frames she'd bought for the latest school photos of Ben and Susie. "I bet you've been working hard, Marcus," she'd say. "Your job does sound so stressful." It didn't matter that Nick worked equally long hours, or that he was kind, considerate, and always on hand to do odd jobs or running repairs. He was the son-in-law who popped in on his way home in the evenings to mend a cupboard door or retune the telly when the aerial blew over in a storm. He was the one who spent hours tinkering with Jean's temperamental lawnmower so he could take the top inch off the grass in front of the house for her. It was Nick, not Marcus, who pored over her bank statements and piles of disorderly credit card receipts, filling in her tax returns and sending off the relevant forms when her TV license needed to be renewed or an insurance premium needed paying. Jean had loved Nick. Hannah knew that. She just never seemed to love him quite as much as she loved Marcus. In the same way that she hadn't loved her eldest daughter quite as much as the younger one.
"Bloody lazy Frenchman,"
Marcus was saying now, leaning back in his chair and waving towards the back of the cafe to attract the waiter's attention.
"Is he going to bring those drinks out, or do I have to go and pour them myself?"
"He's probably ignoring you because you were so rude," said Susie.
"Why was I rude? I just asked him to bring drinks for you girls. It's his job, for God's sake."
"Did you buy anything, Alice?" asked Hannah. The girl glared at her. "Like what?" "Well, maybe some clothes or presents for your friends. There are loads of gifts on those stalls, and you've got that spending money we gave you." "Oh, yes, great. €20. That will go far," Alice retorted sarcastically, crossing her arms in front of her chest and glowering down at the table. Hannah was speechless. When she'd handed Alice a €20 note at Heathrow, it had been received with thanks and appreciation. After less than 24 hours in Susie's company, her daughter had undergone a personality transplant, with all warmth and affection replaced by antagonism and resentment. Hannah was tempted to say something equally sharp in reply, but forced herself to stay silent. This was going to be a long week.
"Pourquoi attendons-nous?"
said Marcus loudly. "What does that mean?" asked Alice.
"It means, why are we still waiting for those drinks?"
"Where did you learn to speak French, Marcus?" asked Nick.
"I had no idea you were such a linguist. To me, you sound almost fluent." "Lived in Paris when I was younger," he said. "My misspent youth."
"He had a French girlfriend," said Lizzie. "The love of his life, before me."
"Totally overshadowed by you, my sweet," he said, reaching out to grab her hand. "I met this girl when I was doing my A-levels. She was over in the UK studying, and afterwards I went back and lived with her in Paris for 2 years.
2 years? Wow, that must have been serious.
Not really. I was young. But it was good for my French. Spoke it like a native when I went back to London. Although it's rusty now."
Still better than mine, thought Hannah, somewhat reassured that she couldn't be expected to speak a foreign language as well as someone who had lived there. When the waiter eventually arrived with the cokes, the girls finished them quickly. As they all got up from the table, Marcus slapped down a couple of notes, waving away Nick, who was taking money out of his wallet.
No, this one's on me," he insisted.
"Let me contribute," said Nick. "Marcus," said Lizzie, "maybe we should split everything down the middle."
"Won't hear of it. Right, come on, everyone, back into the fray. I don't think we've been down that side street over there."
As they followed him through the crowds in a haphazard crocodile,
Nick put his wallet back into his pocket. That was good of him. Yes, but we can't let him do it all the time, said Hannah. Lizzie clearly didn't want him to foot the bill. I know they think we're the poor relations, but we must contribute. We will. Don't make a big deal out of it, said Nick. I'll pay next time.
Chapter 12. When they got back from town, there were 2 police cars in the drive. Bloody hell, what do they want now? Said Hannah. She, Lizzie and Jimmy got out while Marcus turned the car around to go back for Nick and the girls. We could slip into the house and ignore them, suggested Lizzie. Yes, but then we can't go outside at all until they've gone. Let's find out what they're doing. Hannah led the way around the side of the house, and her heart sank as they found the pool teeming with police officers again. The water level had gone down dramatically in their absence. The shallow end was now empty, with only a couple of feet of water remaining in the deep end. The pump was still rattling away with ear-splitting efficiency, and the pool man was sitting on a plastic chair beside it, smoking a cigarette and reading a newspaper. 2 officers were inside the pool, kneeling on the exposed tiles in the shallow end. Both were wearing plastic gloves, and one was running his hands across the tiles, while the other held an open bag, presumably waiting to be filled with anything he might discover. As they walked up to the pool, Inspector Moreau nodded his head in greeting, before turning back to watch his men at work. "What are they looking for?" asked Lizzie. "Surely the water will have washed everything away." "Poo and skin," said Jimmy solemnly. "Poo doesn't disappear in water. It's like when there's poo in the bath and it just floats around and you have to squish it down the plug hole when you let the water out." Hannah looked at him. "That's disgusting, Jimmy. Where do you come up with all this stuff?" "Shall we ask what's going on?" whispered Lizzie. Hannah realised that she would need to do the talking, since Marcus wasn't there to launch himself into the local vernacular. She was appalled at the way her own grasp of French had become increasingly tenuous since their arrival. Right now, she couldn't even think how to say, "What's going on?" The frustrating thing was that, in her head, she could speak perfect French. Back home, she had been practicing over the last few weeks by translating things she heard on the radio. "Et maintenant, les nouvelles de midi," she had declared, as she unloaded the dishwasher, while listening to the announcer on Radio 4 start to read the midday news bulletin. "Quel temps fait-il?" she wondered, as she carried piles of clean laundry up the stairs. "De baguette, s'il vous plaît," she'd said to the cat, as she filled his bowl with food. But now she really did need to speak French. She could hardly string 2 words together, let alone understand what was being said to her. It was so frustrating, especially when set beside Marcus's natural ability to parley with the best of them. She was intrigued by her brother-in-law's past life in Paris. She'd never thought of him as the sort of person who might have done anything adventurous before he met Lizzie, and running off to live in Paris with a French girl seemed quite exciting. Although he might be hyping up the glamour of it all. On a student budget, they were more likely to have lived in a council flat in the banlieue than in a romantic Parisienne garret. Hannah took a deep breath and rehearsed a few words inside her head. "Excusez-moi, monsieur," she called to the inspector. "Qu'est-ce que vous cherchez?" She was so pleased with herself for having formed an entire sentence in French, and one that she was pretty sure was grammatically correct, that she didn't catch the start of his answer. When she did focus on what he was saying, she'd missed the gist of it. She had caught a few familiar words: piscine, that was swimming pool, and l'identité, obviously identity, and something about traces of substances. But the actual meaning eluded her. She nodded slowly. "Bien," she said once he'd finished. "Merci." She turned and walked away from the pool, back towards the house, with Lizzie trotting at her heel. "So, what did he say? What are they doing?" she asked. "Not a clue," said Hannah. "Didn't understand a word. Shall we go and sort out some lunch?" By the time the others got back from town, they had cut up the roast chickens and unwrapped more cheese. Lizzie opened a tub of fresh olives in a thick, herby dressing, and Hannah sliced the tomatoes that Nick had bought in the market, spreading them onto a plate and sprinkling rock salt over the top. They started to take the dishes of food outside onto the patio, but the noise from the pool was so grating that they sat around the kitchen table again, the roaring engine making the French doors vibrate in their frames.
"I'm fed up with this," said Hannah. "When are we going to get this bloody house to ourselves, so we can relax and enjoy our holiday?" "Bloody is a rude word," said Jimmy.
"Yes, you're right. Sorry."
"What is bloody in French, Uncle Marcus?"
"I'm afraid I can't tell you that, old son."
"Don't you know?"
"Well, yes, of course I know, but I'm not going to tell you because it's rude."
"But you told me the word for poo."
"Well, bloody is different. It's a swear word, and poo isn't."
"But poo isn't very nice."
"Well, it depends on the context, really."
"What does context mean?"
"Jimmy, that's enough. Have some lunch," said Hannah, ripping apart the baguette and spearing pieces of perfectly roasted chicken, which she dropped onto 2 plates for herself and Jimmy. The girls were sitting together at one end of the table, and Hannah was relieved to see Alice laughing at something with Susie. Her daughter's face and shoulders were still scarlet, and although she hadn't complained all morning, she must be in pain. Hannah wanted to ask, but knew Alice would be mortified if she drew everyone's attention to her parboiled flesh. She would have to find a time to mention it quietly, later this afternoon. The irony was, what the poor girl really needed was to immerse her entire overheated body in a beautifully cool swimming pool. "These are wonderful," said Lizzie, smiling at Nick as she cut into a slice of ripe tomato. "I'd love to live in a climate where you could grow fruit and vegetables on this scale."
"Have you still got your allotment?" he asked.
"Yes, but this year we've only put in a few potatoes. I have such good intentions about planting things, but weeks go by without me getting over there, and it seems pointless. Last year I put in loads of carrots, but slugs ate the lot."
"I like slugs,"
said Jimmy. "You wouldn't like them if they ate all your carrots." The motor powering the deafening pump suddenly stopped. It had been so intrusive that, even when there was no more noise, they could still hear it ringing in their ears. "Thank God for that," said Lizzie. For a few seconds the silence was beautiful and complete. Even the birds and goats seemed to have been beaten into submission by the din. Then they heard shouting. This time it didn't sound like the police had made another discovery. The voices were angry and confrontational.
"What now?" asked Nick. "Shall I?" muttered Marcus, his mouth full of bread.
Not waiting for an answer, he got up from the table and went outside. "Yes, off you go, Marcus," thought Hannah. "Trot off and sort everyone out." She looked across at Nick, hoping to catch his eye, but he was chasing a piece of chicken around his plate with a fork and didn't look up. The others carried on eating. Alice and Susie were talking about the chocolate pancakes they'd had at the market. Jimmy was rolling the soft, white baguette into tiny pellets before lining them up on the side of his plate and flicking them at the girls.
"Stop it, you dick!"
Alice yelled at Jimmy.
"Alice,"
Hannah said,
"there's no need for that. He's being so annoying. Can't you make him go away?"
Hannah sighed. The two of them usually got on so well, but it was hardly surprising that the heat and tension of the last couple of days were getting to Alice. "Please be nice to each other," she said. But her daughter avoided her eye and turned back to Susie. Hannah popped an olive into her mouth. Her own patience was stretched just as thin. Marcus hadn't come back from the pool yet, but she must try to ignore him. Let him get on with whatever he wanted to do and try not to get wound up by him. Easier said than done, though, when the man was such a bloody know-it-all. Interestingly, the only person who had seemed to share her dislike of this man was their father. Hannah always thought this was because Jean had been so fond of Marcus, and even before he left the family home, Derek had made a point of doing the exact opposite of his wife. Jean loved the Beatles. Derek loved the Rolling Stones. Jean read contemporary fiction. Derek spurned it in favour of historical thrillers. Jean wanted them to get a kitten. Derek, a lifelong cat lover, decided he'd prefer a dog. If Jean said something was red, Derek would argue it was pink, even if it was quite clearly the colour of a postbox. As a child, Hannah had thought this was the way marriage worked, and even after Derek moved out and life at home was less confrontational, she was always surprised when friends' parents seemed to agree about things. She knew she could trace her own stubbornness back to Derek. "I am my father's daughter in almost every way," she thought, looking across the table at Lizzie. "And my sister is so much like our mother, it irritates the hell out of me."
"When I'm older," announced Jimmy, "I will have a slug farm and grow slugs and sell them to pet shops."
He flicked a baguette pellet down the table towards Alice, hitting her on the forearm.
"Ow, stupid, that hurt!"
Marcus barged through the open French doors. "Madame Gerard has been arrested," he announced with great excitement.
"What?
Why? Did she kill the man in the pool?"
"The owner is outside with the police," he said. "He's screaming at them. Fantastic display of language again. I'm glad none of the kids can understand what he's saying."
"What have they arrested her for?" asked Nick.
"Surely she can't have anything to do with the body." "No idea, but I'll ask once things calm down a bit," said Marcus. "Golly, this is turning into an entertaining afternoon."
"Not for Madame Gerard," said Hannah.
"I can't believe she would have had anything to do with it," said Lizzie. "She just comes in to clean the place. If she'd known about the body, she would have called the police, rather than leave us to discover it."
"Maybe she couldn't report it without drawing attention to herself," suggested Nick. "But the police would have wanted to speak to her anyway," pointed out Marcus. "She's the only person who comes to the house when guests aren't here."
"Maybe it was a crime of passion," said Susie. "She had a row with her lover, who was working here as the gardener, and she pushed him into the pool and he drowned."
"But then someone would have told the police who he was," pointed out Lizzie. "If he was local, it would have been easy to identify him. The owner would have known him if he was working as a gardener."
"Did he see the body, though?" asked Nick. "He wasn't here when they got it out of the pool."
"But the police would have asked him to go to the morgue or wherever it was being kept," said Hannah. "Anyway, this is all getting silly. Why would Madame Gerard kill anyone?"
"He could have been her long-lost son, who'd been away in Paris for years after a big family row," said Susie, her eyes sparkling. "After all this time, he came back to see if he could make it up with her, but she wasn't at home, so he walked up here to find her. He must have known she'd be getting the house ready for the next guests. And she refused to speak to him, and they had a big row, and she shoved him into the water," said Alice, her voice raised in excitement. "But he couldn't swim, so she had to stand there watching while he drowned." "He would have been screaming and waving his arms around every time he came up for air," continued Susie. "But when he went under for the third time, he didn't come back up again." "And she couldn't jump in and save him because her feet were too big," shouted Jimmy.
They were all laughing so much they didn't notice the inspector standing in the doorway until he cleared his throat loudly.
"Mesdames, messieurs," he said, "we have done for the time being. We apologize for damaging your holidays here in this lovely house."
He turned to go out through the doors again, and Marcus called to him.
Madame Gerard? Pourquoi avez-vous fait arrêter? Why have you arrested her?"
Moreau turned back again and shrugged his shoulders, a smile playing at the edge of his mouth.
"Monsieur, je ne peux pas vous le dire."
They all turned to Marcus as the policeman left the kitchen.
"Says he can't tell us," he translated glumly. "What a disappointment."
The girls went out to see what was happening and came back to report, with regret, that all of the policemen had gone. "There's water going into the pool from a hosepipe, and that pool guy is sitting on a chair beside it reading the paper," said Susie.
"With any luck, we'll be able to swim tomorrow," said Nick. "It will be days before it gets warm enough," said Marcus. "Think I may be giving it a miss."
Hannah wondered whether they might ask for some of their money back. Not that it was their money. Jean was paying for all of this. so it wasn't as if any of them would be out of pocket for a holiday which had gone so horribly wrong. But there was a principle at stake. Not only had the start of their stay been ruined by the discovery of a body in the water, but now it seemed that the pool could be out of action for days. It was so unfair. It surprised her to realise she'd been looking forward to this holiday. Over the past few months there had been moments when she dreaded it. The prospect of spending a week with the Alexanders had hung over her like a gathering storm cloud. She knew Lizzie's optimism and cheerfulness would grate on her, and Susie's arrogance would upset Alice. There had also been no doubt in her mind that 7 days in the company of Marcus would be hard work, at times maybe more than she could bear. But now they were all here together. Despite her misgivings, she wanted the holiday to be a success. Partly, selfishly, for her own sake, and also for Nick, who'd had a bloody awful time and deserved a break and a change of scene. It seemed ridiculous. She wouldn't have admitted this to the others, but she also wanted this trip to be a success for Jean's sake. She didn't believe her mother was sitting in a heavenly firmament, looking down on them in the south of France. But they were only here because of Jean, and although the prospect of the holiday had appalled her at first, she now felt obliged to make it work. They'd gone to hear the reading of the will on a bright, warm morning in March. Marcus had guffawed loudly when the solicitor read out the section about the holiday, and Lizzie had smiled, her eyes full of tears. "Oh, bless her, what a lovely thing to do," she'd whispered, looking across at Hannah. "What a wonderful way for us to remember her." Marcus had leant back in his chair and crossed his legs.
"Would you credit it? Wily old thing, sending us all off together for a bit of family bonding."
Hannah had sat frozen in her chair, aghast at this extraordinary last bequest. No destination had been specified, or any particular timing, just the setting aside of several £1,000s to pay for the two families to go on holiday together. "What if we say we don't want to go away with them?" Hannah had said to Nick later that day. "Do you think the money will just stay in her estate and be divided up between me and Lizzie, along with everything else?"
"I don't know, but why wouldn't we go?" he asked gently. "If it's what your mother wanted, we ought to honour her wishes. She had a reason for doing this, Hannah. It meant something to her. She wanted you and Lizzie to spend time together."
Hannah had looked at him for a second, then shaken her head and turned away. "She can't dictate like this, from beyond the grave," she said flatly. "She probably thought that by forcing us to go away together she could make us get on. But life isn't like that. Just because you're related to someone doesn't mean you have to enjoy being with them."
"Perhaps you need to try."
"Sending us away for a holiday won't make me and Lizzie get along any better. It won't make me able to bear being in the same room as Marcus, and it won't make their children any less cocky." Nick had looked at her and sighed.
"No, and it definitely won't make you any more tolerant, Hannah. But we can all still hope for a miracle, and maybe that's what Jean was after as well."
He was right, but she wasn't going to admit it. "I'm glad we're going away with them," Alice had said. "It will be fun." "Me too," piped up Jimmy. "Uncle Marcus can make farting noises when he puts his hand under his armpit. I've been practicing, and I can nearly do it too." Sorting out probate had been relatively simple. Jean had no complicated investments. She owned her little house outright and had several £1,000s in the building society. The proceeds of the estate were to be divided between Hannah and Lizzie, and the kindly solicitor, his roomy eyes magnified behind huge owl glasses, assured them that, because they weren't intending to sell Jean's house yet, this was a straightforward process that would be quick and painless. 3 months later, the house had been cleared, decorated, and rented out to a young couple who'd moved up from the south coast. Before then, they'd already started to discuss the holiday. She and Lizzie had talked on the phone. Emails had flown back and forth. They weighed up the advantages of France versus Italy, July or August, coast or inland.
Lizzie was busy at work and often sounded distracted, so Hannah had to swallow her resentment at being left to track down somewhere suitable for this extraordinary family gathering. And once she was immersed in finding properties, checking flight details from different airports, and comparing those with the cost of driving through France, she began to think it might be all right after all. "It will be great," reassured Nick. "We'll have a good time." But the holiday had only been booked for a couple of weeks when Nick's accident happened. After that, none of them could concentrate on anything else or think ahead into the future. Alice asked if they would still go. "Yes, of course we will," Hannah had said, hugging her tightly. "We will go away as planned, and we'll have a fantastic week. It's just what we all need." She wasn't sure if that would really be the case. But having said the words out loud, she had to follow through. She cancelled the ferry ticket they'd bought for the car and hunted for flights to Marseille instead, trying not to think about anything other than the next item on her list. Now, here they were, and it was too late for her to do anything, other than throw herself into a week of togetherness. "Mum, look," said Alice. The owner was standing in the doorway. His joie de vivre from the previous evening was gone, and now he looked like a broken man. His shoulders drooped, his chin was buried in his chest. The weather-beaten skin on his face seemed to have sagged overnight, making him look years older. The only sprightly things about him were the tufts of grey hair protruding from both ears. "Hello, bonjour," said Hannah, standing up from the table. "Come in, please." The old man shuffled through the door and took off his hat, twisting it in his fingers. He stood in the middle of the dining room, looking around him in confusion as if he'd never been inside the place before. Then suddenly, to Hannah's dismay, a wail emerged from his mouth, followed by sobs that got louder and louder, his face crumpling, his eyes already damp at the edges. "What the hell?" said Marcus. They stood there helplessly for a couple of seconds, looking at the forlorn figure, before Lizzie moved forward and put her hands on his shoulders, guiding him onto one of the benches. "Here, sit down, monsieur," she said. "Get him a tissue, someone. Marcus, there are some in my handbag. Nick, maybe a glass of water? Actually, get him a glass of wine." The old man was now howling uncontrollably, his shoulders heaving with the effort, his face glistening with tears, trails of snot emerging from his bulbous nose. Marcus thrust a handful of tissues at him, and he grabbed them gratefully, holding them against his face as he bawled. The girls and Jimmy had all got up from the table, as if they'd been told the old man had an infectious disease and was likely to spread it. They were lined up at the side of the room, staring in horror at the human being who was disintegrating before their eyes. It suddenly occurred to Hannah that Jimmy may not have seen such raw pain before. She and Nick went to great lengths to have arguments behind closed doors, and even when Jean died, she had wept with a quiet resignation, rather than allow herself to howl with this sort of intensity. On the TV programs Jimmy watched, cartoon characters beat each other up and threw their enemies off tall buildings. They screamed out in agony or ecstasy. They roared with pain or came back to life in an explosive flash. But in real life, old men didn't sit and cry as if their hearts were breaking. "Go outside for a bit," she said, shepherding them through the French doors. "Give him some space. Alice, make sure Jimmy's okay." With the children out of the way, they stood around, not quite sure what to do. Lizzie had her hand on the old man's shoulder and was rubbing it gently, offering a fresh supply of tissues to replace the wad that was already soaked. Marcus and Nick stood awkwardly, a little distance away, their arms crossed in front of them, embarrassed at witnessing such a visceral display of emotion. The howls gradually subsided and became yelps, then snuffles, until, after what seemed like a long time, but was probably only a minute or so, the old man's shoulders were no longer shaking violently.
He took a third bunch of tissues and wiped his eyes and nose again, blowing fiercely into them afterwards and handing the sticky bundle to Marcus, who looked as if he'd been given the festering innards of a dead rat.
Je suis désolé, the old man sniffed. Cela est tellement embarrassant.
Even Hannah could understand that. It's fine, don't worry, she said, smiling at him. It's no problem. Please don't be embarrassed. Marcus, ask him what's wrong. What we can do, said Lizzie. But before he had a chance to say anything, the old man began to talk, the words tumbling out of his mouth at speed. He also started to sob again at the same time, so even Marcus looked confused. As he spoke, he raised his hands, shrugged his shoulders, tilted his head to one side or the other. The French are so good at body language, thought Hannah. But despite the physical flamboyance, she still didn't have a clue what he was going on about.
Alors, c'est tout,
he finished.
Oh, blimey,
said Marcus after a while. The others looked at him expectantly.
We read this one all wrong,
he said, looking around at them.
Madame Gérard isn't just his cleaner. She's his lover.
Chapter 13. The owner was called Hugo. He tried to tell them his surname as well, but his accent was so strong that none of them could understand what he was saying, and when Lizzie tried to repeat it, he looked offended. So they just called him Hugo. But he was on his third glass of red wine, and it seemed to be numbing the pain. "Should we give him more?" whispered Lizzie as Marcus topped up his glass.
"Why not? It's helping drown his sorrows," said Nick. "Oops, sorry. Inappropriate turn of phrase."
He and Marcus snorted with laughter. They were also on their third glass. Hannah and Lizzie looked at each other, and Hannah motioned towards the door with her head. "How are we going to get rid of him?" Lizzie whispered once they were outside.
"God knows. At this rate, he'll be here for the rest of the holiday. The boys aren't helping, filling him with wine."
"We need to stop them drinking. Then we can persuade him to go home." A roar of laughter came from inside the house. "That's not going to be easy," said Hannah. As they stood together under the tumbling bougainvillea, the men broke into song. It sounded vaguely like the Marseillaise. "This is probably the only French song Marcus knows," said Lizzie grimly, "and it doesn't sound as if he has a clue about the words, just the tune." "He hasn't even mastered that," pointed out Hannah. The singing was diabolical, inharmonious and out of time. Hugo's voice was the only one producing words. Marcus and Nick were humming along. The women looked at each other, then began to laugh, softly at first, then loud snorts that shook their bodies. "Come on, let's get out of here," said Lizzie. They ran down the lawn, still laughing, and climbed over the broken fence into the field. The goats and sheep were up near the house this afternoon, clustered together in what little shade was thrown out by the spindly trees. As Hannah and Lizzie approached, they scattered in terror, stumbling over themselves and each other, bleating furiously in a dusty dash to the other side of the field. They could still hear the singing, muted now, but no more tuneful. "Poor Mr. Hugo," said Lizzie. "I wonder why they've arrested her." "She can't seriously be responsible for killing someone," said Hannah. "She's a little old lady. Although, as old ladies go, she's quite a formidable one," pointed out Lizzie. "Those feet could give you a proper kicking." "Well, she seems to have got Mr. Hugo where she wants him." They laughed again, wandering across the field, the soles of their feet frequently stabbed by stones or stubbly sticks of dry grass. "I'm glad we're all here like this," said Lizzie. "I know you weren't keen on coming, but I think it will be good for us. I guess that's what Mum wanted, to throw us all together in the hope that we might have a nice time." Hannah nodded. "It's not that I didn't want to come. I don't know. It felt pointless somehow. Just because we're related doesn't mean we have to be best friends or live in each other's pockets." "No, but it doesn't mean we have to hate being with each other either," said Lizzie. I know you get irritated by Marcus, Hannah. I cringe at what he says sometimes, when he comes across as bossy. But he doesn't mean to offend. He just blunders in, and however hard I try, I can't change him. Have you tried? God, yes! You have no idea how hard I've tried. We've had such rows over the years when he said something stupid or upset one of my friends. But for all his faults, he's a kind man who adores his kids, and he takes very good care of us. He can be really funny. I know you don't see it, but he makes me laugh. They walked for a while in silence, the sun beating down on their bare arms. Hannah's shoulders were itching. She needed to put on more sunscreen. "Do you know the main reason the two of you don't get on?" said Lizzie suddenly. "It's because you're so alike." Hannah stopped walking and turned to stare at her. "Are you serious? We are nothing alike. I can't think of anyone I'm less like than Marcus." Lizzie grinned. "Well, you're obviously going to say that. And you've just told me how irritating he is and bossy, and how he blunders in and offends people. I'm not like that. Am I?" Lizzie raised her eyebrows. "Well, maybe I am a bit," Hannah admitted. "I know I put my foot in it every now and then, but I'm not as bad as Marcus." Lizzie started walking again, and Hannah ran to catch up with her. "So, how are we alike? In what ways specifically?" "Well, you both want to be in charge." "I do not. I'm not bothered if someone else takes control. Well, it depends who it is, but if they do it properly and get things done, then that's fine. I just don't like people taking charge if they don't know what they're doing. And you're both convinced you know best?" "That's rubbish!" Hannah could hear her voice rising and took a deep breath before starting to speak again. "I honestly don't think I do." "You probably do know best, most of the time," Lizzie continued. "Marcus as well. It drives me mad, but you're both the kind of people who immediately know what to do in a crisis, or where to find help at least, whereas I'm useless and just panic." Hannah remembered her reaction the previous afternoon, when Jimmy had found the body floating in the swimming pool. "I panicked too," she said. "That's why Mum was so fond of Marcus, I think," Lizzie continued. "He reminded her of you. She valued independence, people who could look after themselves. I wasn't like that. When I was growing up, I was always needy and wanted her to tell me everything was going to be fine. I remember being very scared when Dad left and worried we wouldn't cope without him. But you just got on with life and didn't seem to need that support. She was so proud of you." She carried on walking through the field, her feet scuffing up small spurts of beige dust. Hannah stood staring after her. "Lizzie," she called eventually. "Wait!" She caught up with her sister and grabbed her by the arm, turning her around. "Do you think that's true?" "What?" "That she was proud of me?" "Of course it's true. Don't you know that?" "No." Hannah stared at the hills, way beyond the tree line, rendered grey and featureless by the afternoon sun. "She never said that to me. I always thought I irritated her by being so independent and wanting to do everything my own way. You were the one she loved. You were the intelligent one who did well at school without having to try, then got into university. Not only that, but you were always so happy about everything." She heard bitterness in her voice and tried to explain. "You were the perfect daughter, the one she enjoyed being with. I was the bolshy one who reminded her of Dad." Lizzie looked confused. "You're right. You've always been more like Dad, but I don't think she disliked that. He wasn't all bad, Hannah. We just remember some of the horrid stuff that happened, but nothing is ever just one person's fault. She must have loved him once." "Yes, of course." "And maybe that's another reason why she and Marcus got on so well." "How do you mean?"
He's a bit like Dad too. He's got that confidence and self-belief, just like you, that sense of being in charge. However much she hated Dad when he was gone, she must have missed having someone to look after her and make decisions. I can't really remember what it was like before Dad left. I was too young. But I know she struggled sometimes, on her own. Marcus was the sort of person who made her feel cared for and safe. She knew he would look after me, and I guess she knew he'd look after her as well. They stood and stared at each other. I hadn't thought of it like that before, admitted Hannah. It's a bit weird, though. Maybe we're reading too much into all this. Or maybe you just hate being told you're like the father you resent for walking out on us, and the brother-in-law you can't stand. It's not that I can't stand him. Lizzie laughed. Don't worry. I'm not offended. You can admit you don't find Marcus easy. It's bloody obvious to everyone around you. God, listen to us, exchanging home truths in our 40s. Maybe this was what Mum wanted, why she made us come away together. I can't remember the last time we actually talked like this, Hannah. Me neither. I'm not expecting to be your best friend, or to live in your pocket, as you put it. But I would like us to get on, whether or not Marcus drives you up the wall, or if you drive me up the wall for that matter. You're my sister, and I love you. This isn't really about Marcus, or whether the two of you get on. It's about you and me, and I'd like us to be friends. For the first time in her life, Hannah felt like the younger sibling. She was perceptive, this little sister of hers, although it didn't feel comfortable to be talking so openly about their relationship. She dragged her eyes away from Lizzie's and looked down at the bracelet on her left wrist, twisting it so the chain sparkled in the sunlight. Hannah knew she was too uptight to have conversations like this. They didn't make her feel unburdened or liberated, just embarrassed and awkward. She liked to think she valued honesty, but when it came to hearing home truths or imparting them, she was a coward. It was easier to say what someone wanted to hear than to give an honest opinion, even if she'd been asked for one. In the same way, she found it hard to take criticism, even when it came from Nick, who was good at finding kind words and gentle ways to analyse a situation where they held conflicting views. "What makes you think you're always right?" she'd snapped at Nick recently, during a discussion about problems Alice was having with a teacher at school. "I'm not always right, Hannah," he'd said, "but you are never wrong." Now she smiled back at Lizzie, who was looking at her expectantly, but also slightly nervously. "I'd like that too," she said. "I'd like us to be friends." The singing coming from the house had changed now. The men had abandoned La Marseillaise, and Hugo was working through a solo repertoire that sounded as though it had been performed countless times in many different French bars. "Non, rien de rien," he sang lustily. "Non, je ne regrette rien." Hannah winced. Edith Piaf wouldn't just be turning in her grave, she would be spinning like a top. Thank goodness there were no close neighbours. The splendid isolation of this holiday was turning out to be a bonus after all. Chapter 14. By late afternoon, it was clear the pool wasn't going to be full for some time. Although water was pouring into it from the hosepipe, it was making little impression in the vast, blue-tiled void. "How long is it going to take?" asked Jimmy. He had changed into his swimming trunks after lunch and spent the next couple of hours sitting on the side of the pool. Every now and then he lifted the end of the hosepipe and pointed it towards the sky, watching the water arc through the air, sparkling in the sunlight. Then he would aim it onto the tiles in the shallow end, as if covering them with water would miraculously raise the level in the whole pool. "It's not going to fill up any more quickly if you sit and stare at it," warned Hannah, But there's nothing else to do.
Go and throw rocks at a tree, suggested Alice, or kill some wildlife. After packing away the pump and sorting out the equipment in the storage cupboard, the pool man had left the water to trickle from the hose pipe and gone to lie on the lawn in front of the house. He put his newspaper over his face to block out the sun.
That's rude,
said Susie.
He's right in the middle of our lawn. Can't we tell him to move? How long is it going to take? Persisted Jimmy. I want to go for a swim. Mummy, ask that man on the lawn when it's going to be full.
Hannah knew that she was the only one who could get an update on the situation. Marcus wasn't capable of speaking proper English, let alone French. 4 empty bottles of wine were lined up at one end of the kitchen table, and Hugo had produced some pastis from the inside pocket of his jacket. He had polished the bottle with the hem of his shirt before placing it reverentially between the 3 of them in the middle of the table, and the men studied it attentively, their postures ranging from slumped to sprawled. Hugo opened the bottle and poured pastis into the 3 empty wine glasses.
I'm sure you're meant to have water with that, said Lizzie.
Salut!
Shouted Hugo, raising a glass to his lips and knocking back the contents.
À votre santé!
Yelled Marcus, doing the same. Nick burped.
Et encore une fois!
Roared Hugo, trying to top up the glasses before realizing that he had screwed the lid back onto the bottle of pastis. He snorted with laughter as he struggled to loosen it, before splashing more alcohol into the 3 glasses, slopping almost as much onto the table around them.
Down the hatch,
boomed Marcus.
Bottoms up,
said Nick, rallying.
À la vôtre!
Hugo emptied the contents of the glass down his throat, before slamming it down so hard on the wooden table that it came apart in his hand. He looked at the shards in his palm and stared up at the other 2 men, as if astounded at his own strength. Then he started laughing again, doubled over in his chair, clutching his ribs. Nick and Marcus were sniggering like schoolboys. Lizzie and Hannah looked at each other, and Hannah shook her head in despair. At least Mr. Hugo seems to have cheered up, she said. It's hard to believe he was an emotional wreck not so long ago. It's all going to end in tears, said Lizzie. Hannah watched Nick, slumped in his chair, now playing some strange drinking game with Marcus, which consisted of each of them holding up a number of fingers behind their backs and guessing how many the other was hiding.
You're right,
snorted Nick, collapsing with laughter onto the table.
It's 3. You're bloody clever.
Marcus sat back in his chair and beamed as Hugo sloshed another round of pastis onto the wooden grain of the table. Hannah couldn't remember ever seeing her husband this drunk. Nick liked a beer or 2, or the occasional glass of wine, but rarely more than that, and she would always have said he knew his limits. Today, there were clearly no limits. But what the hell? She had no intention of stopping this. It would do him good to let go, even to drink himself into oblivion. Fuck it. She was tempted to join in herself. She couldn't stop thinking about the conversation that morning and the expression on his face as he spoke about the accident. She'd been taken aback when he told Lizzie how awful it was to have the trial hanging over him, not because this was something she didn't know, but because he was admitting it to someone else. Hannah had seen the misery this was causing him over the last few weeks, even though, typical Nick, he tried to keep it to himself. But selfishly, she'd been happy to take her lead from him and steer clear of the subject. She had told herself Nick wouldn't want her to bring it up, or be forced to think about it more than he was already doing. But having heard him talking to Lizzie, she now felt maybe her own silence hadn't been helpful. He wasn't the one who was running away from everything. It was her. Poor Nick. She wandered over and put her hand on his shoulder. He turned to look up at her and grinned, his eyes bleary, his cheeks red. She wasn't sure if it was from an excess of sun or alcohol.
"Mum, the pool!"
shouted Jimmy, jumping up and down in front of her in his bright red trunks.
You have to ask the man!
Okay, Jimmy, come on. She took his hand and they went out onto the lawn, standing beside the prostrate figure of the pool man. Excusez-moi, she began. That was the easy bit. La piscine, s'il vous plaît? Combien de temps? She thought that meant how long, but was temps the word for time or weather? Maybe she'd just asked if it was a nice day. Had he even heard her? After a few seconds, she repeated the question, and the man eventually stirred, and his left hand raised itself slowly from his chest to lift the newspaper away from his face.
My lovely lady, it will be many hours.
Oh, you speak English? That's great.
Many, many hours of water.
Fine, but how many hours do you think, roughly? It's just that my son is desperate to get into the pool. Well, we all are because it's so hot and we haven't had a chance to swim since we arrived, what with the body and everything.
Many, many hours,
he repeated, and dropped the newspaper back over his face. Right, said Hannah. Well, thank you for that. She stood beside him for a couple of seconds before realizing the conversation was definitely over, then turned to Jimmy, who was standing with his hands on his hips, looking at her with expectation.
Well, can we go in soon?
No, sweetheart. I think it's going to take the rest of the day to fill it up, at least. You'll have to wait until tomorrow to swim.
This is ridiculous. What are we supposed to do?
Called Alice from a chair on the patio.
This is so unfair,
yelled Jimmy.
I'm really bored.
Is that man going to be right in the middle of our lawn all afternoon? Asked Susie.
I want to lie out in the sun. There is nowhere to go in this fucking place without Frenchmen drinking or sleeping.
Language, Susie. Lizzie came out of the kitchen with 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Hannah before putting her arm around Jimmy's shoulders. I know it's unfair, she said. Do you want to play a game or something?
No.
He shrugged off her hand and marched down towards the field.
I want to go swimming.
Oh dear, said Lizzie. Things aren't going well in the kitchen either. Mr. Hugo's still wittering on about something, but Marcus and Nick look like they're both half asleep. So, I thought, if you can't beat them... She clinked her glass against Hannah's, and they wandered through the hedge to the pool. The hosepipe was dangling over the tiled edge of the deep end, water spilling out of it and cascading down onto the blue tiles. It wasn't even half full, but at least now it was possible to see progress, with the tiles at the bottom of the shallow end covered in a few inches of glistening water. They sat on 2 plastic loungers, basking in the warmth of the sun. So, what's actually happening with Ben? Hannah asked. Is he going to stay on at university? When we were clearing out at Mum's a few months ago, you said he wasn't happy. Lizzie sighed. He's not. He doesn't like the course, and I think there's been a girlfriend who gave him the runaround. But it's difficult to know for sure because he won't talk about it. We don't want to pry, but on the other hand, I'd like to help if I can. Marcus gets cross, and it's frustrating that we're just throwing money at him while he's there, but all I want is for him to be happy. She turned to Hannah. It's hard when they get to an age when they don't need you anymore, and don't even want to tell you what's going on in their lives. I know Ben hasn't always been easy, but he had a heart of gold when he was younger, and was such a sunny little soul. Recently, he hasn't even returned my calls. Unless he needs money. Hannah struggled to remember a time when sunny was a word she would have used to apply to Ben. Unlike her own son. She was biased, of course, but Jimmy was cheerful, funny, mostly polite. At the same age, Ben had just seemed sullen and angry. When he was about 8, he'd started taking money from Lizzie's purse. At 12, he'd been brought home in a police car, having been caught stealing chocolate from Sainsbury's. By his mid-teens, he'd been in trouble with the police several times for theft and for selling weed at school. Over the years, she and Nick had frequently been appalled by his behaviour and equally amazed at the way Lizzie and Marcus dealt with it. Or, more often than not, didn't deal with anything. Returning from infrequent family get-togethers, they would discuss Ben's latest outburst and the effect his behaviour had on everyone else. They were certain their own children would never behave that badly, partly because they hoped they were better parents than Marcus and Lizzie. Hannah knew that was arrogant, but still didn't believe it was completely inaccurate, and conversations like this only reinforced her view. "That must be hurtful," she said now. "It is. It's awful." Lizzie took another sip of her wine. "I feel like a failure as a mother, and I'm sure other people must look at him and wonder what kind of parents made him turn out like this." Hannah felt herself blushing. "Of course they wouldn't," she said. "Well, parenting always seems so easy from the outside," said Lizzie. Hannah sat back in the lounger and closed her eyes, her face raised towards the sun, listening to the gentle trickling from the hosepipe. She guessed there were worse ways to have to wait for the pool man's many, many hours of water to fill up the damn thing, so that they could finally get on with the rest of their holiday. A tremendous crash came from the house, followed by silence. Then the men started howling with laughter again.
"Hugo, you bloody idiot!" yelled Marcus. "You're wrecking your own house!"
Chapter 15. Hannah reached for her phone on the table beside the bed. It was just after 8 a.m. The sun was sliding through the bottom of the shutters, casting spiky shapes across the carpet, and already the room felt hot. She must have thrown off the sheet in the night, because it was bundled in a messy heap at the bottom of the bed. She turned over and looked at Nick. He was lying on his back, snoring loudly, his arms thrown above his head, his mouth open. She smelt stale red wine as he snorted and rolled towards her, opening one eye and staring at her without really seeing. "How are you feeling?" she whispered.
"Like shit."
"I'm not surprised. Do you want a cup of tea?"
"No, I want to die."
He groaned and closed his eye again, pulling the pillow over his head. She crept out of the bedroom and down the stairs. There was no one else awake, and she revelled in the silence as she walked through into the kitchen, opening the French doors and letting fresh air flood in. The room smelt like a bar, and the surfaces were littered with dirty glasses, empty bottles, and crumpled crisp packets. At some stage, the men had started eating cheese, and when they finally went to bed, the scraps had been left on a board in the middle of the table. This was now swarming with ants. Tiny black dots raced backwards and forwards, collecting crumbs twice the size of their own bodies and scuttling away with them. She followed the trail along the table, down one of the legs and across the floor towards the skirting board, noticing a parallel stream of ants was working its way back the other way, presumably returning for more, having offloaded their cargo. Hannah began to stack glasses in the sink and took the board outside onto the lawn, tossing the remaining bits of cheese into the grass, along with dozens of ants. Had Mr. Hugo made it home? It was dark by the time they got rid of him. Nick had been snoring on the sofa in the sitting room, and Marcus had fallen asleep at the kitchen table, the side of his face squashed against his folded arms. Lizzie had tried to help Hugo into his jacket, following him as he swayed around the kitchen, singing. "Hold still, Mr. Hugo. There we go," she said, grabbing his hand and threading it into the sleeve. "And the other one. That's it." Between them, the sisters had led him through the dining room to the front door and watched him stagger across the gravel, veering to one side and getting a sleeve tangled in a bush before leaning against Marcus's car to prepare himself for setting off again. "Should we go with him?" Lizzie had asked. "We don't even know where he lives," said Hannah. "It could be miles away. I'm sure he'll be okay. I have a feeling it isn't the first time he's had to make his way home in this state." They watched him go through the gates, and for a few seconds could make out his outline as he moved down the lane, one arm raised in the air, swinging the now empty bottle of pastis above his head while he sang loudly. As they turned back to the house, There was a crash and the tinkling of glass against stones. They looked at each other.
Allez, va au diable!
Then the singing resumed, becoming more distant.
He'll be fine, said Hannah.
Now, as she found a broom and started sweeping ants and bits of cheese from the stone floor, she hoped Hugo had made it further than the end of the lane. Otherwise, the police would have 2 bodies to deal with. The image of the man in the pool came flooding back into her head. Would she ever forget her first sight of that spread-eagled figure? The good news was that yesterday evening the pool man had eventually folded up his newspaper and packed his equipment into his van, so they could swim today. She went into the garden and through the gap in the hedge, her spirits soaring at the sight of the pool, now full nearly to the brim. The water was iridescent in the early morning sunlight, pearls of white and silver light scuttling across the surface, the faint breeze creating tiny waves on the surface, like ripples in a piece of blue material. It looked huge, possibly because, although now full of water, it was also wonderfully empty. No dead bodies, no crouching policemen wearing plastic gloves, no divers with their limbs sucked into black rubber wetsuits. Hannah crouched down on the edge and dipped one hand into the water. It was icy, but the sun was already powerful enough to warm her fingers as soon as she spread them out on the tiles. She was desperate to swim. She looked back at the house, half hidden behind the laurel hedge. The shutters were still closed on all the upstairs windows. Her costume was in the drawer of the large cupboard in the bedroom, but she couldn't be bothered to go back inside and brave the room that smelt like a bar in order to find it. Anyway, it was so early, no one else would be up for ages. Damn it, she'd get in without a costume. She stood up and pulled her t-shirt over her head, standing naked at the end of the pool, looking at the shimmering water. Diving in didn't seem like a good idea. The shock of the cold water would be horrific. Instead, she put her hands on the tiled edge at the deep end and slowly lowered herself down. Her feet were wet, then her knees, then her thighs. She gasped and gritted her teeth as more of her body dropped into the freezing water. How did people swim in the sea at Christmas? This wasn't just uncomfortable. It was painful. Finally, taking a deep breath, she let go and plunged in, her hair rippling away from her head, the icy water stabbing at her breasts, neck, and face like millions of tiny knives. It was excruciating, but exquisite at the same time. Her feet touched the bottom and she pushed herself up again, launching out of the water before falling back into it again. "Bloody hell!" she panted. "Bloody hell!" Turning around, she ploughed up the pool, pulling her arms into a jagged breaststroke that would have embarrassed her in a public pool, the sort of panicked flailing carried out by old ladies who refused to get their hair wet as they paddled from one end to the other. But the movement was warming up her limbs. She swam up and down several more times, the chill receding, her heart pumping. It was bliss. She'd loved swimming as a child, but as an adult, it was one of those activities that seemed hard to fit in. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been in the water like this. Maybe on holiday in Greece 2 summers ago? Eventually, she stopped and let herself float on her back in the middle of the pool, her arms stretched out on either side, staring up into the sky. What kind of a blue was it exactly? Baby blue, maybe? Or powder blue? Lighter above her head, slightly deeper towards the horizon, the blue of a bird's egg. Cerulean, cobalt, aquamarine, sapphire. The names of paint shades she had used many years ago in art classes came washing through her mind, none of them quite right for describing this vast, dense colour above her head. She closed her eyes and felt the sun beat down on her face, seeing orange through her closed eyelids rather than blue. She sculled herself through the water with her cupped hands, rotating like a wheel, keeping her legs and arms straight out on either side. It occurred to her that she was floating in almost exactly the same place as the body had been when they arrived on Saturday. In fact, with her arms and legs outstretched, she was even creating the same X shape. She pushed the thought away and concentrated on floating. It felt as if she could lie here for hours, limbs outstretched, water lapping at her body, the sun caressing her naked skin.
Bonjour, madame.
Hannah shrieked and collapsed in on herself, her body dropping below the surface of the water as her feet scrabbled against the slippery tiled floor. Inspector Moreau was standing at the far end of the pool, his hands in his pockets, his face impassive. She wrapped her arms around herself, covering her breasts, then lowering one hand to cover the tops of her thighs. "Good morning," she tried to sound casual.
Please, my apologies, he said, his face still impassive. I did not want to disturb your swim, madame.
How long had he been standing there? He must have been watching her floating around, possibly also reminded of the dead body that had been dragged out of this pool. At least that poor man had been fully clothed. She was excruciatingly aware of her nakedness and felt her face flaring with embarrassment. "What a beautiful day," she said, over brightly. "I thought I would get in here, spend some time in the water, because it's so lovely."
Indeed, he nodded, not moving.
"The perfect day for a swim, just ploughing up and down," she added, wondering how long she could continue holding a conversation in this situation. Now she'd stopped moving. The water was icy against her skin, and she began to shiver. "Mum, what are you doing?" Alice had appeared through the gap in the hedge and was standing staring at Hannah, then at the policeman. Her hair was tousled, and she was wearing the T-shirt she liked sleeping in better than any of the pyjamas Hannah bought her. "You're naked!" "Yes, Alice, I know I'm naked. Please can you go and get me a towel or something?" Hannah hissed. "But why are you in the pool without any clothes on?" "I'll explain later. Alice, a towel, please." "What's happened to your swimming costume?" "Alice, just go and get me a fucking towel!" Chapter 16. They sat around the kitchen table like naughty children being told off by their teacher. Hannah stared down at her hands, pretending she didn't know that Alice and Nick were glaring at her. Susie was smirking, which was just as bad. The inspector stood at one end of the table, hands behind his back, as if about to deliver a sermon. He had told them that he came bearing news, but was clearly enjoying their discomfort.
So, mesdames et messieurs, he said at last when they were quiet, when we raised la victime from the piscine, we were able to do the proper testing on her.
"It wasn't a her, it was a him," whispered Alice.
We have found that death occurred plus tôt, a little earlier than we had expected.
"He means victim is feminine," said Marcus. "La victime."
"But it was a man, Uncle Marcus," said Jimmy.
"Yes, old chap, but in French, the word for victim is la victime," said Marcus, running his hand through his hair and looking pained. "It's a feminine noun."
So,
the inspector glared at them.
This early death explains certain things.
"That's why I hate French," said Susie. "Why does it have to be masculine and feminine? Why can't a thing just be a thing?"
"It explains," said Inspector Moreau, raising his voice slightly, "why the body was floating in the piscine."
They all stared at him.
"After many hours, when a body dies, there is a libération de gaz. So we know this man was dead for at least 10 hours in the piscine, so his body must rise to the top."
"God," said Lizzie. "That's a bit grim." "Just imagine how hard it is to learn German," Alice said to Susie. "I'm doing German GCSE, and their nouns are masculine, feminine, and neuter."
"We believe this man died vendredi soir."
"Friday evening," translated Marcus.
"How awful to think that he'd been in there for such a long time," said Hannah. Don't you mean neutral? Asked Susie. I thought neuter was something they did to cats. No, it's definitely neuter. I should know. I'm the one who's studying it.
So, when he drowned in the pool, he would have sunk to the bottom, said Nick. But then his body filled with gas overnight, which meant he floated to the surface on Saturday morning, or at some stage before we arrived.
They sat looking at the inspector, waiting for him to continue. But he looked around the table slowly, his face as expressionless as when he'd been standing watching Hannah float naked in the pool. She looked down at the table when his eyes moved round to her, pulling her fingers through the strands of wet hair that were falling across her shoulders. Every time she thought about what had happened, she felt herself blushing again. Alice had eventually run off to find a towel, but it felt like ages before she came back, although it was probably less than half a minute. Unwilling to remove her hands from the parts of her body she didn't want on public display, Hannah had hopped towards the side of the pool, and, to her relief, the policeman had turned away as she hauled herself out and grabbed the towel that Alice was holding.
I can't believe you've been skinny dipping,
her daughter had hissed, embarrassment and shock written all over her face.
You're far too old to do something like that.
I didn't mean to.
How can you not mean to go swimming without anything on?
I thought everyone was asleep.
How was I to know the bloody police would turn up at this time in the morning?
By the time they had walked back to the house, Lizzie and Jimmy were up, and Inspector Moreau asked if the men could be brought to join them as well, since he would prefer to speak to everyone at the same time. Jimmy had been sent upstairs to wake Marcus and Nick, while Hannah went into the sitting room to put on her t-shirt and wrap the towel around her waist. Above their heads they could hear Jimmy running from one bedroom to the other, shouting at each man in turn.
Daddy, wake up! The police are here! Uncle Marcus, wake up! The police are here! Daddy, wake up! The police are here! Uncle Marcus!
Yes, all right.
There were thuds from each room as the men got out of bed. It was a slow process and undoubtedly a painful one.
Daddy, guess what?
Jimmy's voice had been as clear as a bell from the landing upstairs.
Mummy went swimming in the pool without anything on, and the policeman saw her boobies.
Hannah had grimaced and shut her eyes. When Nick finally came through the kitchen door, he glowered at her before slumping onto one of the benches. She'd scowled back. Appalling hangover versus public nudity. Neither of them could take the moral high ground. Have you found out what happened to him yet? Lizzie was asking. I mean, we now know how long he'd been in the pool, but do you have any idea how he got there? Did he fall in? Was he pushed?
Madame, I am not at liberty to tell you more at this stage, said the inspector. We are looking into this, and nous étendons notre enquête.
What does that mean? Asked Susie.
I haven't got a clue, sighed Marcus.
Beneath the sunburn, his face suddenly looked pale. I guess it means they're still investigating, said Hannah.
Marcus groaned. Sorry, but I don't think I can sit here much longer. I'm not feeling well. I need to go back to bed.
He stood up and staggered sideways into the dresser before weaving his way back through the dining room and up the stairs.
Me too, said Nick. Feel a bit sick, to be honest.
He got up and waved half-heartedly to the policeman.
Sorry, Inspector. Must go and lie down.
For the first time that morning, the inspector looked irritated.
Mesdames, we need to find Monsieur Bataille-Lefebvre.
Hannah and Lizzie looked at him blankly.
The man who lives here, in this house?
Oh, you mean Hugo? Said Lizzie. He doesn't actually live here, but he's the owner.
Have you seen him?
Yes, he was here last night. The inspector raised an eyebrow. He stayed on after you'd spoken to him by the pool, and he had a drink with our husbands. Well, more than one drink, as you can see.
And he is where now?
The women looked at each other. No idea,
said Hannah. "He went down the lane towards the town. Well, we think he went home. He was rather drunk."
"Like Daddy and Uncle Marcus,"
said Jimmy.
"And this was what time?"
"I guess about 9 o'clock. It wasn't late, but they'd started drinking in the afternoon," said Hannah.
"Daddy says he is never drinking bloody pasties again,"
said Jimmy. "It's pastis, and don't swear."
"That's what he said."
"OK, but don't repeat it."
"We have visited Monsieur Bataille Lefebvre at his house, but he is not there,"
said the inspector. Hannah and Lizzie looked at each other. "We thought he'd be fine getting home. He seemed to know where he was going," said Lizzie. "This isn't good. Do you think he ended up in a hedge somewhere on the way?"
Inspector Moreau shrugged. "My dear madame, I did not see him in a hedge, but I will have my men look again."
"And what about Madame Gerard?" asked Hannah, suddenly remembering. "Do you still have her in custody? That's why he was so upset yesterday. Hugo, I mean, because you had arrested her. Apparently they're an item."
"An item?"
"I mean, they're together," said Hannah. "They're a couple. They're in love." Inspector Moreau looked confused, and then his face broke into a smile for the first time that day.
"Oh no, madame, I think you are very mistaken. Madame Gerard et le monsieur are not les amoureux."
He chuckled to himself.
"No, no, pas du tout. That would be not possible. Madame Gerard et Monsieur Bataille Lefebvre? Zut, formidable."
Lizzie and Hannah stared at him. "Well, that's what he told us," said Lizzie indignantly. "He was very upset about the fact that you'd arrested her. That's why he stayed here and started drinking."
"He cried,"
added Jimmy. "He told us, or rather he told my husband, because he's the one who can understand French, that Madame Gerard is his very good friend." "Lover," said Susie. The teenage girls sniggered. The inspector looked at them with disdain. "It's not funny," said Lizzie. "The poor man was very upset."
"He screamed when he cried,"
said Jimmy. Moreau was looking confused.
"But there is a Madame Bataille Lefebvre," he said. "So I think you are mistaken about him and Madame Gerard. They cannot be les amoureux."
Lizzie caught Hannah's eye and shrugged. "Well, Inspector, it's none of our business," she said. "Mr. Hugo was upset, and we got the impression it was about Madame Gerard. But maybe we got it wrong. He was very drunk."
"Alors, if he returns here, please tell him he must come to me," said Moreau. "We have need to speak with him with great urgency. We must discover who has been at this house before."
"Before us?"
"Oui, madame. Before you have arrived."
"OK," said Hannah. "We'll tell him."
"In fact, he howled," said Jimmy.
The inspector pulled the belt tighter on his coat and nodded at both women before turning and walking through the passageway towards the front door. It slammed loudly behind him. "How odd," said Lizzie. "Yes, you'd think the French would be more laid back about someone having an affair," said Hannah. "No, I didn't mean that. I meant it's odd they can't find Hugo. I hope he's okay. I feel awful now. We should have made him sleep on the sofa, or at least walked with him down the lane to make sure he didn't hurt himself. Oh, Lizzie, he's a grown man. We shouldn't have to look after him. We don't even know him. Stop feeling responsible for everyone." "Yes, Mum. Don't worry about him. He's not our problem," said Susie, who had got up and was squeezing sun cream onto her palms before slapping it onto her legs. She held out the bottle of ombre solaire. "Can you do my back?"
"Actually,"
said Jimmy thoughtfully,
"he howled like a bloody wolf."
Chapter 17. "How can a woman like that be playing the field?" asked Lizzie.
I mean, she must be 65 if she's a day. She's not exactly a looker either, said Susie. God, those feet. She's got huge legs, said Alice gleefully. And hairy toes, hollered Jimmy. Hannah knew she should tell them to stop being judgmental. She didn't like the idea of her children thinking it was acceptable to comment on how people looked. It was important that they respected Madame Gérard and valued people equally, regardless of their appearance. Having said that, the woman was a bad-tempered old trout. Maybe she's a good cook, she suggested. Or good at other things, said Susie, giggling at Alice. What other things? Asked Jimmy. Like board games? They were lying around the pool. At last. They had dragged the loungers down to the far end, which was in the full glare of the afternoon sun, and had spread out towels and arranged books, cold drinks, and mobile phones on the ground around them. Jimmy was diving to the bottom of the pool to retrieve the dozens of pebbles he had thrown in there while Hannah wasn't looking. This is hard work, he gasped, coming up again and throwing out a handful of pebbles. Serves you right for putting them in there. Marcus hadn't reappeared since this morning. He's feeling delicate, Lizzie said. I think it's best if we leave him to sleep it off. That's what happens when you overdo the pastis, Susie grinned. Good job, Dad. I'll be getting a lot of mileage out of this in the near future. Nick was also suffering. After the inspector left, Hannah went upstairs to get dressed and sat on the side of the bed as she sorted through a pile of discarded clothing on the floor. I feel so bad, he'd moaned. My head is going to explode. Have we got any paracetamol? She rummaged in the wash bag and found some tablets, which she put beside the bed, along with a glass of water, filled from the tap in the ensuite. It wouldn't taste pleasant, but she doubted he'd care. She went over to the huge cupboard and began opening and closing drawers. That's too loud. Please stop, he begged. What are you doing? Getting my costume. Some of us intend to spend the day by the pool, rather than in bed. He grunted. Sounds like you've already done your bit in the pool today. What on earth made you go skinny dipping? At your age? I didn't plan it. I just wanted to go for a swim, she snapped. The water looked lovely, and I didn't think anyone else would be up. I couldn't believe it when that bloody man was just standing there, staring at me. It was awful. Anyway, what do you mean, at my age? I'm not that old. You're too old to be running around naked, he said, pulling the pillow back over his head. And you're too old to be getting paralytic on pastis, she retorted. She'd walked out and slammed the bedroom door as hard as she could, hoping it would hurt his head. But now it was bliss to be lying beside the pool doing nothing. The sun felt delicious on her skin, soothing and luxurious, although slightly prickly. She tried to read, but her eyes kept closing, the book starting to slide out of her hand. Eventually, she let it crash to the floor and stay there, her arm flopping across her stomach, her mind wandering in the strange way it does in the stage between sleep and wakefulness. She thought about the market and the little cafe where they'd had coffee, the frantic cheeping of the brightly coloured birds in their cages, the policeman once again swarming around the pool, Hugo weaving his way down the lane in the darkness, the motorway of little ants transporting cheese backwards and forwards with such dedication. Where were they holding Madame Gérard? Probably in a cell at the local police station, although they wouldn't be able to keep her for long without pressing charges. She suddenly realised who Madame Gérard reminded her of. The woman Derek had brought with him to Jean's funeral. Of course. Now she'd made the connection, she couldn't understand why it had taken her so long. It had been a filthy day. The rain hadn't stopped since dawn, and heavy clouds swept across dirty grey skies. It was cold as well, abnormally cold, even for March. Hannah and Lizzie had sat together in the back of the first funeral car.
The undertaker had suggested that, as the daughters of the deceased, it was appropriate for them to travel that way, with their husbands and children following in the cars behind. The leather seat was so deep that, when they sunk back into it, their feet dangled inches above the floor, and there was such a wide gap in the middle that one of them might have reached across and held the other's hand to breach it. Neither made a move to do so. When they arrived at the crematorium, a crush of friends and family were waiting on the steps outside, huddled under umbrellas, dressed in deferential shades of grey and black. Hannah had taken a deep breath and prepared to exchange banalities with all these people who had loved and lost her mother. As she shuffled forward on the seat and moved towards the door, Lizzie had grabbed her hand.
"He's here! Look, standing over at the end by the wall. Shit! What do we do?"
Hannah saw the familiar figure, hunched over and half turned away from them, but unmistakable, even after so long. A woman was standing beside him, one arm through his, the other hand holding a large umbrella over their heads. She was taller than him by a couple of inches, her black coat splayed across hips that projected outwards from her waist. She was wearing thick beige tights, the colour Jean used to call American tan, with a pair of chunky sandals on her feet. It had struck Hannah as a bizarre look.
"Who the hell is that with him?"
she'd asked.
"No idea. I've never seen her before." "This is awful. Why did he come?"
As they stepped out of the car, they were met by a swarm of friendly faces, all twisted into expressions of care and sympathy. Nodding, thanking, clutching at proffered hands, accepting kisses on the cheek, Hannah had gradually worked her way to the edge of the crowd. "What are you doing here, Dad?" He squared up to her, throwing back his shoulders and sticking out his chin. "I've come to pay my respects. It's my right, as her husband." "No," she'd said, "it isn't. You're not her husband anymore. You haven't seen her for years. Lizzie said she wrote to you about the cancer, but you haven't once been in touch to ask how she was or to see how we were coping." She felt a tear slide into the corner of her eye and dashed it away. "Well, what's done is done. I still have the right to be here." He looked so old, deep lines scratched on his skin, his eyes rheumy and heavy-lidded, his white hair thinner than she remembered. It had to be 7 years since she'd last seen him. 8, in fact, because Jimmy had just started walking. Lizzie, ever the peacemaker, had asked their estranged father to come for a cup of tea on Boxing Day. Hannah and her family were invited for supper that evening, but she refused to go earlier, saying she had no wish to spend time in Derek's company. Unfortunately, when they arrived, he was only just leaving. They stood facing each other in the driveway, shuffling their feet, not quite meeting each other's eye. "How are you, Hannah?" he'd asked. "Fine. We're all fine. Not that it's any of your business," she answered, more aggressively than she'd intended. Alice had clung to her mother's hand, peering up with interest at the elderly stranger. "This is your granddaughter," Hannah had said, "although I doubt you care." She didn't look at his face to see if the barb stung. "Come on, Alice, let's go inside." She'd pulled the little girl through the front door, leaving Nick standing outside with Derek. "What did he say?" she asked later. "Not much. He shook my hand, said it was good to see me." "Huh. Well, it wasn't good to see him." She had turned to Lizzie. "Why did you invite him? What's the point in trying to make everything right? I just don't understand why you bother." Lizzie had looked upset. "I'm sorry. I just thought it was the proper thing to do at Christmas. I wanted to make an effort, like he's made an effort with us all these years." At the time, the meeting had left her feeling hurt and vulnerable, like the wounded little girl he had walked out on all those decades earlier. But afterwards, Hannah found it easy to shut Derek away again in the back of her mind,
and avoid thinking about him. Her life was now given over to the constant demands of small children, and her head was full of the joy of her own family. She was busy making happy new memories to supersede the miserable ones associated with her childhood. But suddenly, at the funeral, there was Derek again, wearing a long black overcoat, apparently keen to mark the death of the woman he had left with such ease. Standing feet away from him, Hannah had wondered why they hadn't anticipated this when they were planning the ceremony. "You have no right to be here," she said, glaring at him. "This isn't about you. It's about Mum. It's her day." The woman holding Derek's arm, the one who now reminded her of Madame Gérard, was younger than him, possibly in her 60s. A pillbox hat sat neatly on top of thick black hair that had clearly been blow-dried and set for the occasion. Hannah had glared at her, but the woman dropped her eyes and looked away, moving with Derek as he started walking unsteadily towards the doors of the crematorium. It's not her fault, Hannah reminded herself at the time. She's just the latest in a long line of women who don't answer back. Nick, Marcus, and the children had been waiting by the cars, the boys awkward in suits that hardly got worn, the girls elegant in black. Even Susie had been wearing an appropriately long skirt. Lizzie was now weeping. "I don't want him here," she said. "It feels all wrong. Mum would have hated it." "What can we do?" Hannah had asked. "We can't kick him out." "Leave this to me," Marcus had thundered, and they had watched as he marched up the steps and in through the doors, mourners scattering on either side to clear a path for him. "Someone has to take charge. This is a complete shambles." He had only been trying to help, to make it all right for them. But it had made things so much worse. As she followed him up the steps and into the crematorium, she saw the elderly couple at the front, near the bier where the coffin would shortly be placed by the funeral directors. Derek and his lady friend had sat in the front row, on a solid wooden pew, deliberately left vacant by other mourners, since it was clearly where the immediate family would sit. Looking back on that awful day, Hannah wondered what would have happened if Marcus had just let them be. The two families would presumably have filed into the rows of seats on the opposite side of the aisle, keeping their eyes averted from both Derek and the coffin, bowing their heads, listening to the platitudes churned out by the vicar in her billowing cassock. But as it was, the waiting mourners witnessed a family row and a forced eviction before the service got underway. "Leave it, Marcus," she had hissed at him, but he was too far embroiled. "You have no right to be here, distressing Lizzie and Hannah," he bellowed. "This service has been arranged by them in Jean's memory, and you are not welcome." "Is there something I can help with here?" asked the vicar brightly, stepping down from the raised platform beside the plinth. "We're all fine," said Marcus. "This gentleman is just leaving." "No, I'm not," Derek said, sticking out his chin and grabbing onto the edge of the pew, his spindly fingers bending themselves around the carved wood, like tree roots burrowing into the earth. "Yes, you bloody well are," shouted Marcus. "Stop, please, it doesn't matter," wept Lizzie, grabbing at his arm. "Uncle Marcus said bloody," Jimmy had noted excitedly. "I think we all need to calm down and talk about this rationally," said the vicar. "Nothing to talk about," said Marcus, leaning over and pulling Derek's fingers away from the pew, one by one. "Come on, out you go." By this time, the crematorium was nearly full. Several dozen people who had been standing outside waiting patiently for the service to begin had shuffled in through the doors and were staring at the spectacle playing out before them. People at the rear were craning their necks to get a better view, and an excited murmur ran backwards and forwards, as those who couldn't see very well were brought up to speed with what was happening. Mrs. Jacobs from the corner shop, whose paper boys had delivered Jean's Daily Mail for many years, scuttled through the crowd and sat 2 pews behind Derek, shrugging off her coat and settling down to watch.
"This is awful,"
whispered Lizzie.
"I know,"
Hannah whispered back.
"Can't you stop him?"
Lizzie just looked distraught. Hannah turned to Nick, standing beside her. "Do something, please." He shrugged and looked as useless as she felt. Stepping forward, he put a restraining hand on his brother-in-law's arm. "Why don't we just leave them there and get on with the service?" he said quietly. "It's not worth it, Marcus." "He is not staying at this funeral," said Marcus. "He is not welcome, and he should respect the wishes of his bereaved daughters." "I'm bereaved too, you know," said Derek. "Not in the same way," said Marcus. "Gentlemen, this is most unseemly," said the vicar. "Can we all just sit down and start the service?" Marcus grabbed Derek's arm and pulled him upright. The woman in the pillbox hat was forced to get up too, since she was hanging onto his other arm. "Right, now off we go," said Marcus. "Excuse us, folks. Coming through." "This is assault," said Derek, his voice much stronger than the rest of him. "I will have you for common assault, you bastard!"
"Now that man is saying rude words too!"
Jimmy grinned.
"That man is your grandfather,"
said Susie gleefully, as she took a photograph with her phone.
"Well, he still shouldn't say that word."
Once Derek had been manhandled out of the double doors, Marcus stepped back inside and pulled them shut behind him with a thump that echoed up into the high ceiling. He turned round, beamed at the sea of faces before him, and strode back to the front. "Right," he'd said, marshalling Lizzie into the pew just vacated by Derek and the woman who wasn't Madame Gerard. "Shall we get this show on the road?" Chapter 18. Everyone made it down to breakfast the next morning. Having staggered away from Inspector Moreau's kitchen conference the previous afternoon, Marcus hadn't been seen again for the rest of the day, and Nick had only made a brief reappearance in search of yet more painkillers. But following a good night's sleep, they were both feeling human again and taking charge in the kitchen. Loud, cheerful, and keen to make up for lost time. "I'm starving," said Nick, breaking eggs into a large bowl. "Pass the bacon, someone. I'll just scramble these, shall I?" "I may do a few dozen lengths of the pool this morning, however cold it is," said Marcus. "Although it can't be that bad. Didn't stop you from skinny dipping, did it, Hannah? Nipples rather pert, were they?" She glared at him. "Shut up, you're pathetic." "Bit of a touchy subject, is it?" he said, sniggering. "Not surprised. A woman of your age showing off her tits to a French policeman." "I was not showing off my tits," Hannah snapped, before realizing Jimmy was looking at her with interest. "Just stop going on about it, will you?" "I must have shed a couple pounds yesterday, going without food all day," said Marcus, tapping his stomach. "Losing weight because you're too hungover to eat isn't something to be pleased about," said Lizzie. "You probably destroyed a few million brain cells as well." "Killjoy," said Marcus. "Drunkard," muttered Lizzie. Nick threw a knob of butter into a saucepan and poured in the eggs, while Marcus laid slice after slice of bacon into a frying pan. "I wonder what happened to Mr. Hugo," said Lizzie. "I was worried when the inspector said they couldn't find him. I hope he turned up." "If his head felt anything like mine, he probably spent the day in bed," said Nick. "What a nightmare." "Well, I hope he didn't hurt himself. He was unsteady on his feet when we kicked him out of here. We should have followed him down the lane when we heard that bottle smashing, to make sure he hadn't hurt himself." "He would have been fine. I bet he drinks so much pastis that he doesn't get hangovers from it anymore," said Hannah. "Anyone who carries around a bottle in his jacket pocket has to be able to take it in large quantities." "Can we not talk about pastis?" said Nick. "Just the thought of it makes me feel ill. I'll never touch the stuff again." "I bet he's gone off in search of Madame Gerard," piped up Alice, who was sitting in the sun just outside the French doors. "He might be trying to spring her from jail," said Susie, lying beside her on one of the pool lounges.
He's probably bribing one of the guards to let him in to see her. He's hiding outside the police station in the bushes with a ladder, waiting to put it against the wall and climb up to her window. Ma chérie, intoned Susie in a French accent. Ma belle, mon amour, I have come to save you. She must have a name, said Lizzie. He won't call her Madame Gérard when they're together.
Not unless she's a dominatrix, said Marcus, and the two men snorted with laughter.
What's a dominatrix?
asked Jimmy. I reckon she's called Bernadette or Antoinette, said Hannah. Something strong and typically French.
Madeleine?
suggested Alice.
Estelle?
added Susie.
Fifi,
said Jimmy.
There's a poodle called Fifi on CBBC.
Marguerite.
Clotilde,
said Marcus, and they all roared with laughter. It's got to be that, said Lizzie. I've never known anybody who looked more like a Clotilde. Hannah again wondered about the woman on Derek's arm. She hadn't heard her speak, so had no idea where she was from, but felt she would have had a similarly strong name. Maybe a Marjorie or a Hilda. Something old-fashioned and unyielding, with no trimmings or flourishes. A reliable, dependable name from another era. Nick was serving the scrambled eggs onto plates when there was a rap on the front door.
What now? asked Marcus. For a house that's stuck out in the middle of nowhere, this place is bloody busy.
The knocking continued as he got up and went through to the dining room. They heard him shoot back the bolt on the front door and open it to a cacophony of noise. At first, Hannah couldn't work out what it was. There were loud clicks and raised voices, shouting over each other, asking questions. After a heavy thud, the noise became muted again. Marcus walked briskly back into the kitchen.
It's the bloody press, he said, his face ashen. There are dozens of them out there with cameras and microphones. They must be here about the body. What do we do?
They stood in stunned silence as the knocking began again. Why do they want to talk to us? asked Lizzie. It's nothing to do with us. We're just staying here.
We did discover the body, pointed out Nick. The police may have told them that.
What did they say? asked Hannah.
Not really sure. They were all shouting at me at once, said Marcus. I didn't wait to find out.
The thumping at the front door stopped suddenly. Perhaps they've given up and gone away, said Lizzie hopefully. Go and look through the window, Marcus. See if they're leaving. He walked through to the dining room again.
Can't see anything. Maybe you're right.
Alice shrieked from her seat outside the French doors, and they looked out to see an enormous telephoto lens bearing down on the house across the lawn.
Go away!
shouted Alice, putting her book up in front of her face.
For fuck's sake, this is ridiculous, said Nick, marching to the doors. Get the hell out of here, he yelled. Get away from these girls.
The young man who was wielding the gigantic camera had stopped several feet away, and, having rattled off shots of the outside of the house, moved the lens down until it was pointing at Susie's yellow bikini.
Go on, get away, shouted Nick,
walking towards him and trying to grab the camera.
This is private property.
Marcus now joined him on the lawn, but several more photographers and journalists had appeared. They were talking animatedly to each other, and a couple was speaking into mobile phones. With bags of equipment over their shoulders and headphones and microphone leads dragging along behind them, they were a threatening rabble. Hannah could see at least 10, but more were still coming around the corner of the house. Marcus and Nick stood shoulder to shoulder on the grass, facing the oncoming mob.
Get inside, Nick shouted to Hannah over his shoulder. Take the kids with you and shut the doors.
The two groups of men squared up to each other on the lawn. The French armed with cameras, tape recorders, microphones and notepads, the English wielding an empty packet of bacon and a plastic spatula. The journalists were poking microphones into Marcus's and Nick's faces and shouting out questions. Hannah grabbed Alice and pulled her inside the kitchen, and tried to do the same with Susie, who fought back with remarkable strength.
"Leave me alone," she hissed. "I'm fine here."
She turned back to the first photographer, who was standing slightly apart from the crowd, trying to get the perfect angle on her teenage breasts. Reclining on the lounger, she threw him a dazzling smile and lightly knocked the strap of her bikini top, so it slipped off her shoulder. The photographer grunted approvingly and flicked a lever on the side of the camera so that it rattled off shot after shot, the shutter opening and closing like gunfire.
"Susie, stop being a little tart,"
said Hannah, before she could stop herself.
"What? How dare you call her a tart?"
Lizzie appeared behind her.
"Get off our lawn," yelled Nick. "Ceci est une propriété privée," shouted Marcus. "You are trespassing on private property." "Mademoiselle, ici, ma belle mademoiselle," called the photographer, clicking away. "We'll call the police," threatened Marcus.
The huddle of French reporters moved nearer, clearly not threatened in any way by the English tourists and their kitchen implements.
"Quelques questions, monsieur,"
called a middle-aged man in a shiny jacket, thrusting a microphone against Nick's chest.
"Quand avez-vous le grand—" "Get off me! Go away!"
Nick swiped left and right with the spatula, as if swatting flies.
"Ah!"
Jimmy came thundering out through the French doors, brandishing the leaf skimmer. As he shot past her, Hannah was suddenly reminded of a scene in The Last of the Mohicans, which they'd watched only recently on Netflix. An Indian had been charging at the enemy, holding a spear, his face stretched into a grimace, tendons pulsing on either side of his eyes, tanned skin stretched taut over sharp cheekbones. His gaping mouth had produced a blood-curdling scream, rather like the one that was coming out of her son's mouth now.
"Ah!"
continued Jimmy, hurtling onto the lawn towards the pack of men. They scattered to either side, startled, and turned to watch him career past them, down the lawn towards the fence. He picked up speed as he went down the slope, unable to stop his legs from pumping away beneath him.
"Jimmy!"
shouted Hannah.
"Oh, shit," said Lizzie behind her.
"Oh la la,"
said one of the photographers. There was a thump as the front edge of the leaf skimmer hit the fence, and Jimmy catapulted over it in a flash of red swimming trunks and a tangle of legs and arms, still yelling as he flew through the air.
"Ça va faire mal,"
said one of the journalists thoughtfully.
"Too right it's going to hurt,"
said Marcus. Chapter 19. It didn't take long to disentangle Jimmy from the broken fence. Luckily, the wooden struts were so rotten they'd disintegrated as he fell into them, and when Hannah and Nick pulled him onto his feet, he'd suffered no more than some scratches, a couple of splinters, and a loss of dignity. The main casualty was the leaf skimmer. The metal frame had snapped when it hit the ground, ripping the white netting, which was now hanging at an angle. The handle was also bent. Jimmy's lower lip started to tremble as he looked at it, and his eyes filled with tears. He grabbed it in one hand, pulled his red swimming trunks up towards his chest with the other, and strode purposefully back up the lawn, his chin jutting out in front of him, his eyes averted from the bank of clicking cameras.
"Go away,"
yelled Hannah, shepherding him towards the house.
"You vultures!"
They piled into the kitchen, Lizzie dragging Susie from her reclining position on the lounger.
"Shut the doors," ordered Marcus. "Pull the curtains. Make sure they can't see into any of the windows. I'll go and close the shutters next door."
Once safely locked inside the house, they sat around the kitchen table, their eyes adjusting to the semi-darkness.
"This is so boring,"
said Susie, sighing deeply and sinking her head into her hands. "We could be here for a while."
We'll return to the story in just a bit. But for now, let these soft notes guide you into a state of peace and quiet. Thank you for watching and listening.
pale, said Nick.
But I want to be out in the sun, said Susie. At this rate, I won't be going home with any kind of tan at all.
Hannah saw Alice glance irritably at her cousin, the scarlet skin of the one teenage girl contrasting so vividly with the glowing golden flesh of the other. "For God's sake, Susie, is that all that matters to you?" she snapped, desperate to make her daughter feel less inadequate. "This is more important than your damned tan."
"Well, we all want different things from this holiday, and that's fine," said Lizzie over-brightly.
Hannah wanted to scream. "What we want from this holiday is some peace and quiet, but we're not bloody well getting it," she said. "And please stop being so jolly and cheerful about everything, Lizzie. It is driving me insane." There was an awkward silence. She sensed Nick glaring at her, but refused to meet his eye.
"I'm sorry," said Lizzie. "I just want us all to get on."
"Of course you do. We all want that," said Nick. "I think we're just rather tense, and it's not surprising, given the circumstances."
"What I want,"
said Jimmy, his face streaked with tears,
"is a new leaf-picking-up thing. Do you think the poolman with the newspaper would give us another one? He had lots of them in his van."
At Marcus's suggestion, the girls went upstairs to look out of Hannah and Nick's bedroom window at the front of the house and find out what was happening. They came back to report there were several vehicles in the drive.
"There's a big white van with sky on the side and a satellite dish on the roof," said Alice. "It's blocking the gate." "There's a young guy standing in front of a camera, filming something," added Susie. "He looks like a proper reporter, really professional. He's rather hot."
"You are not going outside again, Susie, do you hear me?" said Lizzie, crossing her arms and frowning at her daughter. "I don't care how hot he is. You are staying inside this house with the shutters and curtains closed." "Yes, we don't want to give them anything. No interviews, no pictures," added Nick. Susie pouted.
"God, lighten up, people. This is the most exciting holiday I've ever been on. What does it matter if we give an interview to the local press? We haven't done anything wrong."
"That's not how they'll see it," said Marcus darkly. "Journalists are scum, and I don't suppose the French ones have any more moral fibre than the ones back home." "You can say that again," said Nick. He glanced at Hannah and raised his eyebrows. She reached across and grabbed his hand. Marcus was now explaining to Susie why she wasn't old enough to have any dealings with the press. "As your responsible adult, I will decide where and when you give interviews, and it's not going to be now."
"Dad, you're so boring."
Hannah was sitting on the bench next to Jimmy, and she shuffled closer and put her arm around his shoulders. He was holding the ripped netting from the leaf skimmer, hugging it to his bare chest like a comfort blanket.
"Will we be able to get another one?"
he asked, turning to look up at her.
"It's my favourite thing on the whole holiday. I love it more than my beetle."
"I don't know, sweetheart. We'll see." Outside, they could still hear people talking on the lawn at the back of the house. Someone tried to knock on the front door again, but gave up after a couple of minutes, when it became clear they weren't going to answer. Hannah was furious, not just at the French media who were imprisoning them inside the house, but at the irony of the whole situation. They'd travelled hundreds of miles to find peace and quiet, the need for which had been intensified over the last few weeks by the unwanted attentions of the press back home. But now, through no fault of their own, they appeared to have walked into a situation that had the potential to turn them into another major news story. Since Nick's accident, she hadn't bought a copy of the local paper, and had tried to avoid watching the local TV news reports as well. She'd been appalled when she realised Nick had been turned into a major story, and angry he seemed to have no right of reply whenever the case was mentioned. "They can't keep talking about it without asking for your version of what happened," she'd exclaimed one evening, as a photo of pretty, giggling Katie was put up beside the black and white mugshot of Nick that had been taken at the police station on the night of the accident. Unsmiling and drawn, he was clearly in shock.
but it wasn't a flattering picture, and she could understand why anyone who didn't know him might look at it and misread the terror on his face for guilt. She looked across the table at Nick's face now, one of the few in the world that was nearly as familiar to her as her own. His skin was lightly tanned, with paler crow's feet stretching out onto his cheeks, where he'd screwed up his eyes to block out the sun. His face was half turned away from her, and seeing it at that angle reminded her of the night, several weeks ago, when he'd shouted himself awake and sat up in bed, hounded from sleep by a nightmare. His profile then had been ghostly pale in the light that shone under the bedroom door from the landing. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, his mouth slightly open as he took deep breaths to calm his racing heart. She had stretched out a reassuring hand and rested it on his arm. As his breathing slowed, he turned towards her. "It's the sound," he said. "The sound it made when I hit her. That's all I keep thinking about. It was such a loud bang when she came off the bonnet of the car, like a hammer on a block of wood. I keep hearing it, over and over." She had squeezed his arm, not knowing what to say. "It was worse than seeing her up against the windscreen. One second she was there, blonde hair everywhere. The next she wasn't, and I was braking and stopping. But it's the sound that's in my head the whole time." "Did she cry out?" Hannah had asked, not sure why she wanted to know. He shook his head. "If she did, I didn't hear it. But I don't think there was time. It all happened too fast. There was just the bang as I went into her. That bloody bang!" He had dropped his head into his hands and his shoulders heaved as he sobbed. In the 20 years they'd known each other, it was the only time she'd seen him cry. Now, weeks later, he had the same haunted look on his face. But it was nothing to do with the memory of Katie's body flying through the air towards his windscreen. This time it was because they were barricaded into a house in the south of France, with a dead body recently removed from the swimming pool, and what looked like the world's media camped outside. "We're under siege," said Lizzie. "This must be what it's like when you're so famous the paparazzi are camped outside your gates the whole time. Like if you're an actor or a model," said Susie. "Or a pop star," added Alice. "Yeah, like Beyoncé." "Or Justin Bieber." "Or Mr. Tumble," said Jimmy. "How are we going to get out of here?" asked Marcus. "We're prisoners in our own holiday home." Chapter 20. As the sun dipped behind the hills, the dozens of photographers and reporters showed no signs of leaving. Hannah went upstairs and into her bedroom without putting on a light. Peering out behind the edge of the curtain, she could see the drive was still full of vans and cars, and could just make out the shapes of people moving between them. There was a low rumble of voices, punctuated by the occasional laugh. Every now and then a glowing cigarette winked in the gloomy half-light. Being trapped inside like this was awful. She felt like an animal in a cage. She remembered again the brightly coloured birds they'd seen in the market, cheeping in desperation and fluttering their wings frantically against the stainless steel bars. Back downstairs, the others were still in the kitchen, but had decided it was safe to open the French doors, since the press pack had moved to the front of the house. A welcome breeze wafted in, tickling the tassels on the lampshade that hung above the table. "We don't dare risk lighting a barbecue in case they smell the smoke and come round to this side again," said Lizzie as Hannah walked back into the kitchen. "So I'm going to cook up some chicken with rice and make a salad to go with it. Is that okay?" "That would be great." Hannah sank down on the bench and looked over Jimmy's shoulder. "What are you drawing?" "Death." "Jimmy, that's a bit morbid." "It's
Death coming to this house to take away some people. The first person he's going to take away is the man who was in our pool. Look, that's him in the blue water there, with his Adidas trainers on. After that, he may take away all these other people over here. They're the men with cameras who saw me running into the fence.
Nick leant across the table to look. Wow, that's pretty detailed, Jimmy. What's that big black thing on the left?
That's the tank. It belongs to Death. He's going to drive them away in it.
Right, of course. Nick looked across at Hannah and raised his eyebrows. Well, that's very creative. It's a great picture. How about you add a crane onto the tank so that Death can lift up the bodies? And maybe a stun gun as well?
Daddy, he's not going to kill them with a stun gun. That would be stupid, said Jimmy. He's going to chop them in half with a big knife. I've already drawn that.
Ah, yes, I see it now. Down there, on the right. Hannah grinned at them both. Nick had always been better at relating to what the children were doing. He was naturally interested in the extraordinary things their minds conjured up. There was no way Hannah would have worked out that the long black squiggle at the bottom of Jimmy's piece of paper was a knife that could be used to take out a bunch of reporters. She adored her own children, but wouldn't have had the patience to work with other people's. I don't know how you do it, she frequently said, as Nick staggered in from another day at the chalk face. You're a saint. Her own job as office manager at the catering company was relatively dull, but gratifyingly easy. It didn't keep her awake at night or follow her home. When she closed the door behind her each evening, she shut away a desk piled with invoices, orders, and spreadsheets, all of which could be forgotten about until the following day. Childcare and teaching didn't work like that.
I want to do something exciting with my life, Alice often said,
the implication being that her mother didn't. But Hannah was happy that way. One stressful career, peppered with behaviour reports, Ofsted targets, educational assessments, and stroppy parents, was enough for any household. Lizzie served up plates of fried chicken and rice, with a bowl of tossed green salad and yet more baguette. I've never eaten so much bread, said Hannah. Why aren't the French all the size of houses? They ate what was on their plates, then accepted more from the huge cast-iron pans. Wine was poured for the adults, Coke for the children, and, when the bottles were opened too quickly, brown sugary foam gushed onto the table before glasses could be filled. It was fun. Hannah found herself relaxing as she poured more wine, the stresses of the day melting away as the alcohol seeped through her veins. Marcus was telling a story about a client whose wife, on discovering he was having an affair, packed some of his clothes and personal possessions into a suitcase, arrived unannounced at his office, and proceeded to open the case and throw it all out of the window. "One thing at a time," he said. "First a pair of jeans, then a shoe, then some boxer shorts. It took ages." The girls were loving the story, their eyes wide with glee at the prospect of a relationship going so terribly wrong. "His office was on the 8th floor. The people on floors 1 to 7 saw all these things floating past their windows. Trousers, socks, shirts, books. She even threw out his iPad." "No, that's awful," said Susie.
"Couldn't he stop her?" asked Alice. "What's an affair?" asked Jimmy.
"That was the funny thing," said Marcus. "He wasn't even there. He was out at a meeting. No one else dared go into the office. She was in such a crazy mood."
"Did he get back while she was doing it?" "Is an affair like the school fair we have in the summer?" asked Jimmy.
"I think his secretary called to warn him."
"Was the wife still there when he got back, waiting to see his reaction?"
"No, she'd stormed off by then. But of course every single member of his team had seen what happened, so knew what he'd been up to."
"That is so funny," said Susie. "Well, to be honest, I think it serves him right," said Lizzie.
If you play with fire and all that?
Do you play with fire at an affair? Like those men who eat it at the circus? Whined Jimmy. I don't really understand.
Did he get all his things back? Asked Hannah, not sure why it mattered. The man didn't sound like he deserved any sympathy.
No idea, but it must have been funny seeing him run around picking up boxes and socks from the pavement. Just goes to show there's nothing like a woman scorned, said Nick.
His poor wife had every right to feel like that, said Lizzie. What a bastard! He got what he deserved. She was frowning, her arms crossed in front of her chest, the only one not enjoying Marcus's story. Hannah wasn't surprised. There was an old wound inside both of them that had never healed properly, and ached when they were reminded of Derek's affair. More than 30 years later, she could still see Jean's tear-streaked face when she sat them down at the table in the cold little kitchen and told them Daddy was going away and wouldn't be living with them again.
But where has he gone?
Lizzie had asked, bewildered. She had been about Jimmy's age, too young to understand, but old enough to sense that her mother's pain was something out of the ordinary.
Will he be back for tea?
Full of terror, although she didn't understand why, 9-year-old Hannah had run upstairs and shut herself in the bedroom she shared with Lizzie.
Go away,
she screamed when Jean tried to come in later.
I hate you. I want Daddy to come back. Why did he go?
She couldn't remember exactly what happened over the next few days, or how long it took before she finally realized Derek wasn't coming home. She must have gone through a gradual process of acceptance, and now, so many years later, she realized that process would have been helped by Jean's pragmatism.
We will be fine, my lovely girls,
she had said, hugging them both to her as they sat on the sofa.
It's just the 3 of us now, but we will get through it.
By the start of the summer holidays, it no longer felt strange to see Derek's empty place at the breakfast table, and Hannah slapped down Lizzie's continuing lack of comprehension.
He isn't coming back to live here anymore. Don't you understand that?
She said bitterly, when Lizzie asked if Derek might be going on holiday with them to Cornwall.
He went away because he doesn't love us anymore. You're such a baby. You don't know anything.
3 weeks later, unable to get to sleep in a strange bed in a dismal boarding house in Newquay, she had cried silently into her pillow as she remembered last year's holiday, when Derek had taken her to a fireworks display, on her own as a special treat, because Lizzie was too young to stay up that late. They never met Anne, the woman with whom he'd had the original affair. Many years later, Jean told them Anne had left Derek and gone back to her husband. She had relayed the news with a certain amount of satisfaction. Over the next few years, they had been introduced to 2 more of Derek's new lady friends. The first tried to be jolly and win the love of the little girls, showering them with sweets and cheap makeup. The second treated them with indifference, listening to their chatter with a smile that didn't stretch quite wide enough, smoking and staring out of the window of an Italian restaurant, while Derek watched them twirling spaghetti around their forks, splattering red bolognese sauce over themselves and the white tablecloth. He'd had a strained smile on his face and asked them about school, but there were long silences in the conversation. Hannah, then just 13, had been acutely aware of the awkwardness of the whole thing and covered up her embarrassment with anger.
Did you have a lovely birthday, Hannah?
Derek had asked at one stage. What do you care? She'd muttered sullenly. You didn't even remember it. He'd looked confused.
But didn't you get my present?
She hadn't believed him. Can we go home now? As the girls got older, occasional visits became infrequent ones, and it was only many years later that Hannah realized they must have been as uncomfortable and upsetting for their father as they were for her and Lizzie. By the time Hannah left home to go to university, contact with Derek had virtually come to an end. Until the day of the funeral, she could count on the fingers of one hand the number of times she'd seen him. She and Nick hadn't invited him to their wedding, and since they had a civil ceremony, there was no need for someone to officially give her away. Just as well, she'd joked at the time. He gave me away years ago. It was easier to pretend it didn't hurt if she made a joke out of it. Now Marcus was making a joke about some stranger's affair and the impact it must have had on his family, and Lizzie's lips were pursed tightly. Susie and Alice were shrieking with laughter and begging Marcus for more details, eager to hear how the man's colleagues had reacted to such an acute revelation of his infidelity. Hannah leant across and gently rubbed her sister's arm, wanting to show she understood how she felt. Did Marcus's client and his wife have children, she wondered? If so, perhaps they would grow up with a similar lesion deep inside them, as a result of their father's indiscretion and public humiliation. Lizzie was right. The straying bastard had deserved to get his worldly goods thrown out of an 8th-floor window. Chapter 21. Alice and Susie had fallen out. No one was quite sure why, but they were sitting in separate rooms plugged into their respective AirPods and mobiles, making a public show of not being together. In the sitting room, Susie kept sighing deeply and shaking her head, as if remembering something idiotic Alice had said. She clearly wanted one of the adults to ask her what had happened. Hannah wasn't going to give her the satisfaction. She was sitting on the floor playing poker with Marcus and Nick, neither of whom was aware of the wall of teenage tension that had been built in the room. They'd been playing for an hour or so, and Marcus seemed to be irritatingly lucky at poker.
"Ah, me again,"
he chuckled, as Nick and Hannah threw in their cards.
"The thing about this game is that you've got to watch the cards."
"I am watching the cards," said Nick, leaning back against the sofa.
"I'm just not getting dealt any good ones."
"It's all about luck," said Hannah irritably.
"Oh, you are so wrong, Hannah. So very wrong," said Marcus. "Luck has nothing to do with it. Poker is a game of skill."
"And bluff," said Nick.
"Well, yes, a bit of bluff, but it's mostly skill."
Hannah dealt another hand, and Marcus snorted in satisfaction as he picked up his cards and looked at them.
"Right," he said. "I'm in."
"I'll raise you," said Nick. "I'm out," Hannah said, throwing down her cards. "I've had a load of rubbish all night."
"You're folding, you mean? Get the terminology right, Hannah."
Marcus cackled and rubbed his hands together. She glared at him. Every time she felt more predisposed to try and like this idiot, he did or said something so stupid it made her want to slap him.
"Loser,"
he chided, making an L shape with his thumb and forefinger and sticking it up against his forehead. "Marcus, stop acting like a bloody teenager."
"Oh, we don't like losing, do we?"
He turned to Nick and sniggered.
"Competitive women, eh? They can't bear it when a man shows them how something should be done."
Hannah got to her feet and marched out of the room. Marcus was unbearable. He was either being boorish and pompous, trying to take charge and make them all do what he wanted, or he was behaving like a child who thought he was funny, but was just bloody irritating. Nick seemed to cope with him, but he had always been more even-tempered. Hannah knew she was intolerant, but how did Marcus's colleagues put up with him? Or his secretary, Kathy, who'd been with him for years? Even Lizzie referred to her as poor Kathy whenever her name came up in conversation. The woman must have the patience of a saint. Either that, or when she accepted the job with Marcus, she'd also been offered a frontal lobotomy, paid for out of company funds. Hannah went into the kitchen, where Alice was sitting at the table, flicking angrily through a magazine. "What's happened between you and Susie?" "Nothing." "It doesn't look like nothing." "She's just being stupid." "Ah, takes after her father, then." Alice looked up and grinned. "Is he winding you up, too?" "Just slightly." "Seriously, Alice, have the two of you fallen out over something?
Or are you getting fed up with each other?
I don't know. She always has to be right about everything, and whatever I say, she has to know more about it, or else slag it off.
Like what?
Well, I was telling her about the school skiing trip next year, and how I was saving up to pay for some of it, and she started talking about her school trip to New York, and apparently there's another one coming up to Kamchatka. I don't even know where that is, but everything she does has to be better.
That's private school for you, I'm afraid, said Hannah, going over to fill the kettle. She does get the chance to do exciting things. I know it seems unfair, but you'll meet many more Susies in life, so, unfortunately, you just have to learn to deal with her.
What, like you deal with Uncle Marcus?
Asked Alice. Rude? But no, you need to do a better job than me. I know I'm not very good at coping with him sometimes.
What winds you up most? What he says or what he does?
Now, let me think. Both. Hannah laughed. It's just a personality clash. We're different and we irritate each other. That happens with certain people. It's part of being human. Alice sighed.
I think Susie and I have a personality clash as well.
Hannah wandered out onto the back lawn and stood listening to the noises of the night. Dozens of cicadas were performing their regular symphony, and from somewhere off to the left came a screeching that sounded chillingly human, but was probably a fox. To everyone's relief, the journalists and television reporters had given up about an hour ago, noisily packing away their lenses and microphones. As the cars and vans drove down the lane, sets of headlights danced in the dark, snaking past the fields towards the town. Probably off to harass some other poor buggers, Nick had said glumly. They would undoubtedly be back, but for now it was blissful to be on their own and unobserved under the large open sky, which was filled with so many stars that Hannah couldn't begin to count them. Some of the constellations were familiar. She could always pick out the 3 bright stars in Orion's belt, together with the Big Dipper, part of Ursa Major, which in turn pointed towards Ursa Minor. These names she'd been taught as a child were comforting and familiar, and pinpointing shapes in the night sky made the infinity of the universe above her head seem less scary. If she looked for long enough, her eyes could make out shadows between these constellations, other celestial showers thousands of miles further away, shining brightly on distant planets. The enormity of it all amazed her. Jimmy had disappeared, and when Hannah went upstairs, she found him sitting cross-legged on his bed, staring at the wall. "What's the matter, lovely boy? Come on, it's late. You need to get into your pajamas." He turned to look at her, frowning slightly.
"Did Daddy kill that girl with the curly hair?"
"No, Jimmy. No, of course he didn't. Oh, God, how long have you been thinking about that?" She sat down and moved to put her arm around him, but he wriggled further up the bed. "Daddy didn't kill anyone. He hit the little girl with his car, but it wasn't his fault. She ran out into the road and he couldn't stop in time. But she's out of hospital now, and she's going to be fine." He was looking down at his hands, fiddling with the hem of his shorts.
"But he may go to prison."
"He won't. Who told you that? Of course he won't go to prison. He just might have to go to court because the police need to find out what happened."
"Luke says he'll go to prison, and then you'll get married to someone else, and Alice and I won't see Daddy again until we're grown up."
She opened her mouth but couldn't think what to say. Luke's mother was one of several who hadn't spoken to her outside the school gates for the last few weeks. Hannah had been embarrassed about the ostracism, then angry, but ultimately decided there was little she could do about it. Unable to confide in Nick or tell anyone how awful it all was, she had literally turned the other cheek. Now she wondered whether it would have been better to try and speak to some of those women who'd publicly turned their backs on her, rather than accept it.
Did people really expect Nick to go to prison? Or were they just spreading vicious gossip, cashing in on someone else's misfortune? Even more worrying than what the parents thought was the possibility that their children had been fed gossip or lies, which they'd passed back to Jimmy in the playground. Hannah felt guilty that she hadn't thought about this possibility. The confused little boy could have been mulling it all over for weeks. The terror of prison and separation eating away at him, not knowing how to let anyone know how worried he was. Listen, Jimmy. Daddy's accident was awful, not just for the little girl, but for him, because it was a real shock. But it wasn't his fault, and it wasn't hers either. It was just one of those horrible things that happen. She is fine now. She's walking again and at home with her parents, and I'm sure she'll go back to school in September, so you don't need to worry about any of it. Daddy may have to go to court, but it's just because the police want to do things properly. It was almost the truth, a sanitized version of it. Should she lie to make him less worried? Perhaps it wasn't a lie. Even if the Crown Prosecution Service allowed the appeal and charged Nick, there was a chance the case could be swift and conclusive, that the judge would immediately recognise the charges were insubstantial and throw them out. But there was also a possibility, not one she and Nick had dared discuss, that he would be found guilty of dangerous driving, which might carry a prison sentence rather than a hefty fine. Shortly after the accident happened, with Nick still reeling from the shock of it, as well as from the initial grilling he'd been given by the police, they'd contacted a solicitor. While they waited for the CPS to deliver its verdict, Tina had been reassuring, but realistic. She insisted it should all be fine, but warned them that if the case was brought, it would be because there was a good chance of conviction. "But it was just an accident," Nick had said, panic and confusion on his face. "It was a stupid accident. She ran out into the road in front of me. There was nothing I could do." Hannah had felt sick as she sat opposite the solicitor, trying to understand the implications of what she was saying. It seemed so crazy and wrong. When they'd been told that the CPS wasn't going to prosecute, the relief had been immense. They'd gone out to dinner together that evening, to celebrate. But the next day, Tina had called again, to tell them Katie's parents were appealing the decision, and the roller coaster ride continued. And it really did feel as if her body was being flung up and down, backwards and forwards, on some crazy amusement park ride. As Hannah sat beside Jimmy on the bed, she was aware of her heart starting to race again, her stomach lurching, her mouth suddenly so dry she could hardly swallow. "It will all be fine," she said, hugging her son tightly. "I promise. Daddy isn't going to prison. Nothing is going to take him away from us." She hoped she wasn't making promises she had no way of keeping. Chapter 22. "Brace yourselves," said Marcus. "We're front-page news." They gathered around the paper. "Shit," said Hannah. "This is dreadful,"
said Lizzie.
"Hey, that's me,"
said Jimmy. Marcus had driven into Saint-Julien-de-Vigny for breakfast supplies, and when he got back, he dumped a large bag of croissants onto the table, together with a copy of the local paper. The headline read, "Les Anglais du Mort." A few lines of copy followed, together with several page numbers and a little arrow, suggesting more information could be found inside the paper. A large black and white photograph took up the lower half of the page. It showed Jimmy emerging from the French doors, his eyes bulging, his hair pushed backwards by the speed at which he was moving. He was brandishing the leaf skimmer in front of him like a gun, and his mouth was wide open, clearly in mid-scream. Hannah had never seen him so angry. He looked like one of the boy savages in Lord of the Flies.
"There's more," said Marcus. We're also on pages 2, 3, 4, and 5, and there's a double-page spread in the middle, with full-colour photos.
Nick flicked through the paper, the others peering over his shoulders. On the second page was a photograph of all of them, taken as they stood outside the French doors, clearly shocked at seeing the approaching mass of French journalists. Nick was walking towards the camera, brandishing a spatula, and Hannah was peering out from behind him. Irritatingly, it looked as if she was hiding. Maison de la Mort, read Lizzie. Suspect arrêté. Does that mean arrested?
Yup, said Marcus, and the title means House of Death. You haven't got to the worst bit yet.
He leaned across and flicked forward through the pages until he came to the middle of the paper.
There.
Oh, no. Lizzie put her hands up to her mouth. This is appalling. How can they get away with it? The title running along the top of the spread was Famille anglaise en vacances à la Maison de l'Enfer. To one side was a small picture of Inspector Moreau, possibly talking to the press outside the local police station. Further down, twice as large, was a full-colour photograph of Susie, her yellow bikini dragging the reader's eye away from everything else on the page. She was pouting at the camera, one leg bent up, the strap of her bikini top halfway down her left arm, her cleavage thrusting towards the camera. What does that title say? Asked Lizzie.
English families holidaying at the House of Hell, translated Marcus grimly.
They looked at each other, aghast. Poor Susie. How awful, said Lizzie. The girls weren't awake yet, but Hannah had a feeling Susie wouldn't be too dismayed to have secured the majority of the coverage. In fact, she would probably be thrilled.
Have you read any of what they've written? Asked Nick. Just skimmed through it when I got back in the car, but I need to read it properly to see what they're saying about us.
Are they allowed to print pictures of our children like this, without our permission? Asked Hannah. I'm sure they couldn't get away with this back home.
Well, there's not much we can do about it now, said Nick.
Jimmy pushed forward and closed the paper again so the front cover was showing.
I'm famous, he said.
It's only the local rag, Jimmy. Don't get too excited, said Nick.
Sky News was here too, Lizzie reminded him. For all we know, we could be in the national papers and on the TV.
Brilliant,
Jimmy beamed. But I don't get why it's such major news, said Hannah. There must be dead bodies discovered every day across France. Why would they be so interested in this one?
It was in a swimming pool, Nick pointed out. That makes it a bit different. And someone has been arrested for murder, added Marcus. Poor Madame Gérard features quite heavily as well. There's a photo of her on page 3. Where is it? Here.
It wasn't Madame Gérard at her best. The close-up picture of her head had obviously been cropped from a group shot. It was possible to see someone else's shoulder alongside hers. She looked several years younger, although no more cheerful than when they had first met her in this house 3 days earlier.
That woman has a face like a slapped arse, said Marcus.
That's an awful thing to say, said Lizzie. She's just a bit severe, that's all. Maybe she doesn't like having her picture taken.
She looks like a slapped arse because she's a murderer, said Jimmy.
She may not have done anything, said Hannah. We don't know yet. And please don't say arse, Jimmy. Marcus was leaning over, translating some of what had been written.
It says here they still haven't identified the body, so I don't know how they can be sure she killed him if they don't know who he is.
I look scary, don't I? Said Jimmy, turning to Hannah. I helped chase away those men with the cameras.
Maybe they found some evidence to link her with the body, suggested Lizzie.
I wish my leaf-picking-up thing hadn't broken, though.
Alice wandered out onto the patio and opened the paper bag to fish out a croissant before slumping down in a chair. What's going on? She asked.
I'm in the newspaper, scaring away the men with cameras, said Jimmy proudly. And Susie's boobies are in there too.
So far this morning there had been no sign of any of the reporters, but it felt like an uneasy truce, the calm before the storm. Hannah frequently caught herself glancing towards the side of the house, anticipating the crunch of gravel and the sound of agitated voices. When a visitor did appear, it was Inspector Moreau, and, as usual, he managed to arrive without anyone noticing, slipping unobserved through the hedge and standing at the far end of the pool, where Hannah was the first to notice him. "Oh, what now?" she muttered. The man was like some weird magician, popping up all over the place with no warning. "Bonjour, Inspector," she called out, mainly to warn the others he was there. Nick and Jimmy were throwing a tennis ball at each other in the pool. Marcus and Lizzie were lying on sun loungers reading. The girls, both plugged into headphones, were the only ones who didn't immediately turn to stare at the detective. "Mes amis," he said, his hands firmly planted in the pockets of his trench coat. "You have seen the newspaper?" "Yes, we have bloody well seen it," said Nick. "It's outrageous." "C'est scandaleux," translated Marcus.
"Did you see my picture?"
asked Jimmy. "Doesn't he ever take that coat off?" whispered Lizzie. "He must be baking on a day like this." "I must ask of you not to speak with the men and ladies of the newspapers," said Inspector Moreau, looking around at them one by one, as if the point needed making to each individual. "This is not good for my case." "It's not good for us either," said Lizzie defensively. "We didn't speak to them. They came here and harassed us," said Nick. "What's the word for harassment, Marcus? I think it's about time he took our privacy seriously." "Can't remember," admitted Marcus. "C'est un nuisance? Une irritation? There's definitely something stronger than that." The inspector suddenly looked exasperated and shrugged his shoulders. "Tant pis, monsieur," he said.
"He said pee," noted Jimmy gleefully. "Did you see my picture, though, Mr. Inspector?"
"Not that kind of pee," said Marcus. "He said tant pis, which basically means it's too bad, and that we're not helping their investigations. Inspector, nous n'avons pas parlé à la presse. We haven't spoken to the journalists." "Mes amis, no more," the detective repeated. "Please, no more speaking with anyone. This is a most difficult matter, and we appreciate your aid with it." Hannah felt indignant. What gave this pompous man the right to stand beside their swimming pool and tell them what they could and couldn't do? He was treating them like children. "Have they found out anything yet?" asked Nick. "Avez-vous trouvé comment il est mort?" translated Marcus. Clearly irritated at the question, the inspector rattled off an answer, then turned on his heel and marched back towards the drive. "That was a bit rude," said Lizzie. "He didn't even say goodbye." "He said they don't know who the man is," said Marcus, "so they probably can't be sure how he died or who killed him. Looks like they know nothing more than they did on Saturday, when we reported it. This investigation isn't going very well." Although they hadn't heard a vehicle arrive, they now heard an engine start up, and tyres crackle against gravel as a car turned around and accelerated out of the gate and up the lane. "Fancy blaming us for speaking to the press," said Hannah. "Bloody cheek."
"He didn't even say thank you to me for scaring them away,"
said Jimmy sadly from the deep end. "Let's just forget about him," said Lizzie. "At last it feels like we're properly on holiday." She was right, and it was a glorious afternoon. As she lay back on the lounger, Hannah stared at the sky, imagining herself soaring up into it for mile after mile, the earth growing smaller beneath her, the pale blue around her becoming deeper and darker. Hard to believe it was Wednesday already, and this was the first time since they'd arrived that she was starting to relax and enjoy being here. For days the place had been buzzing with policemen, property owners and pool men, then the press had descended. But at last they were alone in their beautiful house in its splendid isolation, and they could put the awful start behind them and enjoy what was left of the holiday. They had a swimming pool full of water, and the sweltering sun was arcing over them.
Mummy, did you know black beetles can swim, but little brown ones can't?
No, Jimmy, I didn't know that.
It's true. The black ones don't just float, they swim.
Hannah sat up and looked at the pool, shading her eyes from the sun. How do you know that? Jimmy, have you put beetles into the pool?
I'm doing an experiment with the black beetles to see how far they can go, so I've put some brown ones in as well. They're a gazebo.
A what?
A gazebo. Mrs. Williams says it's something you put into an experiment to see if what you're doing is working.
Hannah had no idea what he was talking about, but could see dozens of black dots in the pool. Jimmy, get them out. We don't want them in the water.
I think he means placebo, said Nick sleepily.
Well, whatever it's called, he needs to get those beetles out of the water. There was a sudden high-pitched trilling, like an electronic alarm. What on earth is that? It's my phone, said Lizzie, rummaging around in the pile of towels, books and bottles of suntan lotion beside her lounger. Who the hell is that?
Don't answer if it's a strange number, said Marcus. It will be someone trying to sell you something, but it'll cost you a fortune to take the call over here.
Lizzie found the handset and fumbled with the keypad. It's Ben. Hello, darling. How lovely to hear from you. How are you? Hannah had lain back and closed her eyes, but realised the silence was going on too long. She turned to look at Lizzie. Her sister's mouth had dropped open and she was sitting up, listening to whatever was being said on the phone. How big? She asked eventually, her hand running through her hair. Hannah could just make out the tinny sound of a voice at the other end of the phone. No, Ben, just answer the question. How big a fire? Marcus shot up from his lounger and flung his legs over the edge, putting his feet on the ground and staring at Lizzie.
What fire?
That's not what I asked, Ben. How much damage did it cause?
What the hell is going on?
Ben, just tell me the truth. I don't care what Sheila has said.
Who's Sheila?
Whispered Nick. What? And the utility room too? Next door neighbour, I think, Hannah whispered back.
What about the utility room?
Barked Marcus. Lizzie waved her hand at them. Shh, I can't hear what he's saying. Go on, Ben, of course I'm listening. No, don't be ridiculous. I'm just trying to understand what you're telling me. Nick raised his eyebrows at Hannah. So it's the garage as well?
Jesus! Exploded Marcus. What has that little shit done now?
Chapter 23. The sun was dipping behind the hills in the distance, casting patches of orange onto the branches of the spindly trees in the field. As they walked, Hannah's hand brushed against Nick's. She wanted to reach out and grab it, twist her fingers through his. But it felt strange to think about doing that. They didn't hold hands anymore these days. Although they were a long way from the house, they could still hear Marcus's voice. He had stopped shouting at Ben, but it sounded as if Lizzie was now bearing the brunt of his rage.
I'm not angry with him, he'd said earlier. I'm fucking furious, and I have every right to be. He has burnt down our house.
Well, not our entire house.
Okay, only the majority of the ground floor. That's all right then. Let's not worry too much because we've still got a staircase and some bedrooms. How much of the place does he need to destroy before you stop making excuses for him, Lizzie? That boy is a liability. He's a selfish, egotistical little maniac, and we were insane to think we could leave him at home on his own for a week.
But he's 18. He's an adult.
Yes, but he doesn't behave like one, and whose fault is that?
Over the last couple of hours, there had been several more phone calls. After Ben had hung up on Lizzie, he accused me of overreacting and giving him a hard time. She called Sheila, who lived next door. Then Marcus contacted the fire brigade and the local police station.
They've made the place secure, and they say it isn't too bad, he said, wiping sweat from his forehead. It started in the utility room, so it's mostly smoke damage in the kitchen, and a bit in the garage as well because the door was open. Sounds like they got there and dealt with it before much smoke got into the rest of the house.
Well, that's something, Hannah had said. I'm so sorry. This is just awful. Lizzie had suggested she fly home straight away, but after looking up flights and calling the airline, they decided against it.
It would cost hundreds to buy you a ticket, and you'd only get there a couple of days earlier than planned, said Marcus. The house is secure, so we can call the insurance company from here and arrange to get someone over at the start of next week. If we leave early on Saturday, we'll make it back that night. We haven't had much of a bloody holiday as it is, so we may as well make the most of the last few days.
Ben had stopped answering his phone when Lizzie called, and she eventually tracked him down at a friend's house. His mum says he's fine, just a bit upset that we took it so badly. She says it's okay for him to stay with them until we get back.
Upset?
Marcus had raised his voice again.
Poor little lamb! How awful for him! He has burnt down our home and he's upset because we got a bit pissed off about it.
Marcus, he hasn't burnt down our whole home.
Will you stop trying to make it all better, Lizzie? Just for once, can't you be angry about something too? Why do you always have to see the positive in everything? Isn't there even a small part of you that feels like taking Ben and—
No, there isn't. And you need to calm down. The children had been watching the exchange with fascination. Hannah half expected Susie to take photos of her warring parents and post them on social media. She'd publicly documented everything else that had happened on this holiday. For once, Hannah was on Marcus's side. As usual, Lizzie was being calm and gentle in a crisis, and it was extremely irritating. Yet again, Ben had messed up, and yet again his mother was making excuses for him. If it had been their child who caused a fire in the family house, Hannah was fairly sure she and Nick would have been equally as furious and presented a united front. She wouldn't have admitted it to anyone, but, although this was an awful thing to happen, it was reassuring to witness someone else's life going pear-shaped, for a change. The fire officer had told Marcus that they were investigating. At this stage, they didn't know how the fire started.
Didn't Ben tell you anything?
Marcus had asked Lizzie in exasperation.
He must know what happened.
I couldn't really understand what he was saying, she said. It was all a bit vague. He was going on about laundry that was drying in the utility room, and some spilt vodka and a candle. I think it sounds as if he had a few friends over.
I bet he did,
muttered Marcus. Somehow the clothes that were hanging on the aira caught alight.
Spontaneous combustion, I suppose. How inconvenient.
Well, anyway, it doesn't much matter how it started. The main thing is that he called for help immediately and everyone got out safely. Apparently the fire brigade were amazing.
That's their job, Lizzie. Of course they were amazing, Marcus had said. What I want to know is what the little bugger was doing throwing alcohol around when there were burning candles nearby. He was obviously having a party.
We don't know that for certain. Yes, we do, said Susie. Her parents had turned to look at her. What do you mean? I checked his Insta. He had a whole load of people round. The ones he went to Newquay with at Easter? Oh, God.
Seriously?
Yep. But we told him he wasn't allowed to have anyone over while we were away. Lizzie's voice tailed off. She had looked as if she was about to cry, and Hannah reached out and pulled her into a hug. Her sister's wayward son had lied to her, let her down, and gone against her wishes for years. There had been so many incidents, after which Lizzie had excused Ben's bad behaviour and given him one last chance. How often had she told herself, this time he means it when he says he won't do anything stupid. This time it will be fine. But here they were again, having to deal with the fallout after Ben had promised not to throw any wild parties in their absence, but done exactly that, with disastrous consequences. Poor Lizzie. Hannah felt guilty about the schadenfreude that had briefly crossed her mind earlier, when disaster hit her sister's seemingly perfect life. Of course, Lizzie's life wasn't perfect. Money could buy you a nice house and a flash car and help you send your kids to private school. But it couldn't make sure those kids didn't mess up their lives, and it could never stop you worrying about them or agonizing about the possibility that, as a parent, you'd done something wrong along the way. It was probably a spur-of-the-moment thing, Hannah had said, trying to sound reassuring. But she was pretty sure that, knowing he had a free house while his parents were away, Ben would have planned this party well in advance. When Hannah and Nick left the garden to go on a walk, Lizzie had looked sad and exhausted, sitting in a chair on the patio tracing the pattern of the grain of the wooden table with her finger. They wandered towards the far end of the field, scaring the goats as they got near, watching them stagger away on their spindly legs, bleating plaintively. What a nightmare for them. Yes, but should they have trusted Ben to be left in the house on his own? Said Hannah. He hasn't exactly earned that trust. No, but like Lizzie said, he's an adult now. At some stage you've got to let go and hope your kids can stand on their own 2 feet. Without burning down your house, Hannah couldn't resist adding. I don't think we ought to gloat too much. We've got all these joys to come. I'm not gloating. I'm just not particularly surprised. This is typical of Ben. You never know, Nick pointed out. In 10 years' time, we may be going through something similar with Jimmy. I doubt it. He's such a good boy. That's what Lizzie and Marcus used to say about Ben, remember? Nick laughed. Mind you, even back then we thought he was a little bugger. They walked on in silence for a while, passing into another huge field that stretched ahead of them as far as the hills. Looking over her shoulder, Hannah saw that the house was now just a neat box in the distance, trembling in the early evening heat haze. I remember watching Ben at Mum's funeral, she said. He had that cocky look on his face, like he couldn't care less that she'd died and was only there because he'd been forced along. Probably had. Funerals aren't something anyone would look forward to. I know, but he could have made an effort. She was his granny. He's a teenager, Hannah. They don't care about anyone except themselves. Mind you, it turned into such a spectacle. He probably found it highly entertaining to watch his father march his estranged grandfather out of a crematorium. Don't remind me. She dropped her face into her hands. I still can't forgive Marcus for that. He was only doing it for you and Lizzie, pointed out Nick. I know the whole thing was awful, but you didn't want Derek there. I didn't want a scene either. Well, sometimes you can't have one without the other. It meant the service went ahead the way you and Lizzie had planned. You might have been even more angry if he'd let Derek stay. Then we would all have sat there feeling uncomfortable and awkward. It was a no-win situation. I know, you're right. But he was so full of himself afterwards. I did that for you girls. You should be grateful. It's like he needs a pat on the back for everything. Nick picked up a tinder-dry stick and began to peel bits of bark from it as they walked. I've often felt I should have done something that day, he said. Marcus was a bit high-handed, but at least he stood up for you and Lizzie and sorted out the problem. I just watched and felt bad about it. Hannah looked at him in surprise. You've never said that before? Well, we've never had this conversation before. I'm just saying, don't be too hard on him. I don't think you're angry because of what happened, but because it was Marcus who made it happen. If I'd been the one to deal with Derek, you'd have been grateful. Maybe. Anyway, it's all in the past, Han, so there's no point dwelling on it. She had no idea how Lizzie had felt about it all. Once the cremation was over, they'd spent a few minutes speaking to the vicar, still tight-lipped in disapproval at the way her service had nearly been hijacked, then let themselves be guided out of the rear doors to wander past the neatly clipped roses in the garden of remembrance.
Afterwards, Hannah and Lizzie got into the funeral car and stared silently out of opposite windows during the short drive to the pub, where they'd arranged for tea and cake to be served to the mourners. Among the crowd of friends and family, it was easy to avoid discussing anything serious. The mood had been upbeat, laughter ringing around the function room with its fake black ceiling beams and densely patterned carpet. Marcus had stood in a corner, holding forth, but maybe he wasn't the only one. Overwhelmed with relief that the funeral was over, she suspected she had also talked too loudly and done very little listening. Then the whole stressful thing was all over, and the two families went their separate ways. She and Lizzie hadn't talked about the funeral immediately afterwards, possibly because it was too raw. She couldn't bear to think about it, let alone discuss it, and was sure Lizzie felt the same. So they filed the memory away at the back of their minds during the weeks that followed. Instead, they spent hours working side by side at Jean's, sorting clothes into neat piles and wrapping ornaments in newspaper, ready to take boxes of an old lady's possessions to the charity shop, in the hope that someone else might give them a new lease of life. They exchanged emails about probate, got a decent price for Jean's little car through the local paper, and compiled information for the chirpy young estate agent who was promising to find a tenant for the house. Weeks slipped by. Gradually, Hannah realised that it didn't hurt as much to think back to the funeral, but by that time it didn't seem as important that she talk about it with Lizzie. So life carried on, and the subject never came up for discussion. The children hadn't seemed affected by what they'd witnessed. Alice didn't mention the funeral afterwards. Jimmy referred to it only once when he asked Hannah about Derek.
"Susie said that old man was my grandpa," he said one evening as he sat playing with the food on his plate. "But I've already got a grandpa."
"That's Daddy's father," explained Hannah. "Most children have 2 sets of grandparents."
"Why haven't we?"
"Well, you had 2 grandmothers before Granny died. The man you saw at her funeral was my father, but we don't keep in touch anymore."
"Why didn't he know who I was?"
persisted Jimmy. "He and I haven't seen each other for years."
"That's weird," said Jimmy. "I wouldn't like it if me and Daddy didn't see each other."
She smiled at him. "You're right, it is weird. But sometimes strange things happen in families. I'm sure nothing will stop you and Daddy being together." Not having seen Marcus since the funeral had also helped her bury the memory of him storming into the crematorium to forcibly evict Derek. Now they were together, it wasn't surprising she'd begun to think about that awful day. But it was too late to bring it up. Nick was right. Life had moved on, and she ought to do the same. "Marcus did what had to be done," she said to Nick as they turned and headed back towards the house. "But you would have done it with so much more humility." Chapter 24. A good night's sleep improved Marcus's mood, and the following morning he was more philosophical about Ben's latest disaster. "Youth of today," he said. "They just don't have the same sense of social responsibility we had. He's paying for some of the damage out of next term's allowance, that's for sure."
"How will he manage that?"
asked Lizzie. "He says we don't give him enough to live on as it is."
"Well, let's see," Marcus said. "Here's an idea. He could go out and get himself a job, like most of his fellow students. If he spent half as much time working behind bars as standing in front of them drinking, he'd be richer than me."
"So, what's the plan for today?" said Hannah, changing the subject. She was bored of hearing about Ben. Despite not having come on holiday with them, her nephew had still managed to make his presence felt.
"Let's go out," suggested Marcus. "We can visit a chateau or just drive around and see some of the countryside. It seems a pity not to explore while we're here."
"Good idea," said Lizzie. "There's a place over towards Avignon. Chateau de Lombec, I think it's called. I saw a poster in town."
I'm not going anywhere, said Susie. I want to stay by the pool and sunbathe. Me too.
Alice looked at Hannah as if daring her to object. She shrugged. That's fine by me. We can't all get in the car anyway. She tried to keep her eyes away from her daughter's shoulders. After a couple of days, the livid red sunburn had mellowed to a gentle shade of brown, almost a proper tan. But there was no chance of Alice keeping it for long. The previous morning, splotches of skin on her shoulders and back had turned white, and today the patches were starting to peel away. She'd been frantically applying moisturiser to every inch of her body, but it was too little, too late.
It's revolting,
Alice had sobbed the night before, picking at the top of her arm and peeling away a long white cobweb of skin.
Wow, brilliant, said Jimmy. Can I have a go?
It didn't help that Susie's tan was deeper than ever. Every evening she slathered her body in expensive moisturising creams that enhanced the colour, and at the start of each day she used oils that should have made her sizzle like a strip of bacon in a pan, but just seemed to soak up the sun's rays. It was desperately unfair, and Hannah's heart ached for her daughter. She had never turned the same golden brown as Lizzie, which had made her jealous and resentful when she was younger, but at 44 it was no longer a big deal. Right, you girls can stay here then, and the rest of us will head out for a few hours, said Marcus. Make sure you eat something sensible for lunch, said Lizzie. Make sure you drink lots of water, said Hannah.
Make sure you guard my rock pile,
said Jimmy. Sitting in the back of the car with Lizzie and Jimmy, Hannah was grateful for the air conditioning, which swamped them with a cool draught within seconds. Through the side window she watched the now familiar hedgerow flash past as they drove down the lane, sun flooding the fields but leaving the hills in the middle distance a shimmery blue. On the other side of Saint-Julien-de-Vigny, they joined a larger road and roared south for several miles, passing villages and the occasional farm. Although it was nearing the end of the lavender season, the fields stretching out on either side were still awash with purple. Lavender always reminded Hannah of Jean. Every Christmas she had asked for the same Woods of Windsor gift set, soaps, bath cream and moisturising lotion, displayed on a purple flannel, tied up with lilac ribbon. Her bathroom smelt of lavender the way other people's bathrooms smelt of Jif. It's an old lady smell, Hannah and Lizzie used to say as teenagers. I am an old lady, retorted Jean, then only in her 40s. She would have been about the same age as I am now, thought Hannah. Yet even then she had seemed so much older. In those days, her mother, along with all the others outside the school gates, had worn sensible knee-length skirts, blouses and flat shoes. She had carried a handbag on her shoulder at all times, even though it often only contained her house keys and purse, and tucked tissues into the sleeve of her jumper, just in case she needed to deal with runny noses. When she was growing up, Hannah had thought Jean was so middle-aged. Now she was in that demographic herself, it felt very different. Women in their 40s now wore jeans and T-shirts bought in the same shops as their daughters. They listened to some of the same music. They watched some of the same television programmes. Surely Alice didn't think of her as old in the same way. But, going by the many glares she'd already received this morning, it was irrelevant how she dressed, what she did with her hair, whether or not she looked or acted her age. She was a mother, and that was what made her teenage daughter dislike her so much. It was part of the job description. Chateau Lambec was clearly a major tourist attraction. They joined a queue of cars moving slowly up the rough track towards its round towers.
"Look, isn't that amazing?"
said Lizzie, peering past Jimmy at the crumbling facade on Hannah's side of the car.
"French chateaux are like proper fairy princess castles, aren't they?"
Jimmy was unimpressed.
"Dragons would live here, not boring princesses."
They parked in a field below the castle wall and joined a stream of visitors trudging up the slope towards huge wooden gates. As they wandered through into the inner courtyard, walking on grass that couldn't possibly have been so green at this time of year without illicit watering, Hannah saw a man pointing at them. He turned to his family and said something, and the rest of them stopped to stare. "What's that about?" She nudged Nick and nodded towards the group. The family were clearly excited. There must be something going on. Hannah turned and looked behind her, but could see nothing out of the ordinary. Now, a group of backpackers had turned in their direction as well, and were talking loudly to each other. One young man darted forward and stopped a few feet away, holding up a camera. "What the hell?" asked Marcus. With a sinking heart, Hannah realised what was happening. "I think they recognise us from the paper." The man who had first seen them was now collaring other onlookers. "Regardez, les ongles de la piscine," he said excitedly. "Ici, c'est les ongles de la piscine." "You're right. That's what they called us in the article," said Lizzie. "The English from the pool." A teenage girl came up to Jimmy and took his picture, turning around to shout at her family. "Mom, come here! It's the boy who found the body!" Jimmy puffed out his chest and put his hands on his hips as more cameras appeared, and intrigued tourists gathered round, pushing against each other in their eagerness to get close to him. "Quelle horreur! Le pauvre!" "Yes, poor little thing." "Jimmy, come away," said Hannah, reaching out to grab his arm. But he was enjoying himself and shrugged her off. "My name is Jimmy Timpson, and I'm 7 years old," he told an elderly couple who were staring at him. "Ici, petit garçon," shouted someone else, and he turned around, striking the same pose, hands on hips, as another stranger took his photograph. "I live at 43 Bettenham Road, Hornsey, which is in London," Jimmy continued. "Les ongles de la piscine," shouted another man, and the cry was taken up further away as more tourists around the edge of the courtyard began to wander over to see what was happening. "It's that family with the body in their pool," a woman called to her friend. "Jimmy, enough." Nick took him by the shoulders and marched him away. "What's going on?" said Lizzie. "I can't believe all these people read about us in the local paper yesterday." "They didn't," said Nick grimly. "Look." A woman had pulled a newspaper from her backpack and was opening it to show her husband. It was the French national paper, Le Monde. "We're obviously in everything now, too," said Nick. "This is appalling." "Let's get out of here," said Hannah. As they turned and walked back towards the entrance, she glared at the people grouped on either side, wishing she could make them back away through sheer force of will. "Why are we leaving?" asked Jimmy. "Those people can take my picture if they want. I don't mind." "Well, we do," muttered Hannah. "Bloody outrageous," said Marcus, as a couple stepped onto the path in front of them and started taking pictures. "Go away! I bet some of these people don't even know what it's all about. They're just taking our picture because everyone else is. Go on, bugger off!" "Les ongles de la piscine," the couple parroted in unison, smiling at him and nodding their heads. Back at the car, they opened the doors and piled in, grateful for the sudden peace. The only sound inside the heavily insulated car was a regular ticking from the engine, which was still cooling down after the drive there. Marcus reversed out of the parking space so quickly, a cloud of dusty earth blew up beneath his wheels. "Shall we try going somewhere else?" he suggested as they roared back down the track. "Maybe we can find a quiet little restaurant for lunch." "Let's just go back to the house," said Lizzie miserably. "I feel like I've been violated." "That was brilliant," Jimmy smiled. "I'm famous. Daddy, will I be in the newspaper again if all those people took my picture?" "Let's hope not," said Nick, although nothing would surprise me now. "Connor might see it," said Jimmy thoughtfully. "He got in the paper at home for winning the competition to eat the most donuts at that street party for the coronation. But this is better."
We probably ought to get a copy of today's paper somewhere, said Marcus, just to see what rubbish they've printed now.
He ate 6 doughnuts before he was sick.
Coming back through Saint-Julien-de-Vigny, Marcus pulled over to the side of the road, and Nick got out and went into a small tabac. Half a minute later, he came out holding an armful of newspapers.
We seem to be in most of them, he said. I couldn't decide which to buy, so I got the lot.
This is horrible, said Hannah. I can't believe it has turned into such a major story. There must be something else more newsworthy going on in the south of France at the moment. As they pulled into the drive, Susie and Alice barged through the front door, almost elbowing each other out of the way in their eagerness to impart news.
Oh my God, you'll never believe it, said Susie. It's everywhere, said Alice. Just everywhere. We're all over social media. I've never had so many DMs. There's a news story on the BBC website. We're trending on Twitter. We've gone viral, literally. Like overnight, we are not just in the news. We are the news.
They stopped and stood side by side on the drive, waiting for one of the adults to say something. Their cheeks were flushed with excitement, and both were brandishing phones and holding them out in front of them, keen to share the evidence.
Isn't it amazing? Asked Susie. We knocked Justin Bieber off the top of the most searched for list.
Hannah looked at Lizzie, Nick, and Marcus. Wine, anybody? Chapter 25. They spread the newspapers out on the table and pored over them. There were a couple of local papers, plus one that covered the region. The nationals, Le Figaro et Le Monde, both had extensive spreads on the story, while the girls were excited to discover their traumatic holiday had been turned into a large article on page 3 of the Telegraph, flown out from London just that morning, and on sale for several times its usual price as a result. As well as some lurid copy, there were many photos, including the one of Jimmy wielding the leaf skimmer. How did they get hold of this so quickly? Asked Lizzie. Is this the version we get in England too? Asked Susie. Wicked. They've just lifted this from the French papers yesterday, said Nick. I can't believe it cost me £4 for this rubbish. I thought the British broadsheets had more decency. Although they'd read all the papers from cover to cover the previous morning, they still pored over the latest versions, exclaiming again at the photos and asking Marcus to translate comments. Hannah was pleased to realise that practice was making her French a little less imperfect, and she could painstakingly work out some of what had been written. There was one new revelation, that Madame Gérard had been released without charge.
Why didn't Moreau tell us that when he was here yesterday? Wondered Marcus. He probably thought it was none of our business, said Nick.
It also wouldn't have made him look very good, pointed out Alice. He hasn't found out anything yet, and she was his only suspect. He's a pretty crap policeman, really, when you think about it, said Susie. That's not fair, Susie, said Lizzie. I'm sure he's doing his best. This is obviously a difficult case, and the police can't be expected to solve it overnight. Why are you defending them? Asked Hannah in exasperation. I think the girls are right. The police haven't handled this at all well. They're inept. Mum would have loved it all, wouldn't she? Said Lizzie suddenly. All those hours she spent watching murder mysteries on the TV. She would have been in her element here, with a real one going on right under her nose. Hannah smiled. Not sure she would have thought much of Moreau, though. He isn't the sort of sexy detective she went for.
What's a sexy detector?
Asked Jimmy.
Sexy detective, you moron, said Alice.
She wouldn't have stood any nonsense from him, said Nick. She'd have scoured the pool area herself and had it all figured out by Sunday morning.
They laughed, but Hannah saw a shadow pass across Lizzie's face. The pain of bereavement was still there, etched into the tanned skin of her sister's cheeks, running out through the faint wrinkles at the edge of her eyes. Grief was a strange thing. Just as you were starting to believe you'd left it behind, dealt with it, come to terms with it, learnt to live with it, suddenly it would spring up unannounced. A sound, a smell, or a turn of phrase was all it took to spark off a memory that hurt like a physical kick in the gut. Hannah had found herself thinking about Jean more than usual, and suspected the others had too. But it wasn't surprising, really, considering they were here together on the holiday she had gifted to them. Even the children seemed aware of the shadow cast over the holiday by her absence.
"Do you think Granny would have liked the goats?" Jimmy had asked the previous afternoon.
"I'm sure she would have loved them," Hannah had replied. "What made you think of that?"
"I just wondered," he'd said. "I can't ever ask her now, can I?"
That was the hardest part. There were so many things that they would never be able to ask Jean. Hannah wished Jimmy, in particular, had known her for longer. She had been an indulgent grandmother, listening to his stories with interest, sticking his colourful drawings up on the kitchen wall, insisting on going to watch his stilted, awkward performances in the school nativity play. Even last December, when cancer was eating away at her body and the shortest trip out left her aching and exhausted.
"I have never seen such a brilliant sheep," she'd exclaimed when Jimmy came back to the school hall afterwards. "You were the best of the flock."
Jimmy, in a fluffy white onesie, had grinned and thrown his arms around her neck.
"I was, wasn't I?"
he'd said proudly. Hannah could hardly believe so much had happened in the last 8 months. Now, wearing just his red trunks, the little boy wandered out through the French doors, bored with the discussion about police procedures. Nick closed the paper in front of him and tossed it into the middle of the table.
"What I want to know," he said, "is why they can't identify the body. You would have thought that in this day and age, with so much technology available, they could work out who he was or where he'd come from. DNA, fibres, residues, and that sort of thing."
"You've been watching too much Silent Witness," Hannah smiled. Marcus sniggered.
"That blonde forensic woman could take a look in my pool any day."
Lizzie sighed. "But still," said Nick, "I don't think DNA washes away, does it?
Or at least there would be DNA inside the body they could test."
"Wouldn't the chlorine destroy it?" wondered Hannah. "That's what it's there for, to kill germs and bacteria, so presumably it would destroy everything else as well if a body was in it for hours."
"Depends if the forensic team can get to what's in the gut," said Marcus. "It had been there for such a long time, so water would have worked its way through the whole body, getting into the lungs and stomach and everything else."
"Maybe not if it had filled up with gas, like he said," pointed out Nick.
"This is gross," said Alice. "Can we stop talking about bodily functions?" "Hey!" shouted Jimmy from outside. "Mr. Hugo with the hairy ears is back."
Sure enough, the old man was walking slowly up the lawn towards the house. His legs bowed, his shoulders slumped. He seemed to have come from the field. "Oh no, he'll have seen the broken fence," said Hannah. "Marcus, say something. Tell him what happened."
"Monsieur,"
greeted Marcus, grabbing the old man's hand and pumping it up and down.
"Lovely to see you. Nous sommes heureux de vous voir."
Hugo didn't look happy. His jacket was filthy and he was unshaven, a spattering of grey stubble running across his chin and up the sides of his wrinkled cheeks.
"Ah, mes amis," he said, "c'est terrible."
"Yes, we know. We're so sorry," said Hannah.
"Vraiment terrible."
"It wasn't our fault, though. It was the journalists. Les journalistes. They were trying to take photos."
"Ma vie est finie."
"Surely it's not that bad?" asked Marcus.
"He says his life is over. Listen here, old chap, it's only a fence." "Fini!"
The old man pounded his chest with his clenched fist.
"He needs to get a bit of perspective on this," said Nick.
Tears were welling up in Hugo's eyes again, and his lower lip was wobbling.
"Golly, he's really upset about it," said Lizzie.
"He's certainly taking his responsibilities seriously as a holiday property owner." A deep sob exploded from Hugo's mouth, then a high-pitched wail.
Shit. Here we go again, said Hannah. Sit him down somewhere. She put her hands on the man's shoulders, moving him towards a chair on the patio. Maybe we can repair it ourselves, or find someone to do it before we go. It's only a few planks of wood. Tissues, commanded Lizzie, and Alice rushed back into the kitchen. Haven't we spent enough time dealing with Mr. Hugo's emotions on this holiday? Observed Nick. Marcus, tell him that we'll pay for any damage, even though it wasn't our fault. Monsieur, nous allons payer pour le travail sur la clôture, said Marcus. The old man wailed even more loudly, and they stood around helplessly, not quite sure what to do. Alice returned with a packet of tissues, which she put in front of Hugo on the table, before leaping back out of the way again, as if he might bite. He sat staring down at the blue and white plastic pack, letting tears dribble unimpeded down his cheeks. Ma vie est finie, he repeated, more quietly this time. Oh dear, said Lizzie. This is awful. I'm going to make him a cup of coffee. Ask why, hissed Hannah. Why is his life over? This can't just be about a broken fence. Marcus obliged, and the old man finally looked up at them all, his pale blue eyes glassy with tears. As he began to speak, he ripped open the packet of tissues and blew his nose repeatedly, making it hard to hear exactly what he was saying. It's to do with Madame Gérard, said Marcus at last. Guess what? Her name isn't Clotilde. It's Celeste. Hugo continued to speak, swiftly, and accompanied by energetic hand gestures. When he finished, he looked up at Marcus expectantly. Looks like she's dumped him, he explained. What? He took all that time just to say that? Said Nick. There must be more to it. She was arrested for obstructing the police inquiry or something. It wasn't to do with the murder itself. He always knew she was innocent of that, but now she doesn't want to have anything more to do with him, even though he stood by her when she was locked in a police cell. Oh dear, said Lizzie, coming back in with a mug of coffee and placing it down on the table. That's so sad. Poor Mr. Hugo. The old man cupped his hands around the mug, shaking his head and muttering to himself. Miserable femme, he announced suddenly, sounding angry. He put his hand inside his jacket and pulled out a bottle. Red wine this time, tugged the cork off with his teeth, and poured a long slug into the mug of coffee. God, that's disgusting, said Hannah. That was a perfectly good cup of coffee, said Lizzie, offended. Let's not get into this again, said Hannah. Marcus, ask him if there's anything we can do for him. Otherwise, let's try to get him out of here. Good idea, said Nick. My liver can't take another afternoon with Mr. Hugo. There was a sudden banging at the front door. They looked at each other warily. I'll go, volunteered Nick, and they watched him go into the dining room and heard the handle creaking as he opened the door. A man's voice started speaking, but Nick interrupted. No, absolutely not. Go away. We do not wish to speak to you or your colleagues. No interviews. The doors slammed and he came marching back into the kitchen. Bloody vultures are out there again, he said grimly. Only a couple of them this time, but it's getting ridiculous. Do you think it's worth ringing the inspector? He's the one who wants to stop us having any contact with the press. But how can we do that if they can come and go as they please? Good idea, said Marcus. I'll call him now. Meanwhile, Monsieur Hugo was noisily finishing off the remains of his wine and coffee cocktail. Les femmes sont tous les menteurs, he announced, glaring at Hannah. What is he saying? Asked Nick. No idea, but it seems to be my fault, she said. Marcus was no help with translation. Je voudrais parler avec Inspecteur Moreau, s'il vous plaît, he was yelling into his phone. Tout, repeated Hugo. Elles sont des tricheurs. Yes, I'm sure you're right, said Hannah, smiling as the old man glared at her. As he drained the last mouthful from his mug, Lizzie whisked it away. Right, let's get him out of here, she said,
Send him back wherever he came from. Hannah put her hands on his arms and pulled him to his feet. Lovely to see you, monsieur, she said. Now, au revoir. She helped him out onto the lawn, not sure which way he needed to go. They stood watching as he staggered down towards the field, stepped carefully over the broken fence, and stood swaying gently for a few seconds before wandering past the goats.
"Where's he going?" asked Nick. "There isn't another house for miles in that direction."
No idea, but that's his problem, not ours.
He didn't mention the fence. I don't think he even noticed it.
A broken fence pales into insignificance beside a broken heart, said Lizzie. Chapter 26. Moreau had arrived with a gendarme, whom he ordered to stand guard outside the gate. The officer looked ridiculously young, with cropped black hair, small round glasses, and a peaked cap which was too big for his head.
"I am under no obligation to do this for you, monsieur." Moreau directed his comments at Marcus. "But we must be keeping you from journalists, same as keeping them from you." "Bloody cheek," muttered Nick. "The publicity is no good. It does not aid us."
"It's not a barrel of laughs for us either," said Nick. "Do you still not know who the man was?"
The policeman glared at him. "We have our thoughts, monsieur. We have progress."
"Did the notebook help?" asked Lizzie. Moreau shrugged and made a puffing sound.
"C'était inutile."
"Useless," said Marcus. "So, can you tell us more?" The inspector stared at him, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if weighing up whether or not there was any point in continuing with this conversation. Eventually, he drew in a deep breath.
"There was a man, sans-abri, a vagabond, in the town. Many people have seen him in the last weeks. C'est possible this was our victime, but we cannot know for sure, because nous n'avons aucun moyen d'identification."
"No means of identification," translated Marcus. "But did he look like our guy here in the pool? Dark hair, jeans, tatty top?"
The inspector shrugged again. "Peut-être. There was trouble in the town. He was stealing, drinking. We believe he was looking for somewhere other to stay."
"So he came up here to look round, but the house was shut up?" said Hannah.
"Tests have shown il y avait de l'alcool dans son système."
"Even I can understand that," said Nick. "So, if he was drunk, he may have fallen into the pool. It was an accident." "But if it was a homeless guy, someone passing through, that means they may never identify him," said Lizzie. "How sad for his family."
"We will be cooling down the investigation," the inspector said. "There are no more avenues to explore."
He touched his finger to his forehead in a half-hearted salute.
"Now, mesdames et messieurs, I must be telling you good day. Please, no more discussion with the journaliste."
They stood and watched as he got into his car and reversed it out into the lane, barking an order to the young gendarme through the open window, before accelerating away down the lane in a cloud of dust. "He looks like Harry Potter," said Jimmy, peering up at the officer who was standing with his feet apart, hands behind his back, his eyes fixed on the disappearing dust cloud. He looked overdressed and underconfident. "Hello, Harry," said Jimmy. The gendarme ignored him. "He has no idea what he's doing here either," said Lizzie. "Come on, let's go back into the garden. It must be embarrassing for him to have us all standing here looking at him." "Do you think he has a gun?" asked Jimmy. "If he's guarding us, he might need one." "I'll take him out a chair in a bit," said Lizzie. "He might collapse in this heat." "I'll do it," volunteered Susie. "No, you won't." "Actually, Harry Potter wouldn't have a gun," said Jimmy. "He'd have a wand. But I don't think a wand would work against those men with cameras." Shocked by their experience at Chateau Lombec the previous day, None of them wanted to do anything other than stay close to home. They rearranged the loungers and chairs around the edges of the pool, facing away from the house in order to catch the afternoon sunlight. Books and towels were found, drinks were brought out, phones and iPads were positioned close at hand. "I can't believe it's Thursday already, and we've only got one more full day here," said Hannah, her eyes closed, the heat stroking her face. "It's been so strange. I don't feel I've even started to relax. It hasn't been a proper holiday." "What time is your flight back on Saturday?" asked Lizzie. "Afternoon sometime. We've got a taxi booked for midday."
"At least we think we have," pointed out Nick. "The car we'd booked to meet us at the airport didn't turn up, so it's possible no one will turn up for the return journey. We ought to make some calls to check."
Hannah had her head turned to one side and watched Marcus's bronzed stomach rise and fall as he dozed. Lizzie was on the lounger beside him, and Hannah noticed their fingers linked casually in the space between the two plastic sunbeds. The sight caused her a pang of envy. She and Nick didn't hold hands, let alone do it with that sort of spontaneous intimacy. "We're just different types of people," she thought, turning her head away and shutting her eyes. "Not everyone needs displays of affection. A relationship isn't any better because it's played out in public." But deep down, she knew it would make her happy if she and Nick were like that. There was something comforting about knowing that you and another human being went so well together, fitted each other with such ease. "We're still trending," announced Susie loudly, the tinny hum of music buzzing from her headphones. None of the adults responded. "We're now the third most searched for news story on Google, after gun control and whether Kim Kardashian is pregnant again." Silence. "This is Stella. There's a guy from Dubai tweeting about us who thinks we were the ones who murdered the bloke in the pool." "Susie, none of this is a good thing." Hannah couldn't hold back any longer. "Someone has died here. Our holiday has been ruined because we've been questioned by the police and run to ground by the world's press. What exactly is Stella about that?" "Chill, Auntie Hannah. This holiday's been amazing. There's all this stuff going on about us. Don't you like being a minor celebrity? I posted a video of the house on YouTube and I've got 500,000 views and it's going up all the time." "What?" "And 5,567 likes, which is even better." "What kind of video? Do you mean of this house?" "Yep, this one, of course. Where else? I did a guided video tour and I recorded a voiceover describing the pool and where the body was floating, the view from our bedroom, the kitchen. I even included your broken fence, Jimmy." The little boy grinned. "Thank you. Does that mean I've been on the telly?" "Hang on a minute." Hannah was now sitting up and swung her legs over the edge of the lounger. "So you've been putting up videos on the internet about where we're staying, so anyone can watch them and see what's going on?" Susie looked at her as if she was stupid. "Well, yeah, that's the point of YouTube." Hannah opened her mouth, then shut it again, her brain struggling to keep up. "But this is appalling. Lizzie, Marcus, did you know about this?" Lizzie had pushed herself up on her elbows. "No, but it's not a big deal, is it? You didn't say where we are exactly, did you, Susie?" "So, have I been on the telly?" asked Jimmy again. "No, of course not. I just said near Avignon, which is miles away." "But that's not the point," insisted Hannah. "She's sharing videos of this place, of us. You're not in any of them. With the entire bloody world out there. I can't believe you've done this, Susie. I also can't believe you let her get away with this kind of thing, Lizzie." Marcus had now sat up and taken off his sunglasses and was blinking in the glare of the sunlight.
"Come on, Hannah. Does it matter? So long as no one can identify where we are. It's not like she filmed you skinny dipping in the pool, parading your tits for the French police."
Jimmy snorted.
"How dare you!"
Hannah stood up, fury causing the muscle underneath her eye to flicker.
I wasn't parading anything for anyone. I was just having a swim, and when I got into the pool there was no one around. Anyway, that's not what we're talking about here. Aren't you going to stop her behaving like this?
Behaving how?
Putting our lives on display.
Susie rolled her eyes at Alice.
Fuck's sake, your mother is so uptight.
Alice smirked and nodded, glaring at Hannah.
Mum, it's no big deal.
Yes, it is a big deal, Alice. It's not acceptable to make all of this so public. She turned back to Marcus. And of course you're just letting her get away with it, as always, because whatever Susie does is fine.
Oh, lighten up, Hannah. This is ridiculous, said Marcus, getting up from the lounger. She isn't getting away with anything. She's a teenage girl who lives her life through social media. It's what they all do. It's the way the world works nowadays. And to be honest, I think you're being a bit old-fashioned about it all.
Well, you would do, said Hannah, putting her hands on her hips. Mr. So bloody right on Alexander. Have you tweeted about this yourself, Marcus? Or loaded some pictures onto Facebook to show your hundreds of friends who aren't really friends at all? Because they wouldn't be your proper friends if they knew you better, would they? That's the thing about Facebook. Her heart was racing so fast she could almost feel blood pulsating through her chest, pounding up the back of her neck and rocketing around her skull. She felt light-headed and slightly woozy, and swiped a streak of sweat off her forehead with the back of her hand.
Actually, I have put a couple of things on Facebook, said Marcus. But what's wrong with that? You might not have caught up with the modern world, Hannah, but when people are on holiday, they take photos of where they're staying and what they're doing, and they put them online to show their friends. And yes, they are all my real friends. Is it that strange that I'd actually have some friends? I know you don't have much time for me, but a lot of other people do.
I find that hard to believe, she retorted.
Why? I'm not a bloody monster, Hannah. I'm just an ordinary bloke. Why do you find that hard to believe? Most people seem to like me, except you. So, does that tell you something? Have you ever thought that this must be about you as well as me?
Lizzie stood up suddenly and moved forward to stand between them. Stop it, you two, right now, she said. This is getting out of hand.
Lizzie's right, said Nick. Let's all calm down.
Hannah shrugged his hand off her shoulder, still glaring at Marcus. What do you mean? It's about me.
You've always resented me, from the moment Lizzie met me. I remember that first time she took me back to see Jean, and you stood there sizing me up, pretending to smile but finding it really hard. Even then you decided you didn't like me, hadn't you? Why, Hannah? What the hell had I ever done to you?
She didn't know. She honestly had no idea what it was that had made her dislike him. But he was right. It did go that far back. How extraordinary. 20 years of being related through marriage, and they were finally getting the opportunity to admit they couldn't stand each other. The thought made her want to laugh, but at the same time she wanted to smack him, or kick out at his shins, or slap his wobbly, sunburnt belly. It was pathetic. She was pathetic. She knew she was being childish, but he made her so angry she wanted to scream. "Don't try and pretend you liked me any better," she said instead. "I was only wary of you because it was so obvious you disliked me from the moment you met me."
"You're turning it round," he howled. "You're making it all my fault when it was you who started it and put the knife in from the start."
"I didn't start anything. You breezed in with your fancy car and your grand job and your bloody arrogance. You just knew it all, Marcus, always. Everything anyone ever asked about, you knew the answer. Your charm might have worked on Mum and on poor innocent little Lizzie, but it didn't work on me. I saw through you, and you always knew that and hated it." "I wasn't innocent," said Lizzie.
"Maybe it's not about me," said Marcus, taking a step back. "Maybe it's about Lizzie. You've always been jealous of her, haven't you, Hannah? Your beautiful younger sister who did so well at everything and made a success out of her life." Oh, Marcus, don't be silly, started Lizzie. Fuck you, Marcus, yelled Hannah. This is about you, not about oh-so-perfect Lizzie. Yes, she's always done better than me, been nicer than me. So bloody what? That's a different issue. Right here and now, we're talking about why you are such an arrogant shit. That says it all, said Marcus, holding up his hands as if to ward her off. Listen to yourself, Hannah. You're so insecure, it's terrifying. Can you hear how much you envy Lizzie? How jealous you are of her? It's just oozing out of you. Now you're the one who's turning everything around, shouted Hannah. As always, you're putting words into my mouth. This is what Jean was afraid of, he said. This jealousy of yours, and the fact that it would eat away at your relationship with Lizzie. You can't let things go, Hannah. You can't move on. This is why Jean hoped you'd never find out about Derek. She knew you'd blame her forever. Susie sighed loudly and started to put her headphones on again. Let me know when she's done. God, how do you put up with this, Alice? Alice glared at her. Actually, she's not always like this. She's never like this at home, added Jimmy cheerfully. No wonder you're such a nerd, Susie muttered. What did you say? I said it's no wonder you're such a nerd, Alice, when your mum is so stressy. I'm not a nerd. Susie looked at her belittlingly. Yes, you are, actually. You're a real geek. Alice had gone red, her cheeks flaming with indignation, making her look as sunburnt as she had at the start of the week. Well, you're a slag. Alice, said Lizzie, that's a dreadful thing to say. It's all just a big show with you, Susie, isn't it? She continued. All the boys and the talk about having sex. What do you mean, having sex? Asked Lizzie. Mum says you're a spoilt little slut, and I think she's right, Alice continued. She says it's just bragging, and none of it really happens. You want to make yourself out to be cool and more interesting than you really are. What's sex? Asked Jimmy. That is such a lie, shouted Susie. She turned to Hannah and glowered at her. Just because your daughter is a prude and so ugly no boy would fancy her, you can't bear the fact that I get all the attention. What do you mean, having sex? Said Lizzie again, grabbing Susie's arm. You're only 15. Dear God, don't tell me you're already sleeping with someone. Get off me! Not just one, said Alice with relish. At least 3 of them. Isn't that right, Susie? Let's see, there's Martin, who's in the 6th form, and Toby, who she met at the Isle of Wight festival. Susie, is this true? Asked Lizzie, her voice sharper than before. She grabbed her daughter's chin and pulled it towards her, forcing her to meet her eye. Get off me! Mind your own business, said Susie, pushing the hand away. Did you really call her a slut? That is totally out of order, said Marcus, turning to Hannah. I can't believe you talk about your own niece like that. Don't tell me to mind my own business. It is my business. How many boys have you slept with? Screamed Lizzie, shaking Susie's shoulders. Come on, don't try to hide it from me. I have the right to know. I'm your mother. Have you been using anything? Contraception. Have you been using contraception? Marcus stepped forward and tried to pull Lizzie away. Come on, love, back off a bit. We need to stay calm. This isn't getting us anywhere. Marcus, our 15-year-old daughter has apparently slept with 3 boys already. How can I be calm about that? God, this is horrendous. I can't believe I didn't know what was going on. Is contraception the same thing as the Immaculate Conception? Asked Jimmy. I haven't slept with anybody, shouted Susie, battering away her mother's hands. I honestly haven't. She's making it all up. Alice gasped in amazement. You know that's not true. You told me all about them. Well, I wasn't quite telling the whole truth, okay? The whole truth or any of the truth? Asked Alice. Any of it, then. Is that better? Happy now? It wasn't true, but you were just so pathetic and bloody young. You irritate the hell out of me, Alice. Why don't you just grow up?
I wanted to wind you up, that's all. Make you feel like the stupid little geek you are.
Susie, that's a horrible thing to have done, said Nick.
Lizzie stood back.
So, you haven't had sex? No! Now leave me alone. For fuck's sake, you're all completely bloody mad.
Susie got off the lounger and stormed across to the far side of the pool.
I hate you all, and I hate this holiday.
Marcus turned and glared at Hannah.
Happy now, he said.
Oh, so this is my fault, she snapped. Your tarty daughter has been making Alice feel insecure and unattractive, telling her all sorts of stories about boys and sex and things that were designed to make her hate herself, and it's my fault. Maybe you should be paying more attention to what's going on with your own kids rather than blaming me for everything. If you'd paid more attention to them over the years, then maybe they wouldn't both be going off the bloody rails, making up lies about their love lives and burning your house down.
Han, that's not fair. I think you're overreacting, started Nick.
Shut up!
She surprised herself with the vehemence in her words.
Stop telling me I'm overreacting. Stop putting me down in front of everyone else. Just stop being so bloody pathetic, Nick. It's great the way you just sit back and accept everything and play at being the peacemaker. But if it wasn't for you, our life wouldn't be a fucking mess. We wouldn't have a potential court case hanging over us. We wouldn't have to worry about spending money because you'd still be doing your job. We'd even have our car here. A car that hadn't been written off and wasn't sitting in some police compound, in case it needs to be produced as evidence to prove or disprove that you nearly killed a 5-year-old girl.
As she stopped talking, she was aware of the silence around her. It was as if none of the others dared breathe, let alone speak. Nick was staring at her like she'd slapped him. Lizzie had buried her face in her hands. Stop now, a little voice inside Hannah's head told her. Walk away and don't say another word. But she couldn't. There were words still bubbling up in her throat, unsaid grievances that were fighting their way to the forefront of her mind, urging her to voice them. She felt strangely free and empowered by her outburst, reckless to the point where she didn't care anymore. You're acting like the injured party in all this, Nick. But it's not just about you. We've all had a shitty time as well. What you did has affected me, Alice, and Jimmy in so many different ways. We get shunned in the street. Jimmy's friends aren't allowed to play with him anymore. I know people are talking about me when they see me in the supermarket. We're all suffering as a result of what you did.
It was an accident, he roared. A fucking accident, Hannah. I didn't do it deliberately.
I know, she screamed back. I know you didn't.
A sob tore itself from her throat, almost choking her, forcing her to pause mid-sentence.
Of course I know you didn't. But why did it have to happen to us?
Her voice was now a whimper. Her lips were trembling. Her cheeks felt taut and wouldn't move properly. She started to sob uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking with the force of it.
It's not fair.
She collapsed onto the lounger behind her, the plastic seat bowing beneath her weight. Through her tears, she looked across at Lizzie and saw that she too was crying. Her pretty face twisted with misery, the sunlight glinting on the tears on her cheeks. She wanted to go across and hug her sister, wrap her arms around her and hold her tight. But she couldn't move. Chapter 27. Hannah flung herself out of the house, striding down the lane as if she knew where she was going. She didn't, but just needed to get as far away as possible from the tears and recriminations. The late afternoon sun hit her exposed shoulders, tingling against the unprotected skin. Right now it wasn't unpleasant, but she knew it would soon start to itch and burn. She walked briskly, breathless in the heat, knowing that the faster she went, the less chance she had to think about what she was leaving behind. But the tears kept pooling in the corners of her eyes, and as soon as she brushed them away, more took their place. Pretty soon they were blurring her vision and dripping down her cheeks, turning the hedgerows on either side into smears of green. When she came to the end of the lane, she turned left, towards Saint-Julien-de-Vigny. After a mile or so, she came to another small crossroads and continued on. It seemed so much further on foot than it had in the car. The scene played out in her mind, over and over again, like a film reel on repeat. The misery on Lizzie's face, the anger on Marcus's. Hannah had briefly felt a strange sense of power while she stood shouting at some of the people she loved the most. It was cathartic, a momentous release of energy. So many things that had been unsaid for such a long time were finally getting an airing. But the feeling hadn't lasted. Even while she screamed at Marcus, she'd felt her stomach twisting, her guts dropping away. Now there was just overwhelming shame and disbelief. Her disgust at herself was so strong she almost felt physically sick. What the hell had she been thinking? She had left Lizzie sitting by the pool, with Susie on another lounger a few feet away, their backs turned to each other, the distance between them immense. Marcus had disappeared into the house, and Nick and Alice were sitting in chairs on the patio. They hadn't looked up as she went past. When she got to Saint-Julien-de-Vigny, she walked through the town and out the other side, turning down a narrow, overgrown lane beyond it. She passed farms and little hamlets, some so small there wasn't even a sign telling passers-by what they were called. Possibly no one had ever got round to giving them a name. Hannah wasn't wearing a watch, so had no idea how long she'd been walking. The sun was only just dipping towards the horizon, so it was probably no more than an hour. But her legs were aching and the blood was pounding through her head, stabbing at the back of her eyes. She kept thinking about Jimmy. What had happened to him? He must have slipped away while they were all standing screaming at each other. They should never have got so carried away in front of him. He'd watched his family turn in on itself, hurling personal insults and accusations, his parents angrier at each other than he'd ever seen them, virtually spewing hatred. Hannah couldn't believe she hadn't even gone to make sure he was all right. She was an appalling mother, a selfish, thoughtless, terrible mother. As the row played over and over in her head, she kept wondering whether there had been a point when she could have stopped, pulled back from what was happening. There had been several. As she stood ranting at Marcus, then at Nick, she had known she could and should back down. Why had she ploughed on and on? It was all unforgivable. In some ways it felt like that woman who'd been standing screaming at the people she loved was a stranger. Hannah knew she could be intolerant and short-tempered, but back there she'd been wild. Her behaviour had been out of control, manic. Over the last few months, well-meaning friends had sympathised, firstly over the death of her mother, then over Nick's accident, and told her how well she was coping, despite how stressful she must be finding it all. She'd shrugged it off. I'm fine. I'm not stressed. Life just sometimes throws you a curveball. But she'd been lying. She'd been desperate to show the outside world how well she was coping. But the stress had been unlike anything she'd ever experienced before, and even as she put on a magnificent public show of holding everything together, deep inside, something felt like it was about to break. She'd frequently had palpitations. She felt short of breath, her hands shook, and her head sometimes ached so badly it was like someone was stabbing at her temples with a knife. For many months now, she had felt as if she was balancing on a high ledge
and it was taking every last little bit of self-restraint and exertion to stop herself toppling over the edge and falling down, 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 into goodness knows what. Then finally, this afternoon, she had stepped off that ledge. She was walking more slowly now, exhausted by the heat and the effort. Up ahead on the right was a large house, set back from the road, its stonework repointed and shutters repainted, the drive full of shiny rental cars. The sound of holidaying families wafted around from the back garden, the screams and splashes of children in a swimming pool, the laughter of adults enjoying an early evening drink, relaxing after another day of companionable holiday lethargy. As Hannah went past, the sounds faded behind her, the buoyant good spirits of strangers leaving her intolerably lonely. The lane widened slightly, and she came to a junction, on the other side of which were the outskirts of another town. The road leading into it was guarded by a sentinel of plane trees arcing up into the sky. The sun had now almost set, and she suddenly realized how dark it had become. Orange and purple shadows lying across the fields that stretched out on either side. This was madness. She didn't even know where she was, let alone how far she'd walked. She turned around, panic bubbling up in her chest, and began to run back the way she'd come. The fields on either side didn't look as beautiful now darkness was falling. Instead of wide-open hazy vistas, there were gloomy patches and the black outlines of unidentifiable shapes. She didn't run for long. She was too unfit to keep it up, and the flip-flops on her feet kept sliding off. She staggered to a halt, bending over to catch her breath, before starting up again, this time at a fast walk, ignoring her aching calves. She went past the big holiday house again. Now she could see lights on at the back, shining onto the pool, the sound of music playing. A car came along the lane behind her and slowed as it went past. It had a British number plate, and the occupant stared out of the side windows with suspicion at the middle-aged woman who was hobbling down darkening lanes on her own, not wearing proper shoes or carrying a torch. As soon as it had accelerated away, she wished she'd flagged it down and begged for a lift back to Saint-Julien-de-Vigny. Oh, Nick. She so badly wanted him beside her now. The soles of her feet were blistered, each step agony. The straps of the plastic flip-flops were now cutting painfully into the sides of her toes, and when she stopped and reached down, she realized her skin was covered in blood. She kicked off the flip-flops angrily, picking them up and walking on, barefoot. Bloody things. Why hadn't she worn something she could walk in? That would have involved forethought, though. This idiotic hike through unfamiliar countryside at night hadn't happened as the result of clear-headed planning. It had been a spur-of-the-moment reaction, prompted by misery and anger. Now there was remorse, too. She deserved blisters. She deserved to feel the stabbing pain of stones digging into the arches of her feet as she hobbled on. She started to cry again, flinging the flip-flops over the hedge into a field and hearing a scuffle as they landed close enough to terrify a small animal nearby. Up ahead, she could see the outskirts of Saint-Julien-de-Vigny, houses silhouetted against the darkening sky, a street lamp throwing an orange blanket of light onto the ground beneath it. Thank God. There were more cars now, and other people. She passed some teenagers sitting on a wall to the left, and up ahead was a bar, its occupants spilling out onto the pavement. The town smelt of summer, of hot, airless days and heady, scented evenings. It was beautiful and calm, a pleasure to pass through, a joy to stay in. Yet tainted now. There was obviously the body, an unexplained death in an isolated swimming pool. It was no surprise this was the main topic of conversation in every bar and cafe. Entertainment of the highest order for residents and tourists alike.
But it wasn't just the body that had ruined this holiday. She had ruined it. Hannah stopped walking. She was in the market square at the centre of the town, its impressive fountain surrounded by cobbles that fed out and away down side streets and alleys. Why had this lovely place been such a catalyst? She collapsed onto the low wall around the fountain as a pair of cats shrieked at each other, hissing before flashing past and disappearing into the shadows on the other side of the square. On the night they arrived, Hannah remembered how furious she'd been, listening to Marcus as they sat around the patio table, his flippant toast to Jean and the way he'd speculated about her motives for gathering them there. He'd had a point. They'd all wondered what she'd been hoping to achieve by throwing them together on this holiday. But she and Lizzie had decided there was no great mystery about it. Their mother just wanted to impart a little peace, love, and understanding from beyond the grave. She knew her daughters, always chalk and cheese, weren't close. But she must have hoped that spending some time together would bring them closer, help them learn more about each other's lives. Jean certainly wouldn't have anticipated the emotional fallout that had ensued, and her motive had been admirable. It wasn't her fault this holiday had gone so badly wrong. Something was playing around at the back of Hannah's mind, an issue she needed to follow up. It was something Marcus had said. Yet again she ran through their earlier slanging match beside the pool, but it was all too intense and raw. The cruel words they had yelled at each other became jumbled, and she couldn't remember the specific sentence she was after. She could see his outraged face in front of her, hear her own voice screaming. It was Jean, though. Definitely something about Jean. What was it he'd said? She started walking again, passing through the streets as quickly as she could, ignoring the curiosity of passers-by, the glances cast at her bare feet. By the time she got back to their lane, it was dark, the moon just picking out the shapes of the hedgerows rising on either side. She must apologize to them all. To her husband for being unsupportive and cruel, to her sister for upsetting her so much, to the children for causing such a scene. To Marcus as well, although that would be more difficult. She didn't feel as guilty about Marcus. How could she apologize for the fact that she couldn't stand him? But she was missing the point. She had ruined this holiday, and he deserved an apology as much as everyone else. But, as she walked up the gravel drive, she saw the lights were out, and when she went round the back and pushed open the French doors, the kitchen was empty. Upstairs, Lizzie and Marcus's bedroom door was firmly closed, and peering through the girls' door she saw they were asleep, their backs turned to each other in their single beds. Stepping into her own room, she was surprised to find it empty. Where was Nick? For a moment she wondered if he'd left, gone home without her. Maybe he'd packed up and called a taxi to take him to the airport. But when she tiptoed into the bedroom at the far end of the corridor, she found him in with Jimmy, a dark lump under the bedclothes beside the little boy, whose arms were thrown out to either side in sleep. She sensed Nick was still awake, but he didn't reply when she whispered his name. Her head was pounding, and she needed water. She went downstairs again and stood at the kitchen sink, letting the tap run until the water was chilled, then filling a glass and drinking it greedily. She noticed a sudden movement out of the corner of her eye and turned to see Marcus standing by the open French doors. He was holding an empty wineglass and looked tired.
"Where have you been?" he asked.
"Just walking."
"We were worried about you. When it started to get dark, Nick and I drove around to see if we could find you."
His eyes fell to her feet.
"God, are you all right? You're covered in blood."
She looked down and saw the streaks of scarlet mixed with dust and dirt. "It's just blisters. I got them from my flip-flops."
It looks worse than it is. My own stupid fault. He came into the kitchen and pulled the French doors shut behind him. Well, so long as you're okay. Everyone has gone to bed, I'm afraid. We were all exhausted after what happened earlier. It suddenly came to her, the words he'd said. Marcus, what did you mean about Derek? He turned to face her. What about him? You said Mum didn't want me to know something about him. You said she was worried I'd blame her. He sighed and ran one hand through his hair, moving towards the table. We don't need to do this, Hannah. Let's just leave it, shall we? I said some things I shouldn't have earlier, so did you. I think we've done enough damage. But it doesn't make sense, she persisted. There was something she'd done that I didn't know about. He stared at her in silence. How come she told you, but not me? Does Lizzie know? Is it a secret the two of you have known about, but kept from me? If there's anything that— All right. He slumped onto the bench. Enough, I'll tell you. God, you're like a dog with a bone. I'm sorry, Hannah, I shouldn't have said anything about this. In my defence, you made me so angry earlier that I didn't think about what I was saying. I was just yelling back at you and coming out with whatever came into my head. And? It was about when Derek left. Hannah sat down on the bench opposite him. She could feel her heart thrusting forwards against her ribs. It wasn't his choice to go, said Marcus, looking down at his hands, clasped together on the table. Jean found out he was having an affair, and she kicked him out. He said he'd finish it. In fact, he did end it, straight away. But Jean told him to leave anyway. Apparently, he begged her to change her mind over the next few months, time after time. He was devastated about the harm he'd done, the fact that he might lose his 2 girls. But she refused to take him back. She told him she'd stop him having any contact with you or Lizzie.
Chapter 28. The morning after the night before, there were clouds in the sky for the first time all week. They weren't heavy or bulging with rain, just white veils that draped themselves carelessly across the blue expanse, occasionally blocking the sunlight as they drifted past, casting the lawn and fields into shadow. Jimmy was the only one who was talking to everyone else. The rest of them moved around the kitchen in silence, politely avoiding each other, leaving gaps when they sat at the table, hovering at a distance while someone used the sink, stepping sideways to get out of the way when someone else needed to open the fridge door. It was all rather awkward. To Hannah's surprise, she saw the Alexanders were packing. 2 of the hard-shelled purple suitcases were standing by the front door. When she walked into the kitchen, she said hello, a general greeting aimed into the middle of the room, rather than at anyone in particular. No one answered. Susie and Alice sat at opposite ends of the long table, both plugged into headphones, pretending the other didn't exist. Susie was painting her nails. Alice was reading a book. Marcus was sitting outside on the patio, doing something with his mobile, and Lizzie, her face still swollen and blotchy after a sleepless night, hacked at a day-old piece of baguette with a knife that wasn't sharp enough. She didn't look up. Last night, Hannah had been desperate to speak to Nick. Lying in bed, tears coursing across her cheeks and soaking the pillow, she had willed him to get out of the cramped single bed he was sharing with Jimmy and slip silently back along the corridor. She longed for him to hold her, hug her, stroke the hair away from her face and tell her everything would be fine. But he didn't. And it wasn't. This morning they had spoken to each other, but only to exchange essential information. Nick told her he'd rung another taxi company and booked a car to take them to the airport on Saturday. It will be here at 11, he'd said, his voice cold.
I didn't think there was much point hanging around. We can while away a couple of hours there, until it's time to check in." "Are you nearly ready, Susie?" asked Marcus as he came into the kitchen. His daughter didn't hear him above the music pounding through her headphones, but he didn't bother to repeat the question. Instead, he sat down heavily on the bench next to her and laid his palms flat on the table. "Breakfast?" asked Lizzie. "Not very hungry, thanks." "This is awful," thought Hannah. "Truly awful, and it's all my fault." "Where are you going?" she asked, uselessly. "We thought it would be better if we headed off today," said Marcus, not looking at her. "We might go towards Avignon, stay in a hotel there overnight. Never been to the Papal Palace, but it's meant to be beautiful." "I think we ought to just head home," said Lizzie. "If we get up towards Lyon today, we can stay overnight, then catch an early ferry tomorrow and be home by lunchtime." "You don't have to leave," said Nick. "I want to get back as soon as possible anyway, to see Ben," said Lizzie. "And the house." "It's better if we go now," said Marcus. "Not much point carrying on with the rest of this bloody awful holiday. Who'd have thought a week in the south of France could be so eventful?" He smiled wryly at Nick. "I can safely say that it's been an experience. Not one we'd necessarily choose to repeat, but an experience nonetheless." Nick grinned back, half-heartedly. There was disappointment in his smile, and something else, thought Hannah. Possibly unspoken remorse for the extraordinary behaviour of his wife. In her head she had apologised so many times. As she strode along the dark lanes last night, as she drifted in and out of a fitful sleep in the early hours of the morning, and just now, before she plucked up the courage to come downstairs. Standing in front of the mirror on the old cupboard in the bedroom, she had looked at her reflection, noticing the bags under her eyes, taking deep breaths, working out what to say, how to say it. "Listen, everyone," she started now. I just want to say that I'm really sorry about yesterday. All the things I said. There's no excuse for it. I'm not sure why I behaved so badly, and why I caused all of that horrible scene." No one said a word. "I'm ashamed of myself," she added. She looked up and caught Alice's eye. She had pulled out her AirPods and was fiddling with them on the table. "I'm so sorry," Hannah whispered. Her daughter shrugged and lowered her eyes back down. "I don't know how to make all this right again," Hannah said. "Is it even possible for me to make it right?" For a few seconds no one spoke. Eventually Marcus shifted in his seat and cleared his throat. "I think we all need a bit of space. A bit of time apart to... well, just some time apart. We'll head off in a bit, after the girls have had some breakfast. That's the best thing."
"Yes," Nick nodded. "I think that's sensible. It's been a stressful few days, all things considered."
"Granny wouldn't have been happy," said Alice. "She wanted us to have a lovely holiday together."
"Yes." Lizzie sounded drained.
"Poor Mum. She must have had such high hopes for this trip. How awful. I feel we've let her down."
Silence again. "No, I've let her down," thought Hannah. "It's all me." Marcus was right. Still, she struggled to find the words she needed. "It's not you, Lizzie. You haven't done anything wrong," she said into the awkward silence. "I want to explain why I flew off the handle yesterday, but I just can't. I don't know why I did it. I have no idea why I let rip like that at all of you." The odds had been stacked against this holiday from the start. They all knew that. But maybe, even with a dead body in the pool, it could have worked out if they'd really wanted to be here in this beautiful house together, and if they took any enjoyment from each other's company, they would have got through the week. There would have been plenty of disruption, police, poolmen, paparazzi, but it wouldn't have mattered. They could have pulled together and turned tragedy to their advantage, revelled in the intrigue. At the end of it all, they could have returned home with endless stories to tell about their extraordinary adventure. But Hannah knew it wasn't the body that had caused the problems. It was the daily bickering, the insecurities, the constant contention and jostling for position, all of which ended in last night's fight. The crazy, stupid, hysterical words they screamed, the accusations they hurled, the jealous secrets they revealed, the deeply buried grievances they flung out at each other. Private feelings that could never be poured back into the bottle, now they'd been so forcibly sprayed out into the open. And as a result of that, there was now the matter of Jean and Derek. Hannah wasn't sure how she felt about it all this morning. The final tears she cried last night, the ones when she'd been lying alone in bed, had partly been due to shock, and this morning she was still reeling from the implications of what Marcus had said. It was as if she was having to rethink her own history. For so many years, Derek had been cast as the bad guy, not just by Jean, but by her and Lizzie. He walked out on them and went off with another woman. He abandoned his family. He put his own interests first and went to spend the rest of his life with a succession of other women who couldn't care less about the 2 little girls he'd left behind. Except that, apparently, it hadn't happened like that at all. Jean had thrown him out. She had thrown him out, then brought her girls up to believe their father cared so little about his family that he had walked away from them without a backward glance. But why had Derek not tried to set the record straight? Maybe he had. Hannah remembered that awkward meal in the Italian restaurant all those years ago. The confusion on his face as he asked, "But didn't you get my present?" She wondered what Jean had done with the cards and gifts their father had tried to send them. There was a knock on the French windows, and the young gendarme who looked like Harry Potter appeared in the doorway. "S'il vous plaît, madame, de l'eau?" He mimed drinking from a glass, and Lizzie filled one from the tap and took it across to him. Hannah wondered what time he'd come back on duty this morning, and also how long he'd been standing out by the gate the previous afternoon. She hadn't noticed him when she rushed out of the front door and headed down the lane, but that didn't mean he wasn't there. "Merci." He handed back the glass and turned away. How much of their row had he overheard? Probably all of it. The only background noise around here came from bleating goats and leg-twitching cicadas, neither of which were loud enough to drown out the screams of 2 English families at war. "So," said Marcus, breaking the silence. "Susie, do you want to get your case ready and I'll bring it downstairs? Susie, turn off that music, please." Lizzie started clearing plates, stacking crockery beside the sink, running the tap for warm water. "Leave that," said Nick. "We'll do it." "It's fine. I'm packed. It gives me something to do." Marcus and Susie went upstairs, and Nick took Jimmy's hand, leading him towards the French doors. "Alice," he said, "will you come outside for a bit too, please?" She looked up at him, puzzled. "Come on, just for a few minutes." He cast a meaningful look at Hannah and shepherded the 2 children into the garden. Hannah took a deep breath. Her heart was fluttering inside her chest, like one of the little birds in the market, trapped behind bars. "Lizzie, I'm sorry I've ruined this holiday." Lizzie didn't turn around. She was rinsing the last few plates and stacking them carefully on the draining board. "I know you must hate me for the things I said, and you have every right to. I was unkind to Marcus and rude to Susie. I don't know what came over me, really, why I lost my temper and got so worked up. It was unforgivable, and I just want you to know how much I regret it. and I'm sorry I've upset you." Lizzie was leaning both her hands on the edge of the old sink, looking through the window onto the lawn. She didn't say anything for a few seconds, then slowly turned around and walked across to the table, sitting down on the bench opposite Hannah. "I'm sure you are sorry," she said. Hannah waited. "I was shocked when you got so angry. You seemed to go a bit crazy. You lost it with all of us. But I know you've been under a lot of pressure recently, and I suppose things must have been building up inside you for a while. You needed to shout and let off steam, release some tension. Unfortunately, you released it in our direction." Hannah nodded. "Which was totally unfair." "Well, not totally," said Lizzie. "You've been longing to shout at Marcus for years, so that wasn't a big surprise. And if I'm honest, I can understand why you were irritated by Susie and the way she was making Alice feel bad. She has got very cocky over the last year or so, and there are times when she drives me mad too. It wasn't nice of her to say all those things just to get at Alice, and I would have been furious if I'd been you. She deserved to get yelled at." She looked up, and their eyes locked across the table. "But Nick didn't deserve it. I can understand the last few weeks have been awful for you, with him being suspended from work and the little girl taking so long to recover. But it has been so much worse for him. He has already lost such a lot, and may lose even more. He needs you to stand beside him, supporting him, not behind him, looking as if you might turn and run away at any minute." Hannah didn't trust herself to speak. She could feel tears prickling in her eyes. "You know I'm right about all that. There's no need for me to tell you things you already know. But what you want me to do is forgive you, isn't it? You want me to say it's okay and we can just forget about what's happened. You want to hear me say it doesn't matter you upset everyone and ruined the holiday." Lizzie was sitting quite still as she spoke, looking down at her hands. "I'm sure it would make you feel better if I said that maybe one day we'll sit down and laugh about this bizarre week." She looked up at Hannah, holding her gaze. "Unfortunately, I can't do that right now. I'm not being difficult, but I can't lie and say I forgive you. We all needed this holiday, for lots of different reasons, and it's been bloody awful for all of us." Lizzie put her hands on the table and pushed herself up to standing. "I'm not quite sure why we've never got on, Hannah. I know we're different sorts of people, but that shouldn't matter. I meant what I said the other day, when we were walking in the field, that I thought we could be friends. I think that's what Mum was trying to do with this holiday. Throw the two of us together in a lovely, relaxed environment and hope we started to enjoy each other's company. It hasn't worked out like that, and I'm glad she never knew it all went wrong." She turned her back and walked to the French doors, standing staring out across the lawn. "I love you because you're my sister, Hannah. But I don't like you very much at the moment. And I'm not going to tell you I forgive you just to make things better for you because you're having a hard time. Having said all that, the person I'm most concerned about is Nick, because he doesn't deserve any of this, and he has so much crap going on in his life at the moment. So I'm going to go outside now and tell him everything is fine, that we've had a long chat and made our peace with each other. How you deal with it after that is up to you. But I don't want him having yet another major trauma to worry about." Marcus stuck his head around the kitchen door. "Right, we're all ready. The car's loaded up. Susie's in it. You all set here?" Lizzie looked at him and smiled. "Yes, we're done. I'll just go out and say goodbye to Nick and the children." As she went through the French doors, Marcus started walking back down the passageway towards the front door. Hannah jumped up and went after him. "Marcus!" He turned round. "Listen, She suddenly noticed how weary he looked. His skin drawn despite the tan, his eyes bleary from too little sleep. "I just want to say sorry. For behaving so badly, saying all those things. I can't explain it. I know that sounds pathetic, but I wish I could take it all back." He smiled ruefully at her.
"I'm sorry too, for telling you about Jean. It wasn't something you needed to hear, and I'm angry with myself that I broke her trust."
"I wonder why she told you," said Hannah. "I mean, I know she was fond of you." She couldn't bring herself to ask, but desperately wanted to know more. When had the conversation happened? How had Jean brought up the subject? It felt important to put this piece of life-changing news in its proper context, so she could more easily digest and come to terms with it.
"I think she told me because she couldn't say anything to you and Lizzie," he said. "It was a couple of years ago when we had that conversation, and I've wondered about it too since then. It was when I was bringing her home after one of the early chemo sessions, and looking back, I think she was scared. My guess is that she needed to be forgiven, to be reassured she hadn't ruined your lives. You were the only people who could forgive her, but she couldn't bring herself to tell you in case she lost you. I suppose I was the next best thing. But, just so you know, I've never told Lizzie about that conversation either."
He walked forward and wrapped his arms around her, enveloping her in a hug. Her face pressed against his chest. She realized she had never been so close to Marcus before. They had never hugged this tightly, like friends. She could smell the essence of this man who loved her sister so deeply. His aftershave, his deodorant, the suntan lotion on his skin, the residues of washing powder that clung to his cotton shirt. He loosened his arms and stepped back.
"I know it's hard, but don't let this change the way you think about Jean," he said. "She loved you two girls more than anyone in the world."
He blared in front of her as tears welled up in her eyes again.
"Bye, Hannah. Take care of yourself."
As he stepped out of the front door onto the drive, Lizzie appeared from around the corner of the house, followed by Nick, who hugged her, then moved across to shake Marcus's hand and pat him on the shoulder. They were talking, but she couldn't hear what they were saying. Lizzie and Marcus got into the car, and putting on her seatbelt, Lizzie turned to say something to Susie in the back. The large car roared into life, and Marcus manoeuvred it carefully before driving through the gate and accelerating away. Hannah and Nick stood staring down the lane, long after the car had disappeared around the corner, long after they could no longer hear the purr of its engine. Nick eventually turned and started to walk back towards the house. "At least they'll have a comfortable journey home," said Hannah, following him. "That's one hell of a nice car."
"May as well make the most of their last trip in it," said Nick.
"What do you mean?"
"It's going back next week, the car."
"Going back where?"
"He's handing it back to the firm."
He stopped at the doorway and turned to face her. "Why?"
"Marcus has lost his job. He was made redundant a fortnight before they came out here. They put him on gardening leave, told him to clear his desk immediately. He's out on his ear."
Hannah's brain couldn't process what her husband was saying. "But why? What's going to happen to him?"
Nick shrugged. "I guess he'll look for another job."
"But why didn't they tell us?"
"They didn't want to put a dampener on the holiday. Lizzie told me a couple of days ago, but she asked me to keep it to myself, and Marcus doesn't know she said anything. I think she needed to offload, though. It sounds like he's been very depressed about it."
Hannah was stunned. "But he's been with that company for years. How could they just make him redundant with no warning?"
There's been a management buyout, apparently, with a few personnel changes. Marcus is one of the unlucky ones. Lizzie says he's worried he won't be able to find another job, or not easily. He's in his late 40s. There are plenty of bright young things snapping at his heels.
They had wandered through into the kitchen as they talked. God, that's dreadful. Hannah's mind was racing over the discussions they'd had during the past week, conversations flying through her head as she tried to remember if Lizzie or Marcus had hinted at the way their lives were being rocked. She couldn't think of anything. Or maybe she hadn't picked up on comments that had been hastily covered over, remarks that could have been interpreted differently had she known what was going on. Lizzie had seemed concerned about money, but everyone was belt-tightening, so Hannah hadn't thought much about it. But he must be due a good redundancy package. He's been there for years.
Probably. I didn't ask about the details, to be honest, Hannah. Lizzie just needed someone to talk to.
But not me, she thought.
And I don't think she felt like mentioning it to you, Nick added.
Somehow this news was more brutal than everything else that had happened over the last 24 hours. She heard her own voice, shouting at Susie, putting Marcus down, dismissing Lizzie, blaming Nick for everything that had gone wrong. She remembered how her heart had raced as she began the argument, how blood had throbbed around her head as she turned it into something bigger and more unpleasant than an everyday row, subconsciously knowing it was becoming a fight that would cause pain and damage, create victims. "Why didn't they tell me?" she whispered.
"Would it have made a difference?" asked Nick.
Chapter 29. That afternoon, the place feeling empty without the Alexanders, Hannah and Alice sat beside the pool, playing cards. They couldn't think of a proper game, so had invented their own version of Snap, making up rules as they went along, laughing at each other and cheating blatantly. It was the first time Hannah had heard Alice laugh properly all holiday. She looked across at her daughter. Her peeling shoulders were starting to tan again, gently this time. Her nose and cheeks were covered in freckles. Wisps of hair at the side of her face had started to bleach in the sun. She looked relaxed, even happy. "I'm sorry I made such a mess of this holiday, Alice," she said, flipping over a king of hearts and throwing it onto a pile of cards of the same suit. Alice shrugged. "It's no big deal. It wasn't all bad. That row with Auntie Lizzie and Uncle Marcus. I don't know what's going to happen when we get home, whether we'll be able to sort it out. We all said some things that were very hurtful, me in particular, and it's not going to be easy to get over that." Alice slapped down a 5 of diamonds. "That one's mine. Give me the rest. Hand them over." Hannah smiled as she pushed a pile of cards towards her. "It may mean you don't get to see Susie again for a while. Or Ben. Which is a shame because they're your cousins and I know you should keep in touch with them." "Why?" Alice glanced up at her. "Just because we're cousins doesn't mean we have to like each other. Susie is a selfish bitch and she loves making me feel bad about everything. Why would I miss spending time with her?" Hannah knew she ought to tell Alice not to call her cousin a bitch, but it would be hypocritical in the circumstances. She'd called them all much worse. "Anyway, what happened yesterday, that big row, it wasn't a bad thing as far as I'm concerned," Alice continued. "All the talk about boyfriends and parties had been getting me down and making me feel a bit crap. It sounded like Susie was having such a brilliant time and my life was so boring and pathetic compared to hers. But it turns out it wasn't really like that, and she's nothing special." Hannah totally understood why Alice had been so much more relaxed since the others had gone. A heavy load of envy and inadequacy had been lifted from her shoulders. "I'm glad you're not upset," she said. "But they are still our family, Alice, and I need to try and straighten things out when we get back, if I can. Blood is thicker than water and all that.
Why do people say that?
Asked Alice, sitting back against the lounger. About blood and water. It's just ridiculous. Well, it just means that your family should be the most important thing to you. More important than friends.
I know what it means. But it's not true, is it? Why do we have to love our families more? The whole point about friends is that we choose to be with them, because we like them and have things in common. We want to spend time with them. But we can't choose our families. We just end up with each other and have to get on with it.
She was right, of course. When Lizzie had needed someone to talk to on this holiday, she had gone to Nick. Kind, gentle Nick, who was good at listening and dispensed valuable, thoughtful advice. She didn't go to her sister. Maybe she knew I had my own worries and didn't want to burden me with hers, thought Hannah. But if that was the case, she wouldn't have bothered Nick either. No, she specifically chose not to talk to me. But family still matters, she said. We need to respect that. In a crisis, your family will always be there for you.
What, like now? Said Alice sarcastically. This is a bit of a crisis, isn't it? But this week we haven't exactly pulled together with our wonderful family.
You're right. If anything, it has pushed us further apart.
Exactly. So much for the blood and water thing.
Yes, but if it hadn't been for me losing my temper with Susie, none of this would have happened, said Hannah. I should have been more tolerant.
Don't beat yourself up about it, Mum,
said Alice, pulling all the cards into a big pile in front of her and beginning to sort them into suits.
You're only human. And you've done me a favour. At least I won't have to put up with Susie any more. Or see Ben, for that matter. He is such an idiot.
Well, I'm sure you will see them again. Just maybe not soon.
Don't go mending any bridges on my account. I'm happy with a bit of distance.
She looked up at Hannah and grinned. An entire continent wouldn't be far enough when it comes to keeping me away from Susie. A scrunching of gravel from the other side of the house was followed by the sound of car doors slamming. Oh, what now? Said Hannah, twisting her head to see if anyone was coming around the side of the house. If it was Inspector Morrow, he wouldn't bother knocking at the front door. But nobody appeared. I'll go and see who that is, she said. I need some water anyway. Do you want another drink? As soon as she got to the patio, she heard voices, but couldn't make out who Nick was talking to. Inside the house, she walked through the kitchen, her eyes adjusting to the dim light, and saw an elderly couple, dressed in brightly coloured shorts and T-shirts, standing just inside the front door. I don't want to be rude, but it's private property, Nick was saying. So, if you wouldn't mind... Why, hello there, said the woman when she saw Hannah. You must be the mommy. Hey, how amazing. Desmond, isn't this great? The mom of Les Anglais de la Piscine? We were just saying to your husband that we hoped we could get a picture of your cute little boy. Hannah looked at her in astonishment. My little boy? Yes, honey, she drawled. The one who found the body. He is just so adorable. We've seen all the stories in the papers, and I must say you have a very handsome little fella there. She delved into a vast handbag and pulled out scraps of newspaper. Here we are. I have all the cuttings, but this is my absolute favourite. Doesn't he look sweet? But ferocious at the same time, if you know what I mean. Desmond likes it the most as well, don't you, Desmond? We wondered if he'd mind posing for a photo with that thing he's carrying in this photo. That net, or whatever it is. It's a leaf skimmer. And no, he can't have his picture taken with it because it's broken, said Nick. Listen, this is ridiculous. How did you find us, anyway? Oh, everyone we spoke to in that village down the road knows who you are, said the man. We were in a little cafe and heard all about you. Nick shook his head. This is crazy. We're staying here on holiday, and you can't just barge in like this and ask to take pictures of our son. Hey, here he is now, shrieked the woman. Jimmy had wandered through from the kitchen and was staring at the couple while eating a biscuit.
"Hello, I'm Jimmy Timpson," he said. "I'm 7.5.
The man had lifted up a camera that was hanging around his neck and advanced towards Jimmy, adjusting the focus on the lens.
"Hey there, little fella," he said. "You don't mind if I take your photograph for our album, do you? We are Desmond and Noreen from South Carolina, and we've read all about you in the newspapers. You are goddamned famous, young man. You are a star."
Jimmy beamed, showing teeth covered in chocolate.
"I know!"
He puffed out his bare chest and hauled up the waistband of his swimming trunks with the hand that wasn't holding the biscuit.
"Brilliant!"
Hannah was appalled, but at the same time wanted to laugh. The situation was so ludicrous she couldn't quite believe it was happening. She looked at Nick, who seemed equally as bewildered.
"So, you found the body in the pool, did you, son?" asked Desmond, clicking away. "What was it like? How did you feel when you realized what it was?"
"Well, I knew he was dead,"
said Jimmy, spraying biscuit crumbs onto the carpet.
"If he'd still been alive, then he would have been swimming up and down."
"He's a smart one, Noreen," said the man, lowering the camera. "You'll go far, young man."
The woman stepped forward briskly and, slipping her arm around Jimmy's shoulders, turned back to face her husband, holding a newspaper cutting up in front of her.
"Here, take one of us together, honey. That's right, me with the little chap who found the body. Young man, it is such a pleasure to meet you."
"Right, that's enough," said Nick, putting his hand on Jimmy's arm and pushing him back down the passage towards the kitchen. "Please, will you get out of this house right away? You are trespassing, and if you don't leave, I'll call the police."
"Well, there is no need to be quite so harsh," protested Noreen. "We are full of awe and admiration for the way you people have dealt with this situation. Aren't we, Desmond?"
"Out," ordered Nick. He herded the couple towards the front door with his arms spread wide. Desmond pointed the camera over his shoulder and tried to take another photo, but Nick grabbed his upper arm and pushed him towards the doorway. "Come on, off you go."
"Ouch! Sir, you are bruising my arm."
"Too bad. That's enough of all this. Get out of here immediately." He thrust the couple out onto the gravel drive. "Goodbye." As he slammed the door behind them, the thud reverberated through the house and made the ceiling lights swing gently from side to side.
"Can you believe that?" he asked, turning back to face Hannah. "The bloody, barefaced cheek of those people."
She looked at him for a moment, still not sure what to say, and saw the side of his mouth twitching. She knew she ought to be angry, but couldn't stop herself smiling back. Nick snorted, and they burst into laughter. Once Hannah started, she couldn't stop. She laughed so hard that she couldn't get her breath, clutching her sides as they began to ache. Jimmy wandered back from the kitchen and stared at them.
"I don't know what's so funny."
He sounded hurt.
"I thought they were very nice people."
Chapter 30. Later, they sat on loungers beside the pool, watching Alice and Jimmy in the water, throwing the tennis ball at each other. Alice was in the deep end, gasping for air as she resurfaced after launching herself at the ball, screaming with laughter as she threw it back, and the water crashed into her brother's face. Hannah realized it was the first time all week that her children had spent any real time together. With Susie gone, the dynamic between them had shifted, and they were friends once more, the 7-year age gap as irrelevant as it always was at home. Hannah was exhausted. Not just physically tired from a lack of sleep and her crazy barefoot walk the previous evening, but emotionally shattered. She knew it was partly a result of the argument and the upset it had caused, but it ran deeper than that. She was now having to acknowledge that she'd been feeling like this for a long time. The last few months had thrown so much at all of them, and she'd kidded herself into thinking she was handling it pretty well. Life had carried on. She went to work, she shopped, she cleaned, she cooked, she saw friends, she went out for meals, She read stories to Jimmy. She helped Alice with her homework. She had carried on. But it had been so stressful. And while she hadn't allowed herself to face that, she'd been living life on autopilot. Lying here now, with the sun beating down on her skin, it felt as if someone had drilled little holes in the soles of her feet and let everything drain from her body. She felt empty, used up. But she also felt relieved. Hugely, overwhelmingly relieved. The stress that had built up inside her hadn't disappeared altogether, but it was no longer taking up all her headspace. The way she and Nick had laughed earlier, after kicking out Desmond and Noreen, had been extraordinary. They laughed until they nearly cried. As the children looked on incredulously, they'd clutched their bellies and collapsed onto the floor of the dining room, aching with laughter. Each time one of them tried to speak, it started them off again. She had no idea how long they'd stayed there, how long it took until they finally stopped laughing. Now Nick sat up on his lounger and grabbed the bottle of wine that was sitting on the ground between them. "Wonder how far Marcus and Lizzie have got," he said. "It's a long drive if they end up doing it without a break." "I can understand they want to get home," Hannah said. "It must be awful not knowing what they're going to find there." Nick leant across and topped up her glass. "It's actually great to be here on our own, though, isn't it?" She nodded, though it felt guilty admitting as much. "Marcus told me something last night," she said. "About Mum." Nick turned his head towards her. "Apparently, she was the one who threw Dad out. He didn't walk out on us." "Really?" Hannah nodded. "He ended the affair, begged her to take him back. But it sounds like she refused to listen and virtually packed his bags for him and kicked him out." "But in that case, why did she let you and Lizzie think he'd left you?" "No idea. I guess it suited her better that way. He was the bad guy. She could blame him for everything." Hannah was getting used to the idea that her past could have been different. The more she thought about what she'd learnt from Marcus, the more acceptable it became. It was also interesting that Nick wasn't as surprised by her news as she'd expected him to be. "She was always so proud of how she'd brought you both up," he pointed out, "of how well you'd all coped on your own. The only difference now is that it turns out it was her choice. It wasn't something forced upon her." "But I still don't understand why she confided in Marcus." "Hannah, it doesn't matter. You need to let it go." "I know." "The person I feel sorry for is Derek," said Nick. "He lost you and Lizzie." "Isn't it strange he never told us what really happened?" said Hannah suddenly. "He could have done. Countless times when we were out with him. He could have put the record straight. The whole thing must have felt so unfair to him."
"Yes, but if he'd done that, it might have ruined your relationship with your mother," Nick said, "which would have been awful for you. He was in the wrong to start with, don't forget. He did have an affair. So he had his own guilt to deal with. Maybe he just decided it was better for you both to blame him, because that meant you still had Jean."
Hannah nodded. Poor Derek. Poor Dad. She already felt calmer, but there was still cavernous regret, and some of the anger she'd been feeling towards her father was now directed at her mother instead. Jean could have forgiven him. She could have accepted his attempts to make amends and patched over the cracks in their relationship for the good of their children. But she hadn't done that. She'd played the martyr, knowing there was an alternative to the years of single parenthood that lay ahead of her. She was the one who broke up the family.
"There's no point thinking about blame anymore," Nick said. "It's too late for all that."
He was right. But the sadness was overwhelming. Her mother had ripped her away from her father, breaking the heart of the 9-year-old girl who had been so desperate to have her daddy back, and ensuring she ended up hating the man who quite possibly loved her more than anything in the world. From somewhere behind them, there came a faint ringing. "What's that?" Hannah asked.
"Sounds like my phone," said Nick, swinging his legs off the lounger. "I must have left it in the kitchen."
She closed her eyes, her skin prickling under the heat of the sun. She couldn't bear the thought that tomorrow they'd be leaving all this, flying away from the soaring blue skies and now familiar smells thrown up by scorched earth, back to the grey canopy and drizzly pavements of North London. Lying here now, it was hard to imagine how that would feel, but she knew that, in just 24 hours, it would be even harder to remember what it had felt like to be here.
"That was Tina," said Nick, sitting down again on the lounger and staring at his phone. "I missed the call."
Hannah sat up. "Oh my God, do you think—"
He nodded. "She must have news." His finger was running over the dark screen of his phone, wiping it repeatedly, as if he was trying to get rid of a smear.
"Nick," Hannah said gently, "you need to call her back." He looked up at her and she could see fear in his eyes.
"I know."
He took a deep breath and pressed the redial button, putting the mobile to his ear. Hannah's heart was beating so fast she suddenly couldn't breathe. She reached down for her glass of wine and realized her hand was shaking.
"Hello, Tina. It's Nick Timpson. You just called?"
Hannah looked past him to the pool, where Alice and Jimmy were still throwing the tennis ball at each other. "That's not fair!" Jimmy yelled as the yellow ball sailed high over his head. "You can throw harder than me!" She looked back at Nick, who was staring down at the ground, nodding, his free hand playing with the corkscrew which was lying beside the bottle of wine.
"Uh-huh. Yep. I see."
Blood was roaring through Hannah's ears now. It sounded as if an airplane was flying overhead. She forced herself to take deep breaths, in and out. The only reason the solicitor would be calling was to tell them that a decision had been made in Nick's case. If the appeal had been successful, he'd then have to wait for a court date. If it had been turned down... But she couldn't let herself think about that. Whatever happened, they would get through this. She tried to fix her face into a neutral expression. She must not cry. Even if it was bad news, she must be strong and supportive. Nick didn't need her to be emotional. Lizzie had been right, earlier in the kitchen, when she pointed out that Nick didn't deserve any more trauma in his life. Whatever Tina was now telling him on the phone, they would face this together and deal with it.
"Okay. Thanks, Tina. Bye."
He moved the phone away from his ear and pressed the red button. He didn't look up at her. "Nick?" she whispered. He started to nod, his breathing shaky, his eyes still on the dark screen. He put his fist up to his mouth. It was a couple of seconds before Hannah realized he was crying, his shoulders shaking, low, jagged sobs escaping from his mouth quicker than he could stifle them. "Nick?" She leant forward and put her hands on either side of his face, lifting it up so that she could finally see his expression.
"The appeal has been turned down," he whispered.
"The CPS are dropping the case.
It's over, Hannah. It's finally over."
Chapter 31. The taxi wasn't due until 11 a.m, but they were ready much earlier. They had stripped the beds and emptied the dishwasher, and Nick was going through the rooms closing the shutters, returning the house to the state of semi-darkness in which they'd found it. Hannah and Alice wandered out onto the patio for a last look at the view. "I wonder if there are more guests arriving this afternoon," Hannah said. "If so, I hope they have a less crazy week than we've had." "Mr. Hugo could probably charge a premium for this house now, since it's a famous crime scene," said Alice.
"At least we know there are no nasty surprises waiting in the pool," Hannah grinned.
In the house behind them, she could hear Nick whistling as he went from room to room. After his call with Tina yesterday, they'd opened another bottle of wine to celebrate. Then another. Sharing the good news with Alice and Jimmy, they had all whooped and screamed and hugged and cried some more. Hannah the one in tears this time, but happy tears. It had been the best afternoon. This morning, even as she and Nick struggled with sore heads, their mood was still buoyant. Now Hannah stood watching Jimmy as he wandered through the field one last time. He was over on the far side, beyond the patch of trees where the goats gathered at night. As always, he seemed immersed in his own little world, probably looking for insects to torture or rocks to stack into teetering piles. As they watched, he bent down and prodded something with a stick, before picking it up and examining it. His hands seemed to open it, pull it apart, but it was impossible to see what it was from this distance. Then he moved off again towards the far fence and knelt down, looking as if he was digging intently. Hannah's heart swelled as she watched him. He was such a lovely boy, easy-going and full of enthusiasm. She couldn't imagine what he'd be like in 10 years' time, but surely this cheerful, sweet-natured child would never grow into the sort of teenager who stole money from her purse or burnt down her utility room. She called out to him, waving to attract his attention. He started trotting towards the house, swiping with a stick at the dusty grass in front of him. "Madame?" Hannah jumped and turned to find Madame Gérard standing at the far end of the house, hands on hips, feet in their huge sandals splayed on the path. "Vous avez passé des bonnes vacances?" "Très bien. Magnifique," Hannah replied, wondering why she was sounding so enthusiastic about what had been, without doubt, one of the worst holidays they'd ever had. But even if her schoolgirl French had been up to the job, she probably wouldn't have answered truthfully. She was too polite, too British. "Ah, madame, you're back," said Nick, coming out of the house. The woman glared at him. "Vous partez?" "Yes, we're just waiting for the taxi," Hannah said. "Nous attendons." Madame Gérard waved her hand dismissively. "Bien, au revoir," she said, and turned on her heel and walked away around the corner of the house. "Well, that was a bit rude," said Alice. "You can understand why she wants to get rid of us," Nick said. "She hasn't had the greatest week either." "Even so, you'd have thought she could manage to be a bit more civil," Hannah said. "She's terrifying." "Never has a woman looked less like a Celeste," agreed Nick. When the taxi arrived, they carried out the cases. The driver remained in his seat, looking down at his phone. Unlike the grinning, white-toothed man who had brought them here from the airport a week ago, this one was clearly not prepared to help with their luggage. At least his car was an improvement on the little yellow Fiat. This one was a shiny red estate with a boot spacious enough to take all the cases. Nick turned the oversized key to lock the front door and put it back underneath the stone, where they had found it the previous week. "Goodbye, holiday house," said Jimmy. As the taxi trundled down the lane, Hannah turned and looked through the rear window. Watching the house disappear behind the black gates and the sprawl of overgrown shrubbery, she suddenly realized she hadn't taken a picture of it. Susie would undoubtedly have photographed it from every angle, but she wasn't likely to share any of those pictures with them. No matter. Every aspect of this holiday must now be recorded for posterity online somewhere. They could look it up on a news website when they got home, if they really felt the need. She was surprised to realize she felt sad, now they were actually leaving. This had been the most bizarre holiday they'd ever had, unsuccessful in virtually every respect. But the house was still beautiful, in a stunning location, and it could, and should, have been such a glorious week. But it felt good to be driving away down this lane, because it didn't just signal the end of the holiday. It was the start of everything else, particularly for Nick. With the threat of a court case no longer hanging over him, he could go back to work again. They could both sleep at night, undisturbed by nightmares and fear of the future. Hannah could look those disapproving parents in the eye outside the school gates, daring them to continue passing judgment and ostracizing her children. The whole family could hold their heads high and move on with their lives. The taxi headed through Saint-Julien-de-Vigny, and Hannah looked at the now familiar shop fronts flashing past, followed by the open cobbles of the market square. Off to the left was the little cafe where they had sat just a few days earlier on market day, its pavement tables all taken by tourists, the little waiter strutting back into the dark interior carrying a tray of empty glasses.
"Can we stop and have another Coke?"
asked Jimmy.
"I bet that man wouldn't serve us," said Alice. "Uncle Marcus was so rude to him."
She turned to Hannah and grinned.
"At least we won't have to put up with stuff like that anymore."
Hannah reached across and grabbed her daughter's hand, squeezing it. She couldn't stop thinking about their conversation the previous afternoon. Alice was right. Why should they and the Alexanders feel obliged to enjoy each other's company? What was the point in pretending they were the best of friends with their cousins when they had so little in common? But she couldn't shake off the guilt. And that's what it was all about. We're conditioned to believe family is the most important thing, she thought, running her thumb across the soft tanned skin of Alice's hand. If we can't tick that particular box, we think we've failed. It would be guilt that would make her call Lizzie as soon as they arrived home. Guilt would force her to apologize, yet again, for ruining everyone's holiday and speaking out of turn. Guilt would make her write a personal note to Marcus, contrite for criticizing him and grateful for everything he'd done for them. Guilt would make her text Susie and take responsibility for the rift between her and her mother. Guilt would even make her ask appropriate questions about Ben and pretend to be concerned about what the future held for him. The taxi filtered onto a larger road and picked up speed as one lane became two, eventually joining the motorway towards the airport. The air traffic control tower came into view in the distance, gradually growing larger behind chain-link fencing that stretched for miles. As the taxi came off the motorway and headed up the slip road towards the terminal, Hannah turned to Jimmy, who was staring ahead through the windscreen. "What was that you found out in the field?" He turned to her, confused. "You know, just before we left. You were bending down and looking at something?"
"Oh, yes,"
he nodded. "Anything interesting?"
"No, not really. Just a wallet."
"A wallet?"
"Yes, you know, like the one Daddy puts his money in."
"How strange. I wonder what a wallet was doing in the field."
"It didn't have any money in it. I checked. Just photographs."
"What sort of photographs?" asked Alice.
"Of people. There was a family with little children, and a man and a lady with frizzy hair who had a baby."
Hannah caught Alice's eye. "Did the man have brown hair?" He nodded. "And how old was he?"
"Don't know. Old like a parent. Maybe nearly the same age as you and Daddy."
"Did the man in the photographs look anything like the man in the pool?" asked Alice. Jimmy's face creased into thoughtful consideration.
"Well, he was all wet, so it's hard to tell. But his hair was the same."
Alice was staring at Hannah over the top of Jimmy's head, her eyes wide. "Do you think it's his?"
"Whose?"
asked Jimmy.
"The man in the pool, of course.
If the photos looked like him, maybe they were of his family. So that could have been his wallet." He looked thoughtful.
"Maybe. The man in the pool had a red face and he was a bit puffy. But it might have been him."
"What shall we do?" asked Alice. "We ought to let the police know. This could be important. It might help them find out who he was. They think it's the homeless man who was seen in the village, but they didn't know his name." "You're right," said Hannah. "We'll call the inspector as soon as we get into the terminal building. Have you still got his card, Nick?" He shook his head. "Marcus had all the details. He was the one who made the calls. We'll have to try and find a number." As the taxi pulled up outside the departures hall, they started to unload their cases, still discussing the best way of passing on news of Jimmy's discovery. "What did you do with the wallet, exactly?" asked Nick, pulling the cases from the boot. "Did you leave it on the ground in the field?"
"No,"
said Jimmy.
"I buried it."
"Okay, monsieur, you pay me 95 euros, said the taxi driver, lighting a cigarette and watching Nick struggle with the luggage. "Are you serious? That's bloody outrageous. It only cost us 80 to get there, and before that it was only going to cost 50. Haven't you people heard of meters? Or don't taxis work like that in France?" "Monsieur, if you don't pay me, then I am calling police."
"What do you mean you buried it?" Hannah asked Jimmy.
"Don't threaten me," said Nick, his voice rising. "I am just pointing out that your fare is excessive. How can you charge €95 for a journey that someone else charged 80 for, 1 bloody week ago?"
"I buried it at the edge of that field."
"Monsieur, you use my taxi. You pay my fare."
"Just past the trees."
"Oh, for God's sake, Nick, just pay him." "Right, Jimmy, we'll need to know exactly where, and we'll have to call the inspector and tell him how to find it."
"Well," said Jimmy thoughtfully, "I buried it in a big pile of goat's poo."
"Ugh, that's revolting," said Alice.
"No, it's not. It will stop it rotting away. Mrs. Williams says that people in ancient Egypt used to bury things in poo all the time."
Nick had thrust a bundle of notes into the outstretched hand of the taxi driver, and as the man glared, got back into the car and accelerated away, the four of them were left standing on the pavement outside the terminal building, surrounded by cases and backpacks. Hannah and Nick looked at each other.
"God, what a week," he said. "I've never had such a bloody awful holiday."
She grinned wryly. "You've got a fantastic tan, though. You look great."
He laughed. "You too. And your hair has bleached in the sun. It suits you."
He stretched out his hand across the stacked suitcases, and she put out hers to meet it, twisting her fingers around his.
"It's good to be going home," he said.
She nodded. "I know. It's such a relief." He smiled and pulled her towards him, putting his hand around her neck and kissing her lightly on the lips.
"God, stop! That's disgusting," said Alice. "Can we go and get on the plane now?" asked Jimmy.
"Good idea," said Nick. "There's a trolley over there. Grab it quickly before someone else does. Jimmy, pick up your bag. Let's get all these cases loaded on."
The automatic doors swished open and they walked through into departures, noise hitting them from all sides. Hannah pulled her phone from the depths of her handbag. "I'll try to track down Inspector Morrow and tell him about the wallet," she said. "Shall I start by calling 112 again? I suppose it's as good a place as any."
"Check in this way," called Nick, pushing the trolley through the crowds of passengers. "Come on, let's get out of here."
Hannah jabbed at the buttons on the phone keypad and held it to her ear as she followed Nick, hearing the long beep of a phone sounding in a police station somewhere far away. "Okay, it's ringing. Does anyone know the French for goat's poo?" This recording of The Pool was presented by Dreamscape Media LLC, narrated by Esther Wayne, produced by David Bendena. Text copyright 2024 by Sarah Edghill. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.